Coming to you live from downtown Detroit, this is Benzinga's Pre-Market Prep with your host, Joel Elconin.
This is a volatile puppy here, isn't it?
And Dennis Dick.
I'm bidding a penny. I will buy the stock for a penny.
With everything you need to start your trading day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this Tuesday edition of Benzinga's Pre-Market Prep. Spencer Israel, Joel Elconin, Dennis Dick with you on this really cold morning in Michigan. Colder, I'm sure, wherever the hell Dennis lives in Canada. What's up? And Dennis is gone. All right. I'm sure he'll be back. I hope he'll be back at some point here. But the show must go on regardless. On today's show, we got a big M&A deal in the mobile gaming space specifically. EA announced yesterday it is buying Glue Mobile. So that's a big deal for mobile gaming. Zynga is up on that news, so we'll talk about that. We'll talk about IPV. The CEO was on Kramer last night, so that's why that's up today. And really just market at all-time highs, more of the same. It's almost as if we're not in the pandemic anymore. Guest today is Nick Shaheen. He's the author of Create Income with Option Spreads. He will join the show at 8:35. In the meantime, smash that like button, hit subscribe, hit share, do all that good stuff. And Joel, I'll bring you on now. How are we doing in the overnight trading session?
After a strong close and strong after hours, we're trading in the red by 6 3/4 handles at 39.01. Let's call it down 7. Pre-market low 36.98 or 38.98. We'll be keeping an eye on that. Crude 6-day winning streak in jeopardy here, flat at 57.97. We did climb into the 58 handle. That was near a close. 58.5 was the close back in February of last year, back under 58. Gold, a little bit of a rally here off the bottom of that trading range. That's gold. It's up 970 at 1843.90. Silver, that's going the same way, but not as much as gold for a change. Silver up 12 cents at 27.70. And Bitcoin futures continuing to work its way through the 40,000 handle. That's Bitcoin. That's up $1,125, 2.5% at 45,940. Let's bring in Triple D. Triple D, what are you seeing out there in the after hours and pre-market trading?
So we're seeing a lot of the Bitcoin stocks trading higher here. They actually are peeling back a little bit because Bitcoin has come off of those highs. But I mean, some of these moves in the Bitcoin stocks, Mara, M-A-R-A, up $3 again, was up a lot more than that last night. Riot trading up another $3. And then you got that MSTR that's just in blast off mode. It's trading up another 70 points here this morning at 11:15. I mean, these things have just taken off any type of crypto play. And these obviously, the market's treating them just as leveraged crypto plays off Bitcoin. So Bitcoin up, Bitcoin goes up 10%. These things go up 25%, it seems like. So unbelievable moves. Every time these things pull back, it just seems like it's another buying opportunity. I don't know where the party ends on these things, but holy mackerel. Like, think about Riot, how many times we had that written off, and it's back from the dead too. So many stocks, just brought back from the dead. That's really, and maybe a lot of that to do is with Reddit, Wall Street Bets, other speculation happening, but so many stocks have been brought back from the dead. The pot stocks in Canada, which were all really in the gutter all of last year, really. I mean, you look at Afria, that's went from $4 to now $21. Is full blast off mode. Story just carrying everything. Fundamentals we know don't matter when story gets hot, and the story is hot. Anything crypto and anything pot.
We should crypto and pot. Look at this APHA. Dennis, you're right. January 2018. That
You're getting back to the all-time highs.
Yeah.
I never thought it was $2 in the summer. And valuation has never made sense, but valuation was starting to make sense when it was $2. It's like, okay, well, they're starting to value this as a greenhouse full of pot plants, but it doesn't matter. I mean, story gets hot, throw valuation out the window. Really in this market, besides, obviously mega caps, the S&Ps, they still try to trade on valuation, but some of the smaller storied stocks or new startups or newer companies, they aren't trading on valuation at all. It's all story. 2021 and 2020, really the back half of it, has all been about story. I mean, you look at the fundamentals of Disney, that's trading on story too. A stock's making new all-time highs, but half the parks are, at a fraction of capacity. They got a lot of other issues, but they got Disney Plus. And Disney Plus is a story that continues to carry the stock. And then you think, okay, if we get the reopening combined, you can see that. I've said for a while, I think Disney's going to 200. Does it fundamentally make sense? Not really, but does it matter? Because this market's just all about a hot story.
Mainstream media has been making a comeback here this year. And a lot of it, they're showing their diversification going into the streaming. So, hey, the trend's your friend, and why fight? I did see Disney at a new all-time high, had that gap up. We traded over 191 here in the pre-market trading. What do we get to there? Boom. 191 and a quarter, it looks like, for Disney. So there's your pre-market high. What an up. I mean, it had that gap to go, tried to fill the gap down to 160, and boom, heading towards 200. We did have some earnings in the pot sector. CGC, Canopy Growth. How'd they do, Spencer?
All right, we can start there. They were just out about an hour and a half ago or so. They reported a loss of Canadian dollars, $2.43 Canadian dollars versus a year ago they had lost 26 Canadian cents in the same quarter. So year over year losses increasing. Sales increased year over year, 152.5 Canadian versus 123 Canadian a year ago. That's million. So losses increasing. Revenue increasing, losses widening for CGC.
$45 for me.
Losses they don't care about. Revenue increasing they like. I mean, this has been, what Kramer has said for a long time, best of breed, but it's not as volatile as the other ones. This one's got a lower beta. So, look at, obviously all the other ones is blasting off. Why Afria? Why are the other ones all up way more than Canopy? So Canopy reports the earnings, but all the other ones are up a lot, and this is barely up. Is there another catalyst here this morning? I'm not, I don't follow the sector that closely.
Tilray had news
all right, that's
this morning.
News.
So they announced an agreement with Grow Pharma to import and distribute cannabis in the UK.
Okay, so there you go. So that's the catalyst here. I mean, more story just being carried. You think about Tilray, and you think about how, beat up this stock was, coming from 300 and getting in the summer down to $2 as well. Again, this is the market that brings stocks back from the dead. Some people in the chat were talking about 3D systems. I mean, this was $4 or $5. I had this at $6, and then I got sick of waiting for it. I was in it for 6 months going nowhere. Sold it. It's now $52. I mean, these are moves that you would not think possible if you're going back to the summer. But in this market right now, anything is possible. So It's the bag holder bailout market, and you're in stocks. It makes me, the more the worse you trade really in this market, because you're like, I'm disciplined and I cut losers. You know what is being rewarded is the lack of discipline. And this isn't going to continue forever, but, so I'm not saying change, from being a disciplined trader, but the lack of discipline is very much being rewarded, because you get down in a position, you get down in a stock, and everybody's learning that, I just hold on until it comes back, because they always come back. And here you have, people buying this at $40, 5 years ago, 3D systems. And they say, I told you so, it went down to $2. And now they can say, I told you so, because this thing's $52 here now. And I mean, who am I to say that they were wrong? They were right. It came back too. So I'm not saying, to start reevaluating, just hold on until your stocks come back. But this is the kind of market that is bailing out bag holders left, right, center. Does it make fundamental sense? Probably not. But does it make sense from the storied perspective? People combing the ditches. I mean, this is the penny stock market too, Joel. Where you've got different penny stocks that seem to go all the time. I mean, I was looking at a couple of different ones, and they just, they run. They continue to run. And whether it's, Twitter accounts that are pumping them, or Reddit, or what it is, but this is the kind of market where it seems like eventually your losers turn back to winners.
And we don't even we don't talk about Apple. We don't talk about Microsoft. I mean, when they have earnings, we do. But Amazon, Google, when's the last time we talked about Facebook on the
They
show?
don't go anywhere
Yeah.
because nobody wants to sit and make 10% on their money a year or whatever. In this case, they're not making anything because they don't go anywhere. I mean, this is totally reversed the last 5 years, really, because you think about, we were in this mega cap, we were in this, it was the mega caps or it was the stocks in the gutter. The small caps were completely forgotten. Well, that's completely turned around. I mean, IWM continues to just, lead the charge here. And that's obviously made up of small caps. But then when you get into the micro caps, you get into these small cap names, there's just a new one every day that's popping 200-300%. It makes you want to throw all your money in penny stocks. And it's working. I've learned the hard way, that eventually a lot of these penny stocks turn and burn. But I mean, you wanted to use some speculative capital and have some fun, as Dan Nathan always says, have at it, because this is just the kind of market that is rewarding excess speculation and just gambling. It's rewarding that.
Dennis, I mentioned that to Joel yesterday, right before the close. The IWM this year is up about 15%, and SPY is up 4.5%.
Yeah, it's because people are scared. People don't want. They're spoiled. I mean, I jokingly said, and maybe we could segue over into the Glue Mobile deal. Yeah. But I jokingly tweeted last night, I've been in Glue Mobile for a long time. You know that. You've listened to the show. I've been in all the gaming stocks. Zynga, Glue Mobile, EA I sold at a bad price. I shouldn't have sold it. I might Take-Two, ATVI sold. Obviously, whenever you sell, you regret it anyway. So every sale's a bad price. But you look at this and you think, okay, well, I've sat on this for a long time. And now all of a sudden, boom, I get the 33% reward. But I'm like, holy, what about the opportunity cost my capital? Because there's a lot of other stocks going. So, and that's a joke, because the 33% return is still a pretty good, pretty good return on your position. So Glue Mobile pays the bills here for me overnight, at least, because I've still got the position. I mean, what do you do with it now? I mean, this market is the craziest market. That last night, this is a $12.50 cash takeout price. And last night, bring up the chart, Joel. Last night, we trade up over 13.5. They traded a buck above the cash takeout price, because some people are speculating that, hey, maybe they'll get even more money from somebody else. So because there was rumors that there was other people who had actually approached Glue Mobile about a takeover, and this is the deal they finally accepted. So I think one of those suitors might come back. I mean, you want to take a flyer at $12.52. Your downside's probably only to $12.50, saying this thing could get taken over for a higher price. I mean, but if you want to pay $13.5, you're paying a buck over it. That's kind of crazy. So I actually wish I would have sold my shares last night. I thought about selling into that pop, but it was fast.
It was very quick.
And now it's holding $12.50. So I don't know. I'll probably sell just to move on, because I don't think another suitor comes in. So, but you're only risking yourself if the deal goes through 3 cents right now to have that upside of a potential suitor. I'll probably just sell it though, just because it's getting thick now too. Just move on, take the win and move on.
Just real quick, we didn't do it. I just wanted to, for technical, real quick on Canopy Growth. This 45. Just keep an eye on that. I see 2 daily highs there. Snuck over it in the pre-market. So if you're looking for a breakout, 45 is the level in that. And then if you just look at what's going on, macro, this is kind of going back to your theme, legalized gambling. Right. The gambling stocks are taking off. Marijuana, penny stocks. It's just it's a market euphoria right now. And can't get in the way of the momentum. It's just the way it is, right?
This is euphoric. It is. I mean, it's indicative in a lot of stocks of 1999, but we don't know if we're in 1996, 1997, 1998. We got a Fed. We've talked all this stuff. We've got the Fed that's the most accommodating Fed in the history of Feds. So they don't even care about inflation. So, and they don't even measure it, which we tweeted out last night. Guy Adami's making, the point that we've made a million times on CNBC. He says there's inflation everywhere. They just choose not to measure it. And we know that. Let's ignore food. Let's ignore housing. Let's ignore, energy. Let's ignore everything that's inflationary. And we'll just tell you about your TV prices going down, and we'll say you don't have inflation. So, I mean, it's a joke. It's an absolute joke. But,
you see this TLT?
The market knows it. The market knows it.
You see this TLT?
Well, who in the hell? Yeah, I know it's been collapsing. Well, who in the hell wants to? You're 1.5%. I mean, on the TLT here now, obviously yields, coming up a bit, but I mean, I don't know. Like, what are your thoughts here, Joel? Like, you look at this market and you just think bonds. Like, I don't know. You want to own bonds?
No.
You want to own Coca-Cola?
No.
You want to own XLU? when their stocks going 20, 30, 40%? I mean, this is the kind of market that those stocks, when the market rolls over, it's going to be that kind of stuff that holds your portfolio up. So do you want to have that stuff in your portfolio?
No.
I don't know. I've actually been moving away from a lot of it, but I kind of want some of it in there. We've talked about Procter & Gamble consumer staples. I mean, it's the same reason, Apple, Amazon go nowhere. So, and I'm heavily in Apple and Amazon, and Google's been okay because of the earnings report, but I mean, I'm underperforming on an investment standpoint for sure. My trading is awesome right now. I'm in my best month again in 10 years last month. So the day trading is fabulous. But you know what I'm in? I'm in all this crap. I mean, I've been trading all these, small caps. I'm over here. I'm trading momentum. I mean, the day trading is fabulous right now. But my long-term investment portfolio isn't going into a FRIA. It's not going into it. Do I trade these things? Absolutely. Do I put them in my long-term investing portfolio? No, because I try to put some fundies in my long-term. So I separate it. So, people often ask me about my long-term investment account. It's definitely underperforming right now. But I'm okay with that because I know if it goes to turn, I'm still in pretty good companies over there where, I make it up on the trading side, though. Like a lot of people have one account, so they got to be trading them. If I only had one account, maybe I would be just in all this stuff too, and I wouldn't be touching Apple. But, I've got separate accounts. I've got my long-term stuff that I stick over here. If I like, the long-term story and I like the fundamentals and my ducks are in a row, I put in the long-term portfolio and try not to look at it. The trading, though, you can trade anything. And man, I tell you, the trading's awesome right now.
S&P's kind of just slipping here, down 8.25. Very tight range yesterday. So, I mean, we were still up. We were up for the 6th day in a row. Coming in, I mean, I don't know, you had your Monday high. I don't know if that's going to be the high for the week or whatever, but tighter ranges. And that's good. I mean, volatility will eventually come back in the market, but yesterday was one of our tightest ranges in quite some time. So we'll see if that trend continues. Spencer, you want to do any other earnings reports of significance?
Before we go away from the EA glue thing, I want to check out Zynga if you can. Really, there aren't that many publicly traded mobile game companies. Glue and Zynga are the two largest. There are a handful of others that trade on the OTC markets and aren't super notable for our purposes. But GLUU and ZYNG or ZNGA, sorry, are the two largest ones. So Zynga is up today because if you take the Glue Mobile announcement at face value and say, okay, there are multiple suitors there. Well, where else could those suitors go with their money? And Zynga is the only other alternative, really. So
I'm long Zynga. I do think it's hard to read the chat. I'm almost done. Like I love 90% of you in the chat, but there's got to be 10% of people who just want to piss you off. And
don't let me get to you, Dennis.
I know. Like maybe it's because we've grown and people just come and they can hide under the anonymous handle and they can say what they want to say to you. Like they just try to get you worked up. And, here we're doing this show trying to help other traders. I tell you, I'm not paying my bills doing this show. I'm doing this show because I enjoy talking stocks. And I like, a lot of you people in the chat. I've learned a lot from a lot of people in the chat. 90% of the people in the chat are really awesome. And, you guys make this for me. As we've grown bigger, we've had so many people coming into the chat that just, there's like that 10% that want to be their voice and they hide under anonymous handles and they say ignorant stuff to you. They reach out to you on Twitter and they say rude things to you, just trying to upset you. It makes it like so frustrating. Like I've never been so frustrated with the hate. I don't mind one or two, but I get, honestly on Twitter, I get 10 to 20 like tweets at me just telling me I'm an idiot. And you know what? Have at it. If that's what you want to think, if that's what makes you feel better about yourself, to put other people down, then I feel sorry for you. Because, if you need to put other people down and feel better about yourself, you've got problems. So anyways, that's all that. So anyways, moving on, I'll go to Zynga here. I'm long Zynga. I guess I'm an idiot for being long this one too. Anyways, people want to see me lose money, but I think Zynga. The reason I'm long Zynga is because Michael Pachter is awesome. He's on our show. It's
He is good.
975. He's 975. He says, I think Zynga. I love it with a capital L. I'm like, I love Michael Pachter. I like the story of mobile gaming. Glue Mobile catches a bid. I think there's a suitor out there for Zynga here eventually too. So I'm sticking with it.
It got the pop and it got over 1240 initially, just like right on that head. Excuse me, on that headline, just settling in. The chart looks good. Where's this thing as far as all-time high goes? I can't remember. I think this stock did. Oh yeah, we're not even close to all-time highs here. If the all-time high was in 2012, folks, that was just under $16 at $15.91. I also was looking at this chart during the March meltdown, and it really held up pretty well. I mean, this was the period of the March meltdown. I mean, it did come down and get under $6, but if you consider the price action in the S&Ps, there was just a lot of relative strength there, and
it held up.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, it's $6 stock, but you just got to look at it on a relative strength basis there. Very strong and up another 53 cents today.
I mean, it's not as easy of a pill to swallow as Glue Mobile. You're talking about a $1.5 billion company versus an $11 billion company. But if you get like rumors last month were Tencent, you get a Tencent coming in here. It's nothing. It's a drop in the bucket for a Tencent. Is Activision Blizzard or Take-Two going to sniff around in Zynga now that Glue Mobile's off? Well, apparently there were multiple suitors for Glue. So I naturally think that Zynga's the next suitor. If Zynga had a $2 billion or $3 billion market cap, I would think very likely. The $11 billion market cap maybe turns a few people off because you probably got to pay 15 to get it. But Tencent sniffing around out there. I still like the story, even as a standalone company. We got Michael Pachter. He wasn't saying it was Takeover Canada. He likes it as a standalone story. So I think I stick with Zynga. I'm actually surprised it's not up more on the Glue Mobile deal. So I'm sticking with it.
And how did they react to Take-Two on this deal? They also had earnings,
well, that
right?
was earnings. Yeah, Take-Two was earnings.
Okay.
I'm long Take-Two still, long-term portfolio. It's down $10 on the earnings report. We've been down this road before with Take-Two. Usually the dips are a buy eventually. So I'm sticking with it.
You did.
You want to give the earnings?
Sure. I mean, I feel like Take-Two always beats. Let me look in the pro. I bet you they always beat. Let me see. Yeah, they pretty much always beat. So no real surprises there. EPS $1.24 versus a 96-cent estimate. Sales of $814 million for $746 million. So beating the beat. I mean, like you said, Dennis, dips are generally to be bought. So no reason to fret, I think. At this point.
I just don't see the gaming story going away anytime soon. Like, even if we come out of lockdown, you can say, okay, well, it's been such a good environment for the video game stocks. People are sitting at home, they're playing video games. But you know what you did was you hooked a lot of people on video games too. I used to play video games a lot. And maybe that's why I'm a day trader and I got into, it's kind of like a video game, doing the day trading to a certain extent. So maybe that's why, I got into something like that. But I look back and I think, man, you can really get addicted to this kind of stuff. And I bet you we got a few people that got addicted to gaming through COVID. So I don't think we go back to where we were prior to COVID, even if we come out of the lockdown. I don't think it's going. I think it's going to be some, just like with Zoom and everything, there's going to be some people, Peloton, there's going to be some people that still stay playing games. There's going to be some people that stop, but so maybe it doesn't fire on as many cylinders as it was through a lockdown period. But I think there's still going to be a lot of people doing video games in the future. And that's why, the valuation on some of these stocks are stretched for sure. I mean, I about Take-Two at $100 back in the summer. It's 200 now. It's a pretty good return year over year. But I think Take-Two is one of the best in breed. And I don't think video games are going away. And that's why I want to stick with it.
All right. You did get a little dip here. And where'd you get to? You got to just under $202 and getting a little pop off that. On the dailies, I'm not much there at 200, but man, if you get down anywhere in the mid 190s over maybe not today or over the next few days. A lot of lows in that area, maybe 192 to 195. But right now, it's really too close to the pre-market low where I'd be comfortable saying, yeah, they're done. But as always, the opening price is a good level to keep an eye on. Currently trading, just a patient buyer in there. Maybe someone that's came in with a short position. He did spike up to 222, so that might have scared some people. Now you're back at 200. So anybody that caught a short in that area has got a pretty nice return here at 203.65.
So we have some big earnings coming tonight. I don't know if you were done with the current earnings reports because we had Fox, we had a few. I don't know if people want to talk DuPont earnings. You can if you want, but we've had
DuPont. Who wants to talk about DuPont?
DuPont was interesting for a couple days though, with that buyer at the close. It was like 3 days in a row where there was a huge buyer at the close and stock gapped up on the close. I shorted it. Yes, I short stocks. Gapped up on the next close. I shorted the close. Bought it back literally like 5 minutes later in the after hours because it came right back down. It did 3 days in a row and then the buyer was gone. I don't know why they were doing that, but like that one day we highlighted it and we were saying gapped up $2, ran up $1 and gapped up another $1 on the close, which is just insane for a stock like DuPont. Those are classic fades when they're just based on order flow. But we do have some big earnings tonight. We got Twitter, we got Cisco, we got Lyft, we got Yelp. We actually have Glue Mobile too. That's supposed to report tonight. So I don't know if the Glue Mobile.
They're out.
Did they release it ahead of time with the deal?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay, because it was scheduled for tonight.
Yeah. No, they're not going to wait a day.
Yeah. Okay, makes sense. So what about Twitter? I mean, the stock has run.
Don't ask Joe about Twitter.
It disappoints. It seems like every time it reports earnings, the bar is set high again. Because you have Pinterest that did well, you have Snapchat that did okay, and then they eventually did rally it. So you had pretty good numbers from Snapchat, you had pretty good numbers for Pinterest. So the bar is a little bit higher for Twitter. The stock has run up into it. Do they finally get over that high bar? Is this the time? Because it seems like Twitter sells off every time it reports earnings. So maybe this is the time it's going to be different because it's too obvious of a trade. Is it a crowded short going into it because it's an obvious
so
crowded?
high? I know.
I don't know. Like it's run so far, I'd be nervous to hold it through the report because they're a perennial disappointer. But at the same time, I still like the story. I'd still like to get the stock back. I had it a couple times here. I've had it a lot of times. I've traded a lot of times, but I don't know. What do you? That's
an awful state. Yeah.
Are you still in it?
Yeah, still got a little bit. I don't know. I mean, after that I was thinking about dumping it before last report, did a little bit, and then held on the remainder. That's an awful steep trend line there. It's maybe not drawn perfectly, but boy, oh boy, I mean, that is from 44 to 60. Boy, oh boy, they do disappoint quite a bit, but man, it sure got the momentum going. It hasn't been up. The all-time high, I mean, at this point, where did they get to? I think it got to right off the IPO. We're getting back to this area here. Your next monthly high comes in at, 56.09. And then in February 2014, it hit 67.24. I don't know. The way it went from 44 to 60, I wouldn't rule anything out. I think all the what's been going on with Reddits and Wall Street bets, I think that that just flows into Twitter too. So I think they've been a beneficiary of the increase and also the increase in retail trading, the participation in that. So it's a medium for information and widely used. So much for it not being, a Trump stock after he's out of office. Maybe some people were looking for it to peel back, but it has been the exact opposite.
Twitter actually, if I go back to the past few quarters, it tends to either I'm looking at some data on Market Chameleon. The stock tends to either open way down or way up. There really is no in between. So in October, it opened the following day after earnings down 15%. The quarter after that, it opened up 1%. Then it was down 7%, up 9%, down 18%. So there really is it's like every other quarter, it either opens way up or way down. So last quarter, it opened way down. maybe that means this time it's going to open a little bit up. I'm not really sure. I'm giving you the historical patterns here. There really isn't one. Is I guess what I'm saying.
Okay, so maybe I just remember the last couple and was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, that report's pretty good," and they crushed it. So I know because I was in there on the last report, and I was like, "Man, I wish
the
the
last report
before I reported earnings."
the last report opened down 15%.
Yeah, not fun.
No.
I don't know. Maybe this is the market. The stocks are just going to buy it. Snapchat opened down. They just bought it anyway. So, I mean, again, like
The
I said,
CEO
the
was
market's
on.
rewarding
Yeah.
risk. So it's hard to just get bearish. I have struggled to get bearish anything here. I know eventually, there's going to be reasons to be bearish. And yes, there's individual, short-term shorting opportunities. But, man, it's been a tough market to be short.
Yeah, we just bounced off the pre-market low. I was just looking at Twitter, and a lot of times the revenues, and it's really amazing that this company has only made over $1 billion once, and that was in Q4 of 2020. So I don't know about the EPS number, but if you come out with like a 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, something like that, the estimates are 1.19 billion. So this is the first time that I can see in the history of this company reporting that the estimates for revenue have been over $1 billion. So I think that's what people are going to be keying on. Can they do the 1.2 and come in line? Are they surprised with 1.3, 1.4? I noticed there's just a ton of advertisements on there, things that I don't, subscribe to or follow. So they're picking up on the ad market. I don't know how,
It's targeted pretty well, too.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, mine's littered with trading stuff. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it is. It's just everything I
they
do,
got
I open
it.
up browser. It's like, learn to trade. I'm like, okay.
Follow
let's go.
Triple D. Is that what it
My
says?
own advertisements popping at me.
Listen to the pre-market prep show. That's what it says. But 8:33 here, Spencer. Do we want to? I think we got a lot through a lot of the earnings. Anything else interesting after the close?
Well, we got Arc again, Kathy.
Oh, let's want to do the Kathy update.
Okay, so someone on Twitter suggested a new segment that I think is really fun. I don't have a fancy graphic for it yet, but this is good. This is going to be called "What Kathy Would Do." That's going to be the name of this. Okay.
How about what Kathy did? How about what she did?
I wish here. You know what? Who was the person that suggested that? Because I
so we got the daily morning Kathy. We might as well because she moves stocks so much.
Wait, I want to give credit to where credit is due. Who said that? Gosh.
Okay, you find that in the background.
I can't find it right now.
10 stocks. She bought 10 stocks last night. You know what? They're not moving much though. Shopify is down $1. She bought that. But this is all the same stock she keeps picking on. DraftKings, she'd bought that before. When she buys for the first time, they really get to live. When you start buying for like NVS, I mean, she's bought that every day for like a month, I feel like. So it's not getting any real impact to it at all. Regeneron is up $4, probably a little bit of Kathy pop. Classic Kathy buy the dip. She loves, if I want to answer your question, Spencer, what would Kathy do? Kathy would buy the dip. And last 2 days in a row.
Stock boy P. There we go.
Good job, Stock Boy P. So what Kathy would do is Kathy would buy the dip, and she bought the dip 2 days ago on you, or Friday on you. She bought the dip yesterday on you. The stock pops up. Whoa, Kathy bought, but you know what? It was somewhere predictable that she was going to buy. I actually went long before the close and then sold into the pot just as a trade because I thought, it's dipping. She's probably buying it again. Sure enough, she does. She bought PCAR again. She bought KTOS. She bought EXPC, which she has bought before. Almost all these stocks she has bought before. She bought Alibaba, which she had bought the previous day. And she bought more Twitter. She likes Twitter going into the report, guys. The Kathy indicator.
Look at this Bobster just hanging out at this area. Boy, oh boy, 265. I mean, it got to 270 the other day. This is looking interesting. Yeah, it's holding up good, but it's like you want to see some follow through here. But I mean, it's not like Baba. I mean, besides that news that it had, who wants to own Baba?
The Ant Financial, if they could get that.
There you go.
That would be a catalyst, or Jack Ma starts to publicly speak again. That could help it as well.
That would be a double catalyst there.
Let's grab Nick.
All right, Nick Shaheen. He's not going to show his face, so unless he turns his
I know.
camera off,
One day we'll see Nick's face.
we're
One
going to
day.
see.
It's
this,
early out there for him. He's
this
out there.
gigantic-
Look at this hair, man.
Yeah.
rough
Dennis,
night.
Hey, Dennis, nice shirt.
Look at that. Nice.
Yeah.
Let's stop trading someone.
Yeah, those are the days, right? Back when we.
When we used to actually be able to go somewhere and
Yeah, go
actually meet
somewhere.
people, shake hands, and say, "Nice to meet you," and what is your strategies, and learn things from other people. Now we just
anymore.
now we just do it virtually.
Not anymore.
Internet. Yep.
All right, Nick Shaheen is here. Nick, good morning.
Good morning to you. Hey, I tried to change the avatar. I didn't put the picture there.
It didn't put the picture. Yeah, okay.
That's okay. That's okay.
I
I'll
like
take
it with the
off
lines
now.
for it.
No, I don't like the line. Just hit the stop cam button at the bottom.
It is dejecting.
It's the tough guy look. No, I do not show my face. But he does talk his trades, and I tell you, Nick's a good trader. What's on your radar, buddy?
So I was looking at Baba yesterday. We caught the bounce, and I was trying to re-engage. I don't like how it fell back into 261 and change. So I'm looking at that, how it behaves versus yesterday's low. Because if it loses that, it might be a little catalyst further lower, maybe $12 or so at least. So I'm looking at that. I'm looking at why the VIX made a higher high overnight than yesterday's high. I'm holding VIX calls. By the way, this is the cheapest way to short the market without losing any money, because every time the VIX gets near 20, it doesn't fall further these days unless they find world peace. So holding VIX.
We're not going back to.
Don't have to worry about that happening.
Yeah, right. And holding VIX calls is holding its value very well. Last time we did it, it was about 12 days ago, just before the correction, and the value is doubled. And it wasn't to profit; it was just a way to hedge somebody's portfolio. And it was doing its job. And if you held it through, you didn't lose any money. So it's pretty good way of, buying puts, you're getting decimated with these rallies. But if you, in SPY or particular stocks, but for protection, which is also okay, like car premiums, you don't cry about it, because the alternative would be that you would mean that you crash your car and you need the premiums to work for you. Their job is to lose money. So that's the easy things, and then try to swing trade the action with the incessant buying of everything. So, and the fact that you guys,
it's tough. It's a one-way tape. At least, maybe not the mega caps, but it's a one-way tape when you get anything under a $1 billion market cap. It seems
so
like.
On Friday, I said I'll end this rally. I'm going to buy IWM calls at the close, and I did just for a gag, and sure enough, the morning opens and they run to high heaven. I didn't time it at the top of it. I got out of it because it was a joke I did on Friday, but that's the mentality. Everything goes up forever, and the fact that everybody quotes ARK, and you can overlay that chart. All of her indices are at all-time highs yesterday, except for one, the G, which still close to all-time highs. So kudos to her, what she's doing, but that's also building a potential house of cards. Because if you look at her, I don't know if we spoke about this last time. If you look at the website of ARK, they say in big bold lead, like font 60, they invest strictly in disruption, which is great. But I don't think it's healthy to build a whole portfolio based on disruption, because it implies it's new stuff. So it's pies in the sky. When you put all your eggs in one basket and it's all pies in the sky, it's risky. It's very aggressive, young portfolio.
Very aggressive. And that's it. ARK is going to outperform in a bull market substantially, which is exactly what she's doing. And we're in this, we've been in a bull market for a long time. So
she is the market right now.
She really is. I mean, we all talk. We got a segment we just made, and we got to talk about what she's bought. And she buys, and it goes up 5%.
Yeah, I heard it. You guys were naming them like up, and away.
Yeah, well, that's what happened. But one thing I will say, if you're just blindly chasing ARK, if we ever get into a market that a bear market, the ARK will get crushed.
I made that
high beta stuff.
I made that point in social media, and I got pushback on it.
They don't like that. They don't like to hear that.
They weren't belligerent about it, but they were definite Uber fans. Well, not Uber, very strong fans. We can't use that term Uber fans, then, though. I think we're talking about Uber.
But that's the point. Is what you both said is so correct, right? She's going to outperform when we're in a bull market, and she's also going to lead us down too.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not healthy to be her everything in your portfolio.
Right. Yes.
And if you leave, I don't understand this email that goes out. I get it just to see what my people are talking about because I get questions. Inevitably, 90% of them are stocks she picks. And so why not just buy the ARCs? Why bother? Just buy her ETFs.
Because you're getting that excess. People are trying to get in there and get that excess return of, I'm going to grab it really fast. The algos are on it though, I'll tell you that. Like you bring up that, EXPC, like the smaller ones when she buys them, like they are up in split seconds. So there's the algos are all over this trade already, the Kathy trade. Now there is opportunities. There is sometimes opportunities where you can get the crumbs left over by the algos. But I mean, the algos are taking the majority of it. The news algos where it's instantaneous. That email comes and they're instantaneously higher. Anything like that's got the smaller ones and the SPACs too. She touches any SPAC and those things just blast off.
Do we know her holding time at all on it?
To be honest, we had this conversation.
I have a question. Are they required to report actual holdings, or can they just say whatever because they manage private money, right? So there's no regulation with her.
Well, it's an actively managed ETF, so they are required to disclose their holdings.
Okay,
but they're not tracking an index, right? It's whatever they feel like buying and selling, right? So, that's a good question, Nick. But
it's really the phenomena that you have, with like the Warren Buffett, except it's
but it's real time.
But it's daily.
Yeah, exactly. It's as close as we're ever going to get, I think, to real time because Warren Buffett is 45 days delayed, right? From the end of the right. Same thing with all these hedge funds, even with a mutual fund, right? They don't have to disclose till well they only mutual funds have less transparency than ETFs. So, yeah, I mean, it's sort of the Warren Buffett tracking trade. Do
you think other hedge fund managers go to this type of system, daily reporting of trades, because she's getting rewarded so much for it?
So talk about disrupting.
She's getting rewarded because she buys a stock, she buys a new position, goes up 4 or 5% because she bought it that day. So she's immediately going to be up. For the simple reason is that because she bought it, she's the catalyst.
Yeah. So talk about
wonder if other
she's living her own life. She's disrupting the industry that
she is. So I wonder if there isn't more hedge fund managers like you think like Bill Ackman going to start doing stuff like this. He's not actively trading like she is either. I don't think she's trading fairly actively. We can see that. Even like she bought Pinterest last week and then she was selling it. I mean, you have inflows and outflows coming in, so maybe it's just slightly adjusting within the position.
I also don't understand why they're so active every day. So they must have some sort of an algorithm that they track for.
That's what I talked about. I mean, a very, very good algorithm at this point. But yeah, I mean, how could you be sitting there, making all those. I'm going to buy, the asset allocation. She's very sophisticated system and, so, I mean, just a lot of alpha in what she does. I mean, if you're good at trading those stocks off those headlines and stuff, it seems like you get the pop and they come in and no one cares.
Your segment just got extended on Kathy Wood. So how about we talk about something else?
Let's bring it over to Nick.
Have you talked about averaging down? Because it's not a healthy thing to do in SPEC. For example, somebody in QS, not to pick on one stock, but that's the only one that comes to mind. Sure. I think it's important to tell your listeners and viewers that you can't average down in a speculative trade because it goes to zero eventually, potentially. It's not averaging down in an existing business. Like it's okay to average down in Palantir. It's not okay to average down in QuantumScape, in my book, or Hyliion, HYLN, because they are not proven businesses that are operating now. It's all what they can do in the future, and it's hit and miss in QS's situation.
I don't do that for exact same reasons you are saying. I've been proven wrong in this last 6 months though, because this is the kind of market that you buy the dip and it's hard to find the example like you were just saying of stocks that don't eventually come back. I mean, that's Correct. The problem is we're kind of teaching bad things right now.
I mentioned those two things because I had those conversations this week and the week before that with these two stocks. Somebody was stuck in them and they were asking if they should average down or sell a spread. And I was like, wait, you took a risk. You made the decision to accept the risk. You should live with it, cut it loose if it's not working, or stay until it dies. So I would not average down in it. Same with the HYLN. I did a video on it. I got a lot of hate just because I pointed out a line that they need to retake. I wasn't like belligerent about it or anything. So I'm seeing a lot of behavior that is wrong in certain stocks, and that's the danger that's coming from this IWM rip. I downloaded the whole IWM and I track it every day. Which stocks are moving? I can't. Dozens of them are moving more than 50% or 20 to 50% every day.
Crazy, eh? Wow.
Dozens of them, and the names are. And plus, they're no longer small caps. Plug Power is 35, 36, 38, but last time I checked, $1 billion. Those are massive businesses on nothing.
Yeah. I mean, they've got a story, though, and that's the thing we've talked about for a long time.
But
who is the catalyst for Plug Power, Ben? You know. I mean, who has driven this entire Plug Power rally?
Again, I'm not picking on Plug. I mean, they might have. I'm just saying the whole cohort. Plug is it was 1% of the whole index. According to this the sheet I downloaded, it might be static and now it's completely out of whack. But Novavax is in there, and that's rocketing higher and higher. Yeah. So I picked on Novavax. I bought a debit put spread yesterday. It's a little green. I did that before. It got green. I took some of it and then it ripped. So I broke even. So I'm trying to pick on it again out in time. 4,000% up in a year or so. This is a stock that almost got delisted, reverse split 20. So it doesn't get delisted. And now it's going to the moon. I just don't buy it. And if you look up on a monthly chart on Novavax,
we got it up there. Yep.
Yeah. The monthly, that's the only way to be able to evaluate something like this, to see, okay, they've been here before. And then, how much of this exuberance are they going to deliver with results and words?
It's unreal. Like, you think the story, like, okay, we've got the vaccine, you think the story is almost behind it. And then it has this move a week and a half ago that's like, holy cow, I did not see that move coming.
Yeah. And I didn't risk a lot of money because I don't know the actual math of the vaccine and the income stream or everything. It just feels wrong to me. And I figured I can risk $3 for a big wide $20, $25 wide spread. So
good risk reward on that. Nick, I want to ask you, and I've been thinking about this all week. The March 30 GameStop puts.
Oh, yeah. They're fun. Okay. So, all right. So backstory, I had a call spread that E-Trade messed up for me because for a week I could not trade E-Trade in the morning and I wanted to close a winning trade and I thought I did money. Anyway, I got scratched on it. I bought a put. It cost me over $4, just over $4.
Where was it trading at when you paid $4 for that?
I have no idea.
Because you said I thought it was cheap. You said it's like free, cheap.
Well,
so I was thinking,
here's how I made it cheap. Every week I've been selling against it, diagonals. Okay. So 60 cents, 55 cents, 25 cents on top of the money I made in the calls. So
cost down.
My cost is less than half of what I paid. And every day it goes up to, at its highest, I think it was $7 or $8. So I effectively doubled my money, but I didn't book it. I just left it. I enjoy watching it every day. So let's see what happens.
It's like, I mean, it was amazing the way those premiums held up in the puts when that thing was up there. I mean, you could just, I mean, you're looking, I'm going to get some cheap puts, and you're like, what?
The highest it got on the day it was rising the fastest because the implied volatility exploded to 900 or whatever it was. So even the put buyers were making money less fast than the call buyers.
Because of the volatility.
Crazy.
Yeah, if you looked at the options chain, both sides were green. I've never seen that before.
That's crazy. Yeah, so you're wrong on your call. Like you made the wrong call.
Right. I made the wrong call, but I'm still making money.
You're good, man.
That's how good I am. Darn it, that's how good I am. No, but I'm seriously trying. I decided to opt out of selling another one. I could have collected 80 cents yesterday at the open for selling the 30 put, but then that will put me in a calendar. But the calendar doesn't really work because if it goes to zero, then you lose money because you're long and short at the same place and you paid to be there. So if you make a diagonal, so you would sell a lower put, then it gives you some room to manage your risk. You're long higher, the long leg is higher than the short leg. So then, what the heck is that? Seinfeld? That's pretty cool.
Oh yeah. It's like, hey,
You just
so
noticed that.
sorry to bring it back, but I just saw this headline from Bloomberg, and I want to read it because it's relevant to our previous conversation.
Nick Short, GME.
Wall Street banks have issued 50 structured products tied to ARK ETFs in the past 3 months, and the most prolific. Wait, let me see here. Blah blah blah. J.P. Morgan and Morgan Stanley are the most prolific with around 30, and 10 notes with about $100 million in assets.
They're just all jumping on the Kathy train. I mean,
so basically, they can't beat her, join her.
Yeah.
So, that's pretty good.
There's just a demand from their clients. They're like their clients. They're in turn. They want to invest with Kathy Woods. There's a demand for it, and I mean, this is such feedback loop. Like, I mean, as more people want to come into her stocks, her picks are going to go more. So it's like I trade Kathy stuff too. I mean, why not?
Yeah, I thought about it, and the only way I would do it is see if there's anything that I would agree with on value. Because if I wanted to sell puts, it's hard to sell puts with confidence on something that is not here yet, of something in the future. Like I looked at Regeneron, for example. Is that one of hers? I thought I read.
I think you mentioned that. Yep.
She's buying it.
So it's fallen into a tradable area. So it all depends. If you want to own Regeneron, you can sell some pretty expensive puts down there to own the shares. So you get paid now to perhaps own the shares a lot lower than they already are. So that would be one way to do that.
And then on the other side of the trade, according to IHS Market, a record 1.9% of ARKK shares were sold short last week. 1.9%.
Only 1.9.
It's 2% of people.
2% of people are willing to bet against.
But it's a record high. It's a record high.
Yeah.
Well,
scary.
I don't want that trade. That's for sure. I mean, even if you disagree with her, why would you pick that fight? I don't know. That is not smart. So other things I'm watching are the bond markets to see. And I was watching the dollar and I was like, okay, this is it. It's the dollar's time. Nope.
The dollar's time.
Snack.
Go down.
So I looked at the FXE. That's how you can trade the dollar versus the euro. See if you can do some charting on that one. There might be opportunities. I'm trying to spot them. I don't have any action plans on it yet, but the bond market also bounced well yesterday. 148 was a place on the TLT if you wanted to track that. Keep an eye on it because it's not a rule that bonds and stock trade in opposite directions, but they do compete for bids. So it does make sense on bad days for bonds to rally when stocks fall. So I'm looking at VIX, bonds, dollar. I used to look at the yen, but that's no longer an indicator unless it's a panic sell. And that's it. And risk appetite is just incredible.
Yeah, it sure is.
It's incredible.
So fear, the VIX measures fear as well as the CPI measures inflation, which brings me to the other thing I'm watching is the CPI this week. That's going to be important. I don't know about you guys. I pay $3.80 now for gas. So oil is back to 60.
That doesn't count.
They
don't measure
what you do. Irrelevant things, Nick.
It does count, but
very little.
So no, I tell you how it counts because somebody that commutes, if they're going back to work, if they stop paying us for staying at home, we can probably get the incentive to go back to work. I commute. If I commute and my spending money got less, it's like a haircut right away because now I'm paying. Like if my son commutes, he drives a pickup, then he would need $200 in gas a week.
Yeah, I was saying the Fed doesn't count it. We know it counts for real. We know the inflation rate is much higher.
CPI
it's a joke.
Oil energy is in the CPI.
Yeah, but it's equal weighted. Like the weighting, they don't even disclose how it's weighted. So they'll put the energy in there as the equal weight to your television.
So this party will end when the Fed will get castrated a little bit. Right now, they think it's champion and it's control, and it's not. They can do whatever lunacy they want, but it's finite. I mean, they have 2 jobs, and they said they're going to ignore one of them for a year. They said they will run a hot CPI for a year. I call their bluff on that one. If CPI gets hot, two times in a row, CNBC will start covering it, and everybody will freak out.
Maybe.
And that's we have that on Friday, correct?
I think Wednesday, Thursday. There are a couple of days.
Numbers really hit. I mean, the unemployment numbers haven't been haven't been moving the market that much. We'll see if everyone's looking for inflation. We'll see what that
Nobody
CPI
cares
number.
if they're unemployed. They're getting paid at home. There's a tremendous amount of money falling into the wrong people's lap. The small business America needs help. They need to open their doors. Finally, in California, they opened their door. Finally, now I can go get a haircut. So it's just incredible. The gym owner my friend stopped by my house the other day. I said, "Are you supposed to be open?" "Well, only outside." Of course, he's not only outside because he has to survive. People won't work out outside. So he's breaking the rules. So is everybody else. Let them open the door so we can heal instead of just throwing money at people that are going to buy motorcycles.
Nick,
Harley Davidson?
Yeah, you know what? It popped up on the oversold scanner that I have. I was like, okay, I should buy it. And then the next day it's up 5%. I missed it. So I'm good.
Nick Shaheen, author of Create Income with Option Spreads, also runs the site sellspreads.com. Nick, as always, a pleasure.
Thank you. This was fun.
All right.
Thanks, Nick.
One day we are going to get to see Nick's face. I don't know when that day will come.
Get him up early.
I wonder what he looks like.
You know what Nick looks like.
What he looks like. Oh, man. Yeah. We just haven't seen his face for a while. All right.
I forget.
8:56. Can we just hit on IPV? The CEO was on Mad Money last night. So if you're wondering why that's up, that's your reason.
I bought this stock yesterday after 10 a.m. when they said he was going to be on Mad Money. I mean, this is how stupid this market is. I mean, it's just dumb, easy money. I think I had to pay up a bit because the algos were all over from 1650 to 17. I think I got it at 1740. And you turn around and you sell it after hours like 19 and a half. And I sold early. And it's 2070. This keeps going. I mean, Jim Cramer took this stock from 1650 to 2075 by himself. This is all 100% Cramer. You can take this candle and you can market Cramer. It's one of the biggest candles the stock has ever had, or SPAC has ever had. And it's all to Jim Cramer. So, I mean, this is just this market that we're in. You know, he talks a SPAC and they go up. I don't know when, this ride ends, but I mean, you've got to adjust your trading and you got to just, and here, on IPB, I say, don't chase. I chased that up like 7-8% to get that thing yesterday after he announced it because he had to. And, and then you get paid for it. I've sold it. I sold it last night in the pop, like I said, at 19 and a half. I thought, oh, that was a good trade from 17 and a half to 19 and a half. And here it is at 20 and a half. So again, every sale's bad, it seems like.
I guess so.
We lost Spencer.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
The old mute trick. I haven't done that in a while.
I didn't realize that was being thrown to me, but all right.
He left us.
I'm still here. All right, let's do some tickers from the chat. We haven't gotten to many of those in the past couple of days. So if you have a ticker, drop it in. We'll cover a few of them quickly before we hop out. And let me give the chat a couple of seconds to catch up because we're on like a 10-second delay. What's the deal with UWMC? Is it short interest? I don't know what the deal is. It's not looking good. I know that much.
UWMC.
Yeah, this is.
I know nothing about this.
Yes, you do. This is United Wholesale Mortgage. This is the Quicken Loans competitor. They went public via SPAC, right? Yeah, I think it was via SPAC.
Oh man, oh boy, look
Once
at that.
they have announced deal,
it's tough.
The $10 floor is gone. So, like this is what we talked about. And this is what Chris Catchy talks about on SPAC Attack multiple times. I mean, it seems like pre-deal, most of these things have a pretty good floor around $10 because apparently, and you've told me that before too, if they don't get a deal after 2 years, you get your $10 back, don't you, Spencer?
Yeah, that's.
But once you have a deal, now your $10 floor is gone. If they don't like it, if they don't like what you bought, you can see the stock breaching 10. So some people are saying, oh, this won't go below 10. But I mean, Clover Health's the same scenario here.
How is Clover doing?
Well, it's not getting off the mat, but I mean, people are saying, well, my downside's only 10. Like I've seen this multiple times, people reaching out saying, well, it's only got downside to 10. But no, there's a deal now. So this has no longer got the 10 floor. So I'm not saying I don't know where Clover's going. I was in it for a while when it was IPOE. I think it was IPOE or IPOC or IPOD or IPO. There's going to be apparently IPOZ eventually. I know you guys were talking about that yesterday on SPAC Attack.
Mm-hmm.
But you do lose the floor, and you're seeing this in UWMC here now, where you've lost the $10 floor, and people might be like, "Oh, I didn't know these things could go through 10." Once they got an announced deal, They can go through the floor, and they can go through the floor. They can trade anywhere. It's still freely traded. It just typically they don't trade much below 10 before pre-deal because people are obviously speculating that they're going to get their money back if they don't get a deal.
I don't know what's up with it. And I know Rockets has been kind of that's consolidating here between 21 and 22. I mean, the housing markets are still hot. Maybe they're just alternative. Maybe, you know what's happening? I tell you exactly what's happening. People are making so much money trading, they're paying cash for their house and they don't need to finance it. That's what's happening.
That's a joke. But obviously not the case. But I mean, this is just not a sexy story. What do you think? Does this sound like, UWMC? It doesn't sound like an EV. It's not an EV play. It's not, sustainability. It's not, it's just, is that what it is? Mortgages? Because I don't follow.
Yeah,
the housing market is pretty damn hot.
Yeah.
But you got the home builders. Like we were talking about this yesterday.
That's
I mean,
true.
yeah,
There's
the
not-
home
there's not
builders are
enough-
starting to show some life here, but
there's
their
not enough
valuations
supply.
these have been value stocks for a long time. These haven't really, just recently, I don't know if people have just discovered that the housing stocks are actually cheap on a valuation level. But, again, they're firing on all cylinders right now too. So are they really cheap, or does it, eventually come back to reality when, people aren't building as many houses? I mean, this is the best environment that they've ever gotten. But I mean, you got Mortgage, Rocket, UWMC, both have been underperformers here for a while. I don't know. I don't know if it's got the sexy story. That's why I sold the Rocket on the pop, because I'm not sure there's a sexy story here. I like the fundamentals here on these companies, but right now I've been chasing story a little bit too, and I don't see the sexy story with mortgages.
Just for you Clover traders, I mean, this is just got to get that 13 seller out of there. Look at that, 3 days in a row, getting a little bit of a running start today at 1270. I know you had the short report, but you got that gap between 13 and 14 for Clover Health. See if it could finally clear 13. Like I said, trading up in the pre-market, maybe getting a little running started today.
All right, let's do a couple more takeaways because we kind of got on a tangent there with one.
Sure.
Disney into earnings. We've discussed that already, I feel like, but maybe Joel didn't give technicals on it. They
How much to say?
They report when? Next week? I think next week. Let me see.
I think it's this. Isn't it Thursday?
Oh, you're right.
This week.
You're right. It is Thursday. Thursday after the close. Good call.
Yeah. It's running. I mean,
What do you say? Yeah.
I said $200 when this thing was like 167. I've obviously was way late to the party because I hated it for a while because I was like, all the parks are closed. I don't get it. But I mean, now you got the hope of the parks. You're coming on hope because you got Disney Plus that they're valuing like Netflix, which is enormous for the company. And then the parks start reopening. Now all of a sudden you got cash flow back. You could get that dividend back. You could see a lot of catalysts eventually to be bullish here. I think if Disney pulls back on the earnings, I hoped it pulled back on the last earnings report when it was 140 because I wanted to buy it at 130. It didn't pull back. It pulled back 3-4 days later, 135, but it didn't get down to fill the gap. I was hoping to fill the gap and I was going to get in at 130 for my long-term portfolio. And I missed it. And now it's 190. And I'm like, wow, do I want to buy it at 180? I don't know. As a trade, I would buy the dip. Long-term investment, I can see the story here too, though. So unless the vaccine fails, unless the South African strain comes and and obviously spreads across all the world and it doesn't work against it. I mean, I don't see the reason to be bearish Disney here.
It did get someone's looking at just over 191 in the after hours and pre-market trading. It popped up there a few times and then got beaten back down. So you do, maybe it's someone that has a big order on the book on the New York Stock Exchange trying to get it into pre-market. But we'll throw that out for now. We'll just say, keep an eye on that close from yesterday. We're trading down 32 cents. So that's going to be your first minor resistance area, 190. That also was the high from yesterday. So half and whole numbers, if you feel like you want maybe more whole numbers, if perhaps you're looking to exit ahead of the report.
Have you guys seen GAN lately? I kind of lost sight of this one. It's over 30. Now,
Jason Raznick picks eventually go.
Well, everything eventually goes.
I know. I was looking at the one account. I was down in 2 stocks there, and then those went green too. The one account that I'm on my long-term account, I'm up in because I got multiple long-term accounts. But I got the one account. I'm up in every single stock. I'm 100% winners in my one long-term account. I was like, this is just the definition of a bull market. I like 30 stocks in there, and I'm 30 for 30 in that long-term account. I was like, that's just stupid. I've never seen that before. One of my long-term accounts where every single position I have is up. I've never seen that before.
Wow,
So you're in a bull market when?
Seven up days in a row. So, that's a nice winning streak. We're down 44 cents, closed near the high of the session. So let's see what happens at the close today, right? Or the close, if we rally up to that, see if you get some resistance, maybe just take a little breather, and something, consolidate here around 30 for another leg higher. But it has doubled here just really since December. Finally caught up with the other gaming stocks.
All right. Before I go, I don't want to forget to mention that we are having our next boot camp coming up February 20th. It's going to be options and SPACs focused. So I'm putting the link into the chat, all the chats, right there to sign. It's free. It's free. That's what they tell me. They tell me it is free. February 20th. There is the link. Check it out. I won't be there because they don't invite me to these things. But other people, I believe Nick Sheen will be there, and I'm sure Chris Kachi will be doing some SPAC stuff. So that'll be February 20th. Link is now in the chat. What else did I want to say? Hit that like button. Let's see if we can get more likes. Let's see if we can get to quadruple digit likes before we're done here with this show.
We got some work to do because
we've got some work to do. I'm well aware of that.
I'm taking the under on the 1,000 likes.
All right. Any questions, comments, or concerns, you can always tweet at us or email us, premarket@benzinga.com. I got a very nice email the other day that I responded to. I'll respond to well thought out.
The nice emails. I want to see.
Yeah.
I like nice emails.
I'm not going to go find it now, but
you got me all excited. Anyway, so chat was great today. Email. I know. Hey, I apologize. Obviously I got a little sensitive there when you have 4,000 Reddit comments over the weekend where they're bashing the hell out of you. It makes you maybe a little sensitive for a few days. So somebody was commenting that I can't pick stocks, and I took it the wrong way, maybe off the bat. I mean, I got to be able to take criticism too. And yes, I do have bad calls. I'm not always 30 for 30 in the portfolio. I have lots of losers all the time. Just trying to have more winners than losers. But, the chat overall, I love our chat. They do make the show. And lots of good people in there as well. So.
Yeah, I'm in one of his bad calls. Starboard Value SPAC. What is that?
How is that a bad call?
Wait, what's the ticker on that?
How is that a bad call? I'm up in that. How are you down in that? The stock is near all-time highs.
SVAC, is that it?
He's mad because he's not up to 50%.
It's all-time. What do you mean? It's at $11. What do you mean?
Where'd you buy it? It's only been to $11.50.
Okay, so I bought it somewhere in the 10.
You make the guy 7%, and he thinks
7%. That's Dennis. What are you talking about? That's horrible.
30 cents.
Why are you losing Spencer money? Is what I want to know.
30 cents.
Why are you doing that?
If you go back to grade 1 math, $11.25 it just ticked in the pre-market against $10.30. That's when we were talking about this. $10.30.
All right, whatever.
Are you down in it for real?
No, I'm not. No.
He's complaining about me being a bad pick. He's not even down.
I'm flat
because he's not up 500%.
I'm flat. You happy? Okay.
He's just saying that.
Let's see.
I can tell you where Spencer bought it. 11.54.
That's the all-time
high. 11.54.
I'm going. He saw over 11.50. He's like, it's going to 12. It's going to 12. It's going to 12. 11.50.
I mean, we have seen some SPACs like Bill Ackman's PSTH, which go ahead of the.
I'm in that one too, thanks to you.
Well, that's a good one for you.
Look at this. Okay, I haven't looked. Okay, all right, that one's good.
That one's been awesome.
That one's good. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Yep, that one's good. Thanks.
That one's good. Thanks.
Okay. John D says
30 of those things. Those
John D says
SPACs. I got like a whole. I listened to Chris Kachi on that 11 o'clock show too, and he's like, you got good piece. Good at this, man. He brought SNPR. Props to Chris Kachi because he was on there and he's like, I like this one because this was the team that brought us Helion. They're eventually probably going to get a good deal, and they got the deal yesterday. So I'm still in it, SNPR. But I mean,
Sniper. That's a great symbol.
Sniper. That's a good name for it. We'll call it Sniper now. But I got the big pop yesterday on the deal announcement. But, I talked to Chris about it, and he says he still likes this one going forward. Sometimes, I sell him on the deal announcement. But I mean, there's strategies in here where you're buying these things between 10 and 11, you're waiting for a deal. And sometimes you wait a long time. Sometimes you wait a short time. Sometimes maybe you won't get a deal. But I like them pre-merger when they're between 10 and 11, and they have a good management team. I'm not going buying these celebrity SPACs, that Kramer was talking about where, it's just people's name. I want a good management team. I like the Starboard,
Is there a celebrity? There's not
a million
one.
of them.
There
Everybody's
are
got a
so
SPAC.
many. There's
Like LeBron James.
Does
Well,
LeBron
no.
James have one? I think
No.
he probably does. LeBron James.
No, I don't think he's in one yet, but I'm counting down the days.
He'll probably be coming out with one soon.
James. That would be LBJ. Is that already a symbol? But
I don't
Dennis,
know.
just to end things on a good note, we've had a lot
Shaq's
of.
got one. Shaq does have one.
LBJ is a symbol. Wait, what is
Shaq
that?
has one.
LBJ
What's the
is
Shaq SPAC? What's the
wait.
symbol of the Shaq SPAC?
LBJ is a direction and leveraged Latin American fund. So
Which one's the Shaq SPAC? What's the symbol on that one?
Shaq, SHAQ.
Is it?
Come on.
no, it's not, but it should
It
be.
should be.
All right, we've had a lot of inter-chat
I'm trying to find the
volatility
Shaq
here.
SPAC.
Dennis, I'm making a joke. We had a lot of
Oh
inter-chat.
wait, Chris Catch is here.
volatility.
Wait, FRX is the Shaq. There it is. Chris Catch, FRX. He says.
There you
All
go.
right.
So the Forest Acquisition.
There you go.
Well, that's a terrible name for his SPAC. Forest Road Acquisition. It's got to be the Shaq SPAC.
All right, sorry, Joe. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I just we've had a lot of inter-chat volatility here, and I just wanted to put a smile on Dennis' face and says, John D says, I learned so much here. Thanks at Dennis Dick and me, and you got to include Spencer in that. So there, we turn that frown upside down, Triple D, make some money, invest in a comb, and
That's in a comb.
Yeah.
I am short comb makers. I'll tell you that much. I'm also short razor companies right now too. So
whatever happened at Dollar Shave Club?
It's
I
still
mean,
around.
that's
I need to
They're
join.
doing great. They're doing great.
I need
really
to-
because I didn't think anybody was going anywhere. No one's shaving, so I didn't know that would be as good. But
Maybe. Okay.
all right.
For all of our podcast listeners, please remember all the information from our show is meant to be used as informational purposes, not for investing or trading advice. Get Technical with Neil Hamilton is coming up at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. So tune into that. I'll be in the producer's chair. Until then, everyone have a good rest of your day. Stay safe and good luck in your trades.
Coach, get me in here. Put me in, Coach. Put me in the thing. Coach is taking a nap, guys. Thank you, Spencer. Jeez.
What you told me? I don't understand what your instructions are.
My instructions were clear. It was make sure everybody stays after pre-market prep because we want you to stick around for Get Technical with us. We're talking some really good stocks with some great upside potential. I'm talking like 80%, guys. So stick with us. Our timing, I know it's a little bit tough. Yeah, get the guy a coffee. Better yet, get him a coffee and a Benzinga Pro mug. Only available at swag.benzinga.com. Guys, Get Technical starts at 9:30 a.m. The timing's a little bit weird for you guys that are really active, right? Because that's at the open. But I want you to know that it's worth having on in the background. Have us there with you. Let the sultry sounds of Spencer's royalty-free music selection and my voice over this $20 gaming headset guide you through your stock market meditations every day. Today we're going to be talking about SENS, OXY. We're going to revisit some of my old picks from over the past week. We've got some serious stuff happening there. SENS, as you guys know, has really picked up steam. It's actually hitting its 52-week high. So I'm not going to say I told you so, but I told you like yesterday. So we'll touch on that. We're also having a contest, guys. We're having another contest. So if you guys missed out last week on our $10,000 giveaway, not actual dollars, but of course 10,000 in Benzinga Pro or Benzinga merchandise and Benzinga Pro subscriptions. We're having another contest. This time it's going to be a little bit different, so make sure you stick around so that you can enter. It is going to have elements of technical analysis, so I want you to let me know what your favorite ticker is. I want you to tell me what patterns you see on it, and we're going to set price targets on that. So it's going to be sort of building your technical know-how into the contest, but the results of the tickers you put in won't affect whether you win or not. So we want it to be, a fair playing field for everyone at all levels of learning. Special guest today. Let me know in chat. Give me a big old 1 in chat if you're familiar with the Strat. The Strat, if you've heard of that. Give me a 2 if you're not. And it's okay if you're not. I think it's like the coolest name for a trading strategy there is. Like it's love it. Italian chef kisses fingers. Give me a 1. All right, I'm seeing majority 2s out of the 8 people that responded to my prompt. Thank you, you guys. You guys will all get special consideration in the 10,000K giveaway contest for participating in that. So, guys, if you have given a 2, signifying that you're not familiar with the Strat, we've got a treat for you. At 10 a.m., our guest Rob Smith, who created the Strat, will come on, and he does something really cool. He actually looks at individual candlesticks. So you can be looking at almost any time frame, as far as I understand it, almost any time frame, individual candlesticks that allow you to reasonably predict what's going to happen with the next one. So where I'm looking at patterns, so looking for trend, and then some sort of a monkey eating a banana pattern, perhaps the alien with a bow tie, if you remember Julia Cordova's favorite, the megaphone, the puking camel. These are all just old staples that have been in technical analysis for a long time. Rob Smith has found something really interesting where you can actually look at individual candles in sequences of 1, 2, or 3. I think that's how it works, and reasonably predict what the next one's going to look like. So I think this works for scalping and for swing trading. So definitely stick around for step-by-step how to do that, because a lot of times when there's not a discernible pattern in a chart and you're having a hard time identifying trend, how cool would it be if you could actually just look at 1 or 2 candles and have an idea of what to do next? So stick around for that with Rob Smith, 10 a.m. I want to also take this. Shout out to that bottom blockchain, Brian. Big shout out. I want to take this opportunity too, guys, to remind you that if you want to learn how to trade options like real good, or gooder than you already do if you're intermediate, and you want to learn about what's going on in the SPAC space, we're going to have SPAC Attacks, Mitch Hotch and Chris Kachi doing some SPAC content at our Benzinga bootcamp, and we're going to have some of the best option trading educators in the world present for a full day of education, absolutely free. So make sure you go to benzingabootcamp.com to sign up for that. I'll be there. Hot Stocks Luke will be there with his Red Bulls and his Monster Energies. I'll probably be drinking a Bang. By the way, if you guys know anyone that works at Bang, go do me a favor, guys. Do me a favor. If you're familiar with Bang Energy, go on Instagram right now and look up the Bang Energy CEO's Instagram profile. That's all I have to say about that. Other than you're welcome. So guys, again, we've got SENS. We've got, we'll probably look at NEO as well. I want to look at some hot stocks that you guys are interested in. So you guys give me ideas and then I can see if they're valid. I put them in my brokerage account. I make money with them, but we talk about it together. So have your picks ready. We can also talk about, gut rot. I was drinking Bang Energies like every morning. Like I was getting crates from Amazon. I was drinking Bang Energies every morning for about a month. And then one day I was talking to Luke, Hot Stocks Luke Jacoby, and he was kind of doing the same thing. And he mentioned like, man, every time you eat, do you get like a terrible stomachache like you're about to throw up? And I think at that moment we both realized it was probably the Bangs. So I have since switched to good old instant Folgers coffee in a large, extra large, day trader sized Benzinga Pro mug. Only available at swag.benzinga.com. So guys, GTE. Okay, I'm seeing some interesting tickers in here. I want to get to them, but I want you to know the one that I got, I'm feeling pretty good about because it is, let us say, it is Kardashian-esque. I will say that. It is looking like some big upside potential. And it just got some positive news. If you guys can guess what stock I'm talking about, if you guys can guess what stock I'm talking about, I'll give you one of these mugs. First one to do it. So here it is. I am talking about a stock that's undergoing a reversal pattern. I'm not going to tell you what it is. Give me the ticker. It's a reversal pattern. Okay. It is related to electric vehicles. It's not an electric vehicle company, but it's a thing behind the thing, meaning it's a company that provides something that would be used by those companies. If you guys can, if whoever drops it, who's saying Oxy, that's a petroleum stock. If you guys can drop what ticker this is, it's got a reversal pattern that's resolving over a fairly long period of time, and it's related to electric vehicles, and its upside potential, if you're looking at the pattern properly, it's like 80%. Potential for 80% returns. Let's see. None of you have gotten it. Not a single one. Good guesses, though. I see Workhorse. Good guesses. None of y'all got it. God. NEO, nope. NEO is an EV company. This would be the company behind the thing. So Jason Raznick, I think, coined this, or he found someone else that said it, and then he yoinked it, and then he twisted it to apply. But it's the thing behind the thing, guys. You guys are just going to have to start doing better. I guess you'll also have to stick around for Get Technical, where I'll give you this stock. 80% upside potential that I've calculated so far on it. It is not a bull pennant. It's not a bull pennant. I know all we talk about is bull pennants, guys, but that's where we are in this market. We just had like a huge return from a V-shaped recovery, and then we had a little bit of a sell-off. So everyone's taking a breather, taking some profits because everything got oversold. So that's great because that gives us an opportunity to find those really strong trends and then look at those consolidation periods and find what types of patterns they make so we can enter those, create entry points for us. I'm not going to tell you what pattern is a reversal. That's all I'm going to tell you. We've done 2 reversal patterns on the show so far. I can tell you that, and it hasn't been with this stock. All right, I'm being told that I need to get out by Coach. Coach Spencer is kicking me out so we can do our intro video. I'll see you soon. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Get Technical. I am your host, Neil Hamilton, and this is the show where I teach you all the things that I learned over my 4-year journey working at Benzinga, where I was starting off just sweeping the floors, scheduling Jason Raznick's hair dye appointments, just little guy stuff. But while I was doing that, I heard really smart people like Dennis Dick, Joel L. Conan, and a whole host of other people that we're friends with in the whole trading and investing industry talking about technical analysis, and it always fascinated me. So I decided to really dig in, take some courses, read some books, teach myself as much as possible about how to make money using technical analysis. I love it, and I'm here to share that love and that knowledge with you. Just a reminder, I am not a financial advisor. Everything covered on this show is not financial advice, and it's for educational and entertainment purposes only, hopefully in equal measure. I want to get started with one thing. Guys, we are having another big contest. So for those of you that missed out on the Big 10K giveaway last week, you've got another chance, but you've got to stick around until the end of the show after our interview, our educational session with the Strats Rob Smith to enter. I'll give you the instructions. I'll send you the link so you can register and get in. Also, remember, if you want a full day, morning to afternoon of education about options and SPACs, guys, no matter how much you think you know about options, you don't know. To be honest, a lot of times I trade options. I'm not 100% sure of what's going on. I just know that the percentages change generally if the stock goes in the direction that I want it to go in. I'm going to be learning more. So please join me at benzingabootcamp.com so you could register and be there for that day of SPAC and options trading education. Guys, you all guessed right before the show started, I popped in to ask you if you could guess which EV adjacent company is exhibiting a reversal pattern in its price charts with an upside potential of about 80%. Not a single one of you got it right. Not a single one of you. God, I love you guys. I really love you guys, and I think you guys have so much potential. But we got work to do. We really do. We got work to do. All right, guys, going through lots of really good guesses, though. I will say that a lot of the usual suspects in terms of the EV space. So today we've got Rob Smith, creator of the Strat, the coolest name for a trading strategy that exists. The Strat is looking at individual candles, candlesticks on a stock chart, and then getting an idea of what may happen next based on what has already happened. It is like some very focused in technical analysis, and it's very unique. So we're going to get that. Nope, sorry, that's wrong. LEA, not it. KNDI, not it. No. QS, no. Guys, you're all repeating the same stuff. Yeah, Triple D, rock on. By the way, I did just get into Triple D, the stock, DDD for 3D printing, because I'm on that Kathy Wood, ARK Invest hype train. The ETF PRNT heavily features it, of course. I mean, Triple D, 3D printing, looks really good. So definitely an ETF to check out, guys. Check out Print, PRNT. All right, guys, let's look at some charts. I'm going to add my screen to the screen. Now, I'm getting a lot of guff from my colleagues and from chat alike. I'm going to go through 1, 2, 3 stocks, and then I'm going to give you the mystery stock that you guys have all been trying to guess. So I'm getting a lot of guff about my screen's readability. So drop in chat if there's anything you think I need to do to this screen to make it easier for you to read. One is I'll just, oh shit. Yeah, now it looks like my grandma's compact Presario. Shout out, Grandma, love you. Is there anything that I can do to make it easier for you to read? I know that we're on a delay, so I'll give you a second. Full screen. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. So I'm going to stop this. I'm going to share screen, and then I'm going to share an application window, blah, 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 Chrome tab. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Does that help? Is that a little bit better, guys? It's very fuzzy. I know it's fuzzy. Guys, if this is fuzzy, I need you guys to email what do I need you to do? How do we do this, Spencer? How do we get this fixed? Email jason@benzinga.com and say that our streaming is way too fuzzy. Just do it. You'll get a change. So yeah, I'm not sure why that is, but this is what we got to work with today. So let's go ahead and get into it without wasting any more time. Thank you, Brian. Thank you for saying it looks better. I love you. All right, let's take a look first at OXY. So this is a check-in, guys. OXY, as you remember, reversal pattern, double bottom. I have written up here for you guys how I'm calculating this. So remember, first thing that we identify is a trend. In this case, downward trend. All right, so we're checking back in on a stock we should already know. Let's take a look at it. We've got a gap that needs to close. Has it closed already? Just about yes. All right, so there are some people that were just watching that gap and they're going to sell off. But look, we've got an upward trend. We've got higher highs and higher lows on top of what we like to call a double bottom reversal pattern. All right, so if you guys remember, I drew a line from the base of the W to right about here. I said this is where we need to break out from. We are breaking out. We're getting some bouncing. We're getting that trend up. We set our price target. Actually, let me bring this down to where the meat of the action was. So what we did to set our price target was we said base of the double bottom up to the peak of that W, added to where we're breaking out. Let's go ahead and get that price potential, that earning potential. It's quite a lot, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know if you can see that. Adjust the new on their own end, it won't look fuzzy. Click the settings icon and select a higher. Yeah, guys, if you're watching on YouTube, try clicking the gear on the bottom right and change it to 1080 HD. A lot of times it defaults to auto based on your internet connection and what you normally are watching. Big shout out to John Lopez for helping with that. So again, guys, I'm still in Oxy. I am waiting for the full resolution of this double bottom reversal pattern because I am expecting a price target of about $32 in a couple weeks. All right. So I got in on average at about like 20 something bucks. I got in when I saw the bounce starting to happen, fully expected a bounce. That's what you get after these things. And we're in a trend. We're in a classic trend. It's not a straight line up, guys. You take the stairs up and the elevator down. That's how this works. That's one you can remember. We're taking stairs up and then the elevator down. That's just how it be. So here are my calculations here. All right, that's Oxy check-in. Not too late to get in. I will be watching it and piling in if I continue to see this momentum that we have down here. So let's take a look at the next one for the day. SENS. This is me bragging. I'm leaving my drawings on here. Yeah, they're messy. Let me get rid of that one. Wait, let me move this one a little bit. Hold on. This is SENS. Sensionics Holdings Inc. I don't care what the name of the company is. I care about their ticker and what their price is doing on the chart. All right. This pattern, guys, remember, we've got a bull pennant, baby. A bull pennant. Let me move this stuff out of the way. Look at it doing what I want it to do. Gosh. So cool, guys. Isn't that cool? It's actually at all-time, or at least 52-week highs. Yeah, right now. Yeah, it's at a 52-week high right now. And you better bet that if we start breaking through all-time highs, this thing's got even more room to go. But at the very least, I'm looking for the height of this pole right here plus the apex to resolve. And we're more than halfway there. So definitely take a look at SENS. It still has room to go, folks. We are going to run into resistance at these prior highs, of course. But if we test that resistance and we break through that resistance, we're talking all-time highs. So full disclosure, I do own SENS. I also purchased call options on SENS. So I'm very pleased with what is happening with it right now. So that is up 11, almost, just now switched to 12% on the day. Good money and more to come. Next up, this one, I don't know if this is boring. I was listening to Pre-Market Prep earlier today, and they were talking about how like the FANG stocks, like Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Netflix, Google, or Alphabet, whatever, how they're just not moving anymore. They're kind of not, and it's really, I feel like it's the end of an era. I'm not really sure what the deal is, because I do have some calls in Microsoft, and I know one of you chaps that was in chat yesterday had some calls. So I'm right there with you. I'm holding the bag, meaning that my options contract is going in the opposite direction. I am down on my money, and I'm hoping for some resolution of a pattern, so that I can make money on it. But NVDA, guys, thank you all of you that are giving folks tips on how to change the resolution on their YouTube screen. It's super helpful. I can feel us developing a friendship. All right, and you don't get that a lot as adults. I'm 31 years old. I feel so lucky to have you guys. All right, so keep doing my bidding, and we'll get along. So guys, what is this pattern? Once again, this is just where we are, guys. We are in a crazy bull market. People want stocks to go higher. That's all there is to it. We've got a ton of buyers driving this stuff up, and we've got a little bit of breathing room here that has caused or created rather a bull pennant. Same thing we just talked about. You can see my drawings on it already. So bull pennant, again, characterized by number one, an upward trend. Got to have a trend. Number two, subsequent lower highs and higher lows. That creates a wedge triangle. All right. So when we're talking about triangles, there are three types of triangles that you're going to see in your continuation patterns and in your reversal patterns. As a matter of fact, the rule of three is going to show up a lot on the show when we're talking about technical analysis. But you're going to see three basic types of triangles. You're going to see a flat line at the bottom, but an angled line at the top. That's a descending triangle. You're going to see a flat line at the top, but with an angled line at the bottom. That is an ascending triangle. And then you're going to see the third one, which we have here, which is more of a wedge shape. This is a wedge shaped triangle. All right, those are the three that you see. They all have different entry and exit points and are sometimes reversals. So in this case, we've got that wedge, which forms a bull pennant, which is that's one of the most bullish continuation patterns there is. We love to find it, and the market is so abundant with these right now. So that's why when we get into the contest, I really want you guys to think about some stocks we haven't talked about, and think about where you might find some of these easy patterns like bull pennants, and then take them down. And we'll get to that a little bit later. You got to stick around for the contest, guys. We got goodies for you, but you got to stick around for them. So the first price target I've set here is very conservative. This is where I take the measured move, which is the swing high, which is basically what makes the top of the pole, to the swing low, which is the first time it goes down and it hits this sloping support line. All right. And then I added that to my breakout. All right. So keep in mind, when we're doing the measured move with the bull pennant, we're adding it to the breakout point. All right. So it's not a pattern. This is not a breakout pattern until it's actually crossed over resistance. So if I see one starting to form, it doesn't matter until I see these candles above it. And in fact, it's best if they close above it. So I'm waiting for that confirmation. We've gotten that confirmation. So my conservative price target here on NVIDIA is about $687. Let's go ahead and measure out how much that is from the breakout, not from where it is today, just the breakout. So that's about a 22% increase on that price target. So not bad. Definitely good. It's beating the S&P, which is about like 12 something percent. So you're beating the market with trades like this. But you can also pull in some leverage by getting a call option when you see a pattern like this. The easiest type of thing to do. So let's do a more aggressive price target. This more aggressive price target is based on the height of the pole. So let's go ahead and do that with NVIDIA. Boom. Boom. So the where the trend started up until the top of the pole. All right, and then we're going to add that to the apex this time. Before we added it to the point of breakout, which is on that support line, or resistance line rather. This time we're adding it to the apex. My calculation was just a little bit off here with my line, but that's okay. Looking at about 942. So let's go ahead and look at where we are today and measure the potential returns on this. We're about 578 right now, roundabouts. Take this thing up. Looking at about 62-ish% returns on that. And just look, I mean, look at the first trend that led into this. Whoops. Oops, sorry, guys. I went to the wrong ticker. We were on, so it was NVIDIA. So I got to enter that, actually. So let's look at how long it took for this first trend to form this pennant pole or flag pole. So we're on the 4 hour. Let's go ahead and switch to a day. This is how I do this, right? So if you want to measure time very easily, you switch to a day or whatever's an easy unit for you to measure in for your increments on your chart. And then we see that I hope you guys can see this, but it's 116 bars. So it took a little over 3 months for this massive 222% growth in NVIDIA. All right. So I think from that, you can probably pretty easily extrapolate how long it would take for the next increase. All right. So we're looking at probably like perhaps a month and a half, something like that. Guys, let's look at the next stock. This is the one. All right, so this one, guys, this is a thing behind the thing in EV, in electric vehicles. This stock provides a type of technology that maybe we don't talk about enough. I think we're talking a lot about batteries, other aspects of production, but this one produces LiDAR, right? This is laser-based imaging that informs computers or AI, if you want to call it that. So with autonomous vehicles, you have these LiDAR systems that tell the vehicle what's around it. Absolutely necessary if Tesla wants to move into the autonomous space and these other companies want to do the same, as big thought leaders postulate they're going to do within the next 5 years. Boom, Fady Lawrence, you got it. And Thook KK, you got it. Spencer, Coach Spencer, are you there?
Yeah, what's up? I'm here.
Okay, so the people that said MVIS up till this point right now, can you please take down their names so that we can get them a special edition Benzinga mug? Actually, I'll make a Get Technical mug. Do you guys want a Get Technical mug? We'll make you one of those. Can you take those down, please?
Yep, there are 4, right? We're looking at 4. All right, I see.
Yeah, and then
I
check
see
on
4
check
too.
on Skew Boss 1. He's saying he said it about 20 minutes ago. We'll check on that.
Okay.
And other people are still trying to get it in.
Too late.
Yeah, too late now. But we got a contest at the end, guys. Stick around. But yeah, good guess, guys. Is LiDAR technology for electric vehicles. And one thing that caused them to spike recently was news that a certain computer hardware company with a name that sounds like a type of fruit was injecting money into who is it? Kia Hyundai. Like to the tune of like $3.6 billion. Big spike for a stock like this. That's why things behind the things are awesome, because that means that there's new market potential for them.
Oh, Neil, they're not anymore though. Hyundai and Kia said that the talks were off.
Doesn't matter. Still move the price. So the talks are off. Whatever. It still moved it. MVIS is an awesome stock. Let's take a look. I actually did not know that the talks were off.
That's
all
why
right.
I'm here.
That is why you're here. Thank you. Thanks, Coach. All right, guys. What pattern is this? What reality TV star does this remind you of? Thing behind the thing is the new wave. I know. It's that new. All right. This is a huge rounding bottom. Started in like 2011 for MVIS. We had a big old crazy uptick here. So here's what I got to say about this. This is not a cup right now. This is just, you could say this is a saucer. You could say this is a rounding bottom. Why? Because it's following a downward trend, right? Like look at the bigger picture. There's a long downward trend. We got these lower highs going into this. So yeah, it's just a cup. We don't have a handle yet. We might get one though, guys. Here's why I think that we might get a cup and handle. Look at RSI, which is basically it's an indicator of momentum going into a stock, either in the buying direction or in the selling direction. But when RSI is peaking up like this, up into like 81, well above 70, that means that there's so much selling going on that it's considered oversold. So what I would expect with this stock is for some sellers to take some profit. I mean, wouldn't you? Look at that. Look at that. It's gorgeous. To take some profit and for the stock to take a breather, probably in the form of something like boop, like that. All right. That's going to be our handle. Doesn't change where this line is. The handle is going to be below this neck or resistance line. But what we want to happen is for a move, either that goes to the moon, or what is more likely and is most often the case with these is a move above resistance and then a bounce, reaffirming that resistance has become support, and then getting out. So yeah, it is. Did I say oversold? I mean, if I said oversold, that was a mistake. It is overbought. So the sellers are going to take their profit. So I expect, yeah, I messed up, guys. I messed up. It's overbought. So I would expect some steam to blow off, but once it does, this neckline doesn't change. So what we look at is we take, not the paintbrush, we take our handy dandy line tool and we try to find the lowest point on this rounding bottom, which seems to be like right about here, and we draw that up to the neckline. All right, and then we add that to the top of the neckline. That's where we get our target, which is about $30 on this $15 stock. So you guys do the math. I mean, I shouldn't even have to measure this for you. That's a double. So I think, what's the term for that? Spencer, would we say a double bagger? Would we say a two bagger?
Two bagger.
Okay, so potential for a two bagger here, guys. Two bagger on MVIS. You heard it here first. Get technical with Neil. Yeah, so keep a close eye on MVIS. So anyways, keep an eye on this. It is at the point of possible resolution. things are accelerating. We are in a different paradigm than we were back over this period of time. All right. We're talking about a lot of potential clients for MVIS, and the price is reacting exactly the way we want it to. So stock to watch. All right, guys, that's it for my picks of the day. A two-bagger, thank you. That's it for my picks of the day. We've got about 7 minutes before we introduce our guest. So first, I want to just remind folks, if you want to learn about options and SPACs together as one, join us at the Benzinga Bootcamp, benzingabootcamp.com. Spencer, please drop a link in the chat so folks can get to that free day of education with the option to get the whole recording. Super fun, and you'll learn a lot. All right, guys, let's get some tickers in the meantime. I'll take some tickers. BUZI. Oh, were you in this? Who dropped this? Were you in this? I lost your name already. Oh well, you know who you are. All right, this stock looks like a lot of other ones right now, doing something very similar. I don't know.
It's Fady Lawrence who said.
Oh, Fady. Oh, Fady, you're like my favorite today. Thank you for the pick. VUZI. This one looks like a lot of others. Here's what I'm gonna say here. We've got a very clear period of just flatness. This is not a rounding bottom. Why? Or at least not one we care about. Why? Because there wasn't really a significant downtrend. There's not really a downtrend. If anything, this whole thing would be like a saucer, which, you know, that's great, but not like really anything significant. Let's look and just see if it worked out. It looks like it kind of did from the low point to about here. Let's go ahead and delete all this stuff, trash it, and then I'm also going to do some retracement on this to see about this trend, which the trend looks like it actually might pick back up based on RSI. So let's go ahead and draw this from here to here. I mean, that looks nice if it's just a saucer. And then let's go to our base, bop, bop. Whoops, that's the wrong tool. We want our line tool. Let's go bop, bop, add that. So actually look at how that worked out. So you did have about the depth of this saucer here resolving. This is not one I would have seen very easily. This is not one that's easy to pick up. So if you got into this and you recognized it, way to go, Fady. Absolutely. Now let's take a look at this trend that it's on. So we're starting to establish a new trend. What I would say is that this is not a trend until we have at least 3 higher highs. So keep that in mind. This can still go back the other direction. We want this. It's the rule of 3, guys. It's throughout this whole thing. So we want to make sure that we are getting that. Another thing, actually, hold on. Let's get funky with this. Let's get a little funky. Fady, you might have recognized what looks like a little bit of a flag here. So that, let's see how that clocks out. So something like that, and then we do our measurement of the pole using a line tool. I mean, a really aggressive pole. Add it, boom, also hits it. Technical analysis, guys. So cool. So Fady, big shout out to you. Well done if you were timing this out. Not only was the depth of the little saucer pattern here that didn't have a lot of lead up. So in this case, it didn't have a downward trend that we were looking for a reversal on. But if we just took the pole, which is the other side of this saucer, you clearly had an uptrend here. So well done if you got into this. And then, you know, not a huge spike in buy volume, but consistent enough to keep this thing flying. I really hope that if you were in this, you took profits at this sell target. That's what's great about this. So this is a bull pennant. This would have been the sell target. I would have gotten right out before it got to, honestly, I would get out before it got to 16, because a lot of people like to set their limit sells at round numbers. right? So a lot of times it's hard to approach those. It's almost like they have a negative magnetic field. So I like to do like kind of the odd numbers before we hit those round numbers, so I can get out before everyone else starts to squeeze me out. So I can get filled. So I get my order filled. Really quick, let's just go ahead and delete everything, and let's just use the Fibonacci retracement tool just to analyze the beginning of this trend and see, if there are some points that we can expect it to bounce off of. So yeah, Ramsey's lit. I know this is lit, totally. And if that's a ticker, we'll look at it in a second. So let's go ahead and use our Fibonacci retracement and draw it from the low, or the starting of the trend, up to the peak. And we can see, look at this. So when we do that, the very first drop down section here at 38.2% is where the fighting kind of stopped. This was a support line. So this is why you can use a Fibonacci retracement tool from the base of your upswing to the top of your upswing, or the base of the trend to the top of the trend. And then when there's a dip is what this is for. This is to analyze trends that are moving in a zigzag pattern so that you can time these things for entries. And so what we got is some consolidation right on it. Right on it, guys. And then look where it broke out. It broke out right at the top. All right, that green candle picked up. And then another cool thing we can do is bring this all the way, whoops, not the paintbrush. Bring this all the way up to, come on, paintbrush. We can move this all the way up to the top. And it looks like it's not quite exact. It's not perfect. Let's see if it's perfect if we do it this way. Yeah, you can see that we caught support right at about 78.6. And if you ask Ryan Faluna, who's going to be doing the Benzinga Pro Power Hour right after me, around 10:30 a.m. Eastern, he will say that if a stock starts to go down past this 78.6 on the Fibonacci retracement and starts to approach 100, it's starting to look like a reversal of a trend. And he's looking at probably getting out or otherwise shorting, taking a short position. All right, next ticker up. I'm going to scroll up a little bit, so I want to make sure. Let's do AAP. Let's do GGB, actually. Just kidding. Tricked you. I love that you guys are giving me all of these lower price stocks, because normally I'm looking at stuff that's more in like the 20 to 40 range. So this is awesome. So we've got a rounded bottom for sure. Doesn't look like it got a clear resolution, however. So I want to look at this in an even longer time frame, because it looks like we got a long storied history with this one going all the way back to 03. So what is this? What is this, Spencer?
I gotta say, this is a new one for me.
This is a new one. This one, what are you doing to us?
Yeah, this is where Benzinga Pro comes in handy. Plug. Oh, this is a miner. Metals and mining.
Do you find that on Pro?
Damn right. They produce steel and steel products. Okay.
Oh, commodities, baby. Yeah, shout out Commodities Supercycle. Let's go. Thank you, Steven. You're on top of your game. So we got, and thank you, Benzinga Pro. Guys, remember, Benzinga Pro is the best. There's nothing in the world like it. App for you to figure out what the heck is going on with a stock. If you want to know what it is, why it's moving, its history, the catalyst involved with the stock, Benzinga Pro is where it's at. So here's what we got. We've got a rounding bottom that's just trying to come out. It's just not ready to, though. It's just not ready. Actually, you could, yeah, man, this could be like a triple bottom. It's not a clean triple bottom. So we've covered double bottoms, right? And triple bottom is exactly what it sounds like. It's bop, bop, bop. It's a booty with an extra booty cheek. So we've got kind of touching the top here, kind of touching the top here, kind of touching the top here. This thing is just trying to break out. I would look for probably another test of resistance and then a surge in volume. And I think that you might be able to reasonably make the case for about a $9.42 price target which is not. I mean, it's nothing to shake a stick at. I mean, that's pretty massive. So I'm looking at like 80% gain on that. So not bad. It's not something that I would buy options on, but it's something that I would buy a couple shares of and then pile in it if a trend starts to pick up. Again, the more times that resistance is tested, the more likely it is to break out. So this really is just like a rounding bottom and then a couple variations on top of that, testing resistance, trying to break out. And we've got a really good amount of buying volume here. I really need to boost the opacity of my candles and trend line and trading view. They're at full. What? Okay, I will. I won't do it now because it's going to take too much time. I'm actually over time. Guys, thank you for your picks. It is my pleasure now to bring on. Actually, our guest isn't here.
Yeah, we're just shot him a note. So.
Okay, guys. All right, so we got a little bit of time. Mar, I appreciate you giving me the instructions or telling me that I need to increase the opacity. I'm totally willing to do it. Just I don't want to do it right now because I don't want to spend too much time on that kind of stuff. Let's look at CCJ. We've got a little bit of time. So what? My opacity? How do I do it? Background, vertical grid lines. Opacity is 100%, guys. Well, you want them like this? Like this? Is this what you want? Spencer, mute yourself. I hear joviality behind you. It's making me sick. Is this what you want, guys? I don't know. I'm turning that off for now. I don't feel good about that. That's going to be a nice gray color. How about that? No, that's not what you want. Okay. Tell me what you want, guys. I'm going to leave it like this. All right. I don't like too much stuff going on. I love TradingView, but I don't like how it's got so much like stuff on the chart. Like if anything, I would like just maybe choose a brighter. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll mess with the candle really quick. Where do I do that? Is that also here? Appearance, scales, status line symbol, body, borders, wick. Body will get a brighter green, get a brighter red, really deep blood red, or maybe like a neon. Borders doesn't matter. Wicks probably matter. So a nice neon green and that red. Yeah, we want pink. Stop with the get white background. Come on, guys. Dark background's cool. Dark background's a cool one. Okay, fine. I'll change the background. You all caps me.
Oh, so when
I can't say no to all caps.
Wait. So when I say it's a bad idea, but when someone in the chat says it's a good idea, is that right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's called rebellion.
Fine.
All right. So I think this the things I do for you guys. This thing's so ugly. All right. So how do I make the dark background is terrible on mobile? Fine. All right. How do I make it white? Let's back into this menu. Symbol, body, status line, blah blah blah. Appearance, background solid, background white. Oh, it hurts my eyes. This is what you guys want from me? Okay, we'll do white for a day. We'll see how it goes. And here's what I'll do. If you guys like it, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you like. All right. If this works, like and subscribe. And if it doesn't work, just subscribe and like. All right. Don't be weird.
All right. We have our guest. I was going to say we have our guest.
Sean, no, I'm actually very thankful. I appreciate you guys making me better. White is boomer trading certified. Danny, you said it, not me. Guys, it is my pleasure to stop sharing my trading view screen with you and bring on our guest for the day, creator of the strat and educator, trader, Rob Smith. Coach Spencer, if we can get Rob.
Yeah, I just wanted to know that Rob doesn't have a camera, so it's just going to be the dulcet.
Rob has a great voice. Rob has a radio voice, guys. Okay. He's like Casey Kasem with like 10 cups of coffee.
All right, here we go.
Rob, let me know if that's an accurate description.
Yeah, it's something like that. It's always get fired up because we've always got a lot going on. With the strat, there's always so many signals that we're following. So I've got to be like that because I'm always talking to a large audience that's trading a lot of different things at the same time. So I'm always trying to fragment it and be like, all right, you guys here, you guys here, you guys here, you guys here now. So yeah, always fired up, man, especially when I get a new audience of people to talk to introduce to the strat because anybody who's not familiar with me, what you're going to hear me say a lot is that eventually everybody's going to trade this way. It's just no two ways about it. It's just it makes too much sense.
Rob, I love it. I love it. And I think it's great. And what I want to know for the folks here today, if you wouldn't mind letting us all know, what is the strat?
Okay, basically it's short for the strategy, right? And so we use hashtag the strat so we can communicate on Twitter, with I'm up to 41,000 followers because, and so we've got a lot of people that can communicate very quickly. So basically what it is, am I going to be able to screen share it today?
Yeah, you should be able to go to the bottom. It's a lot like Zoom.
Okay.
So if you go to the bottom, you see a share.
Share, there we go. Let me see.
And then Coach Spencer will make sure you get hooked up.
Okay, share screen. And let's see, I'll make sure it's it's gonna tell me which ones. Because I got eight screens on this one. And
guys, if you've ever seen, go on Twitter. I don't know, Rob, if you've got any pictures of your setup. Do you call it the Beast or the Monster?
I've got two computers. One is the Beauty and one is the Beast. And so the Beast has been around 10 years.
So if you guys imagine like your serious trader setup with like a billion monitors, this is like that with like meme energy injected in it. This guy has so many monitors, absolutely insane. But it's because you're looking at so many things at once.
That's right. It's because once you understand the strat, which if you're new to the strat today, I'm very excited to talk to you because one of the things about it is that it customizes itself to who you are. And what I mean by that is that Ryan has interviewed myself as well as 6 other traders and continues to interview with more strat traders because everybody trades it a little differently because you're going to be customizing them. Like if you have $1 million, do you have $50,000? Do you have $50,000? Do you have $5,000? What type of a person are you? And it customizes itself to who you are. And I'm going to point out exactly what I mean by that, but I want to show you the setup since you're pointing it out. Let me see. Sorry, I was spazzing out there trying to figure out how to get in here. Hold on. Come on,
You
man.
do what you got to do. I'm going to step away just for 1 second. I got to take care of a thing. Spencer here's got your back.
Gotcha. So here's my setup. And so it's 16 screens. And the reason some people say that's overkill, but the thing about it is that once you understand the strat, there's so many signals at any given day. There's so much opportunity. All right. So I always got to speak to like brand new audience, right? But this is what I'm looking at right now. But let's take a look at the monthly SPY. All right. So in a nutshell, it's very basic and it's going to make sense to you. Okay. There's only 3 things that can happen from one bar to the next. Okay. So if you look at here, we call them the 3 scenarios. There's only 3 things that can possibly happen. You'll notice this is an inside bar. It wasn't strong enough to take this out high, and it wasn't weak enough to take that out. All right. That's a scenario 1. That's an inside bar. Do you want to trade that? No, it's doing nothing. Right. Now, on a monthly basis, you can have more time and a bigger range. So you can still, on a monthly basis, you can still do that, but you want to be aware of it. The other thing that can possibly happen is you take out one side. Here, this bar takes out the low. That's a 2, scenario 2. In this case, it's a down. The other thing that can happen is this, an outside bar that takes out both sides. This is one of the most important things you can understand, that this phenomenon happens. So as opposed to classic technical analysis where we'll be looking for chart patterns, you want to look for this. Once something starts to fail a previous range, right? Tries to take it out and starts to fail, it's going to take out the other side. That phenomenon definitely exists, right? And so understanding that is how you properly gauge magnitude. How far is this thing going to go? Because we know that that phenomenon exists, once you start failing, you're going back the other way. Another thing that you want to look for is things coming back through a previous range. So you'll notice this is a large broadening formation of the monthly S&P SPY, right? Higher high, lower low, higher high, lower low. If these 2 months were one bar, they would be an outside bar of all this, right? They would, right? And so understanding that phenomenon is the most important thing you can understand, because when you go back to classic technical analysis, you have to understand that classic technical analysis has failed miserably, all right? Maybe 90% of people who try and trade have failed. And if that's you or you're struggling, don't blame yourself. It's applying the wrong science, all right? Price doesn't move, it aggregates. For every buyer, you have to have a seller. The question is, who's getting their price? Also, the other aspect of the strat, not only that we understand this, there's only so many ways price can reverse and only so many ways price can continue, right? So if you just know the key reversals, there's a few more, but if you look at this, one type of reversal here, this is a 2 up by taking this out, right? 2 up, 2 down, right here. This is your reversal. And if you knew that in October 2018, you caught this. There's only so many ways it can continue. Your inside bar, your 2, 1, 2 down. Another reversal, a 2 down by taking out the low, inside bar, 2 up.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And another way it reverses is the 3 itself. Goes up, boom, down. Right? Now, the other aspect that's going to make total sense to you, right, is time frame continuity. We know what algorithms are doing. All right? We separate by price and time. The monthly, the weekly, the daily, and the 60-minute opening. Right? Okay, so the question is, who's getting their price on the aggregation series? Right? Now, if the openings are all higher, if the price is higher than all those separate openings, we know what algorithms are doing, because algorithmic trading is over 70% of trading now, and people think that they're these evil robots coming after you. They're not. They're stupid. They're telling you exactly what they're doing. So you have to tell a program 4 things. What do you want it to trade? Do you want it to buy or sell? How do you want it to buy or sell? By taking the offer or staying on the bid? Or how do you buy, or how do you want it to sell by hitting the bid or staying on the offer? And when do you want it when do you want it to do it? Now, when you have 4 separate openings, see maybe some SWKS this morning. Netflix. Hold on. When you have 4 separate openings, right? And we're about to have that for the first time this month in 15 minutes, right?
And really quick, you might have covered this, but I can't see. What increment are you on right now?
Right now, this is a monthly chart of SWKS.
Got it.
Okay, so for the month, this is great. If we go to the weekly, it's green. If we go to the day, it's green. And if you go to the 60-minute, it's green. And a nice move here and an outside bar. So once this thing starts coming up, we know this thing's going to go 3 here. So what we know for sure of algorithmic trading, they told them, SWKS, I want you to buy it, and I want you to take the offer, and I want you to do it right now. That's exactly what they told them. So we can pick up on algorithmic trading all day long. They're stupid. They're not that smart. So if you go back to the SPY, right? Based on what I just told you, right? On the monthly, everything is crystal clear, right? Now, if you were trying to find follow a 200-day moving average, you would have gotten destroyed in here. So let's take a look at just following the SPY of what I just told you. This is a 2 up, 2 down reversal. This is a 2, 1, 2 continuation. And this here, when this is moving down like this, full time frame continuity to the downside, right? Now, 2, 1, 2 reversal back up, right? This. Then up here, the failed 2 goes 3, continuation 3, 2. And here, very interesting spot here. Way below the 200-day moving average, right? It's like, however, this was April of last year, which is a new quarter, which means as soon as this opened, not only did you have quarterly continuity, but the month, the week, the day, and the 60 went green, way below the 200-day moving average. That's when the algorithms were told to buy, and we knew that. So then when it came up here, we're still an inside bar. This is the 212 reversal here. This is where you can get long. Then you're going to have an inside bar here, consolidation.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, back to the highs, right? It is. And so when we do this, it's like what we can do is the market is always going to trade in the direction of continuity, and the most twos in the same direction or failed twos go three. It has to. There's no way it can't. So when we scan, I don't have to look at a chart. I can tell you what the market's doing simply by scanning, by looking at how many twos are in what direction on a monthly, weekly, and daily basis. And we're always constantly doing that. And so when people are trying to guess what a reversal is, you don't have to do that. It's like we know what they look for. It's a 2-2, a 2-1-2, or a failed 2 goes 3. Now, there's a few other ways, but if you simply know that, you'll hear people say, I want to buy the dip. I'm like, you don't buy the dip, you trade the reversal, right? You need to wait for a reversal. When things occur really matters, right? So some people will sit there and say, well, if it breaks above my level, I'm going to get in. I'm like, okay, well, what if it does that 5 minutes before the close on Friday? What if it does that on Tuesday at noon? What if it does that and the earnings are coming out, right? When things occur really matters. And a lot of people don't understand that, because especially when it comes to the psychology of looking at a chart, right? So every 60-minute bottom of the hour is like a new day to us, right? Because you're about to see a new bar. So when you see something like here, when it's going up here, and you're like, no one at this point, before any of this, would say the chart looks bad. You're green and you're going into the highs. At that point, they'll say, well, I'm going to wait for the pullback and then I'll buy something, right? And then, boom, now the thing about higher highs or lower lows, because we know broadening formations exist, that's when you're at risk of getting killed. So if you've ever made a little, then gotten killed and lost it all and then some, that's because you didn't know about this phenomenon, right? Now the range is expanding, right? And you get killed, right?
So Rob, for folks that are not taking notes right now, do you have any type of material that lays this out in pictures so people can kind of keep it in front of them while they trade?
Oh, yes. I'm at tickertalker.com, and I've got an extensive library of newsletters and a course that you can learn it all. I'm on the headset 7 hours a day, directing the traffic. So right now I abandoned them to come see you. But the good thing is we can communicate very quickly. I make a video every single night, and it's rarely over 3 minutes, because we know what to look for. It's no subjectivity of 15 minutes of like, well, this could be a buy and this is a thing. It's like, no, these are the buys, these are the sells. This is what we're looking at exactly, right? Because we know. And so the communication is really key, where we can communicate very quickly. So when I'm on the headset during the day, everybody knows exactly what I'm talking about, right? Because we all think exactly the same way. That's when Ryan started interviewing a bunch of us, that he picked up on that. He's like, you guys all think exactly alike, and yet you traded a little differently, right? Because everybody's going to be different. I'm like, a lot of people don't have the big accounts to trade Amazons or whatever. And a lot of people don't want to trade the real animals. They said, Rob, give me the slow and steadies, because I make a macro video once a month about the quarterly and yearly signals. And so some people will stay on those signals, because Ford Motor Company, and we like to call it Grandpappy, because I'm like, really, you're trading Ford? I'm like, but Ford finally gave the buy signal. And here's your broadening formation at Ford. And I'll show you where our buy signal was on a macro basis. Here, let me get my TC2000 up there.
And Rob, we're at about 4 minutes left here, about three or 4 minutes left. So I want to make sure that folks that are like me, I want to join. I want to have the same brain as all the stratters. Okay. All right, I'm jealous. I got FOMO. So make sure that we know how to really get in here. But go ahead and finish your thought here.
Also, here at Benzinga, there's a strat chat room. Go there. Benzinga has the Strat chat room. Go there. You're gonna meet people right there. They'll send you.
That's in Benzinga Pro. Go on pro.benzinga.com. Go in the Strat chat room. There's a bunch of Stratters in there.
Yep. And my youngest Stratter's 14. She's been trading for 2 years. And she's been trading Bitcoin long for 2 years. And she's awesome. So I wanted to show you this.
Man, the Strat has to work great on cryptocurrencies like this.
Oh,
so purely technical.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So if we go to the SPY, I just want to show you.
That's fun.
Over time, on a yearly basis, if you were to manage money, right, and you were just following the Strat, as a matter of fact, last year, Merrill Lynch Private Asset Management has dedicated $1.5 billion to Strat-based investing. Now, if you look at this on a yearly basis, SPY, this is a 2 up. This is a 2 up. This is going back to the 80s. 2 up, 2 up, 2 up. Still good. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2 up, 2, 2 reversal. This would have gotten you out or short in the year 2000. 2 down, 2 down. Inside year here in 03. This is a 2-1-2 reversal year. 2, 2, 2. Financial crisis. 2-2 reversal here that wipes them out. So one of the things about going back through a previous range, not only do you have the algorithm selling, right, but we want to go back to a previous range. And the important part about that is because if the algos are told to sell, when you go back to a previous range, people are going to be stopped against this obvious pivots, right? And so as they get stopped out, they remove liquidity and makes the price move faster, right? So you always want to be coming back to the previous range. But then look at this. Here's your 2-2 reversal, 2 down, 2-2 on the year. Back up you go in 2010 and 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, and you get the rest is history. And then last year, the big outside bar. I don't have time to talk about that, but looks like we're running out of time. But yeah, here's Benzinga Pro. I'm on the headset at Ticker Talker all day, but I'm also chatting with the Stratters here at Benzinga Pro. So come see us because you're already there.
Absolutely. So I dropped a link to get right over to Ticker Talker. And then also, guys, as always, it's pro.benzinga.com. The chat room has it has actually a separate room dedicated to people using the Strat. And then I think what a great starting point is, Rob, and correct me if I'm wrong, and this is at least what I feel I need, is a little bit of a cheat sheet on the 1, 2, and 3.
We got that. We've got that. So we have our setups and our magnitude. I can get that to you. Let me see. Whoop. Because here's another thing that's key. We already know what winning and losing trades look like. All right. Winning trades look like this. Favorable 2, favorable 3, time frame continuity in your favor. Losing trades are trading a 1, fighting a 2, getting killed by a 3, and time frame continuity against you. So when you have that checklist up, let me get that for you real quick. When you have that checklist up, we already know what winning and losing trades look like before we even get in there. Checklist, where are you, boy?
And while you're doing that, I just want to let folks know as soon as we wrap up here with Rob Smith, creator of the Strat, we're going to go over that contest for that big old Benzinga giveaway.
All right.
We'll talk about the rules and so forth.
Right here is what I tell people to keep on their desk. All right. Also, when you trade, it's good to say out loud what you're doing and why you're doing it. Right. So most people know that a trader's worst enemy is themselves. And one of the good things about trading the Strat is we all think alike, right? And so that we believe that trading should be a 2-person job, right? And so when you learn the Strat and then you have me on the headset all day, I become the world's greatest assistant. And you're like, oh, I want to go to lunch and I want to get out of this and I'm making money. I'm like, still good. That's still good. You do not sell that. It is still good, right? And that's a really important aspect of what we do, because we all communicate the same way. And if somebody steps out of line and breaks one of these rules, we know they're going to lose. And we're like, don't do it. don't. So
So I love the community aspect. So there's two wings going on here, guys. This is a unique form of technical analysis, little bit new age, right? And then in addition to that is an aspect of community, the concept of trading together. So super cool, Rob. That's why I wanted you to have you on, so that you could share that with folks that weren't aware of it. So thank you so much for joining us today. It's absolutely been educational. It's been a blast, and I would love to have you on again in the future.
definitely, because here's one of the things that we also have that you were asking about right here is all the strat combos. There's only so many ways that price continues, and there's only so many ways price reverses, right? Once you know this, you know exactly what you're looking at. You line it up with multiple time frame analysis, and we don't think anymore. We know what's happening and why it should happen. So thanks for having me, Neil.
Thanks for coming on, Rob. And guys, again, that's tickertalker.com to catch more from him. We'll drop his Twitter handle in the chat as well. And you can find more stratters and sometimes Rob himself in the Benzinga Pro chat dedicated to the strat. Rob, thanks so much, man, and have a great Tuesday, sir.
All right. Thank you. You too. All right. Bye.
Thanks. Guys, really quick, we've got just a few minutes for me to do two things. One is say, in your face, chat, I gave you a great trade, and if you guys didn't, I don't want to go too hard on it. But guys, I saw people talking about Mara Marathon Patent Group. I think that was on the first episode of Get Technical. So really quick, I'm going to add. Oh, not that. Really quick, I'm going to share my screen. And the background's the way you guys want it. Let's go ahead and take a look at this full screen. Look how it is doing all that. This is you guys. This is you guys doing this to me. All right. This is the stuff I do for you. I have no idea what that is. Mara up 20.92% on one of the first patterns that we talked about. Remember the cup and handle, guys. Cup and handle is resolving. Beautiful, beautiful trade. Huge congrats if you guys got into MARA. If you did, pat yourself on the back. And I don't know if you can see it here. Also, subscribe. Subscribe. Do you know that only 30% now of the people watching this show are subscribed? Oh, God. Don't be weird. Subscribe and hit the like button. Go back to dark. Go back to gray. We'll figure it out. I'll let you guys vote on it. Let's talk about the contest, guys. Let me get that opened up. Coach Spencer, can you please drop the link to the registration sheet into chat?
Yes, 1 second.
Okay, I'm also going to do it. You know, I'm just going to do it.
No, I got it. I got it. There it is.
I beat you. I'm faster.
No,
So I dropped the link in there. Guys, this contest, let's talk about the prizes. All right. Prize number 1, first place winner, Benzinga Pro lifetime subscription. I got in trouble last time because I gave away too many. All right, so don't tell anyone about this. It's between us, just for the Get Technical crew. This new friendship that we're forming. Second place, BZ shirt and mug. Third place, fourth place, just a shirt. But I mean, God, the shirt, it says 35 plus value. These shirts, honestly, I think are worth well over $200. And then for everyone else, free boot camp access at benzingabootcamp.com. How does this contest work? Great question, guys. Let's zoom out. You guys are already doing it. You guys get it. You're smart. So I did one for you. I put in first my email address. I put in my stock ticker. The whole point of this contest, guys, is I want you guys to show me that you can identify patterns and set buy and sell targets. That's the whole point. So give me your email address, give me the ticker, give me the pattern that you're seeing, give me your entry point based on the pattern and the rules that follow it, give me your sell target based on the pattern and the rules that go along with it, and the percentage returns that you expect. This is an exercise guide, and hopefully you guys are finding some trade ideas of your own. And then when we're done with this, I want you guys to actually come back and brag and tell me what you guys came up with. Am I crowdsourcing you for trade ideas? Yes. All right. Am I also trying to turn this into a pedagogical tool to make you stronger, more independent traders who are capable of attaining your own financial freedom? Yes, of course. Come on. One thing to note, we're going to do the thing that we did last time where I put all of your email addresses into a random shuffling program to come up with a winner. So the performance of your stock does not determine whether you win or lose. This is an even playing field. As long as you enter and you follow the rules, you have the same chance of winning as everyone else. But you can do one more thing here. If you tweet the following tweet, I will put your email address into the shuffling system twice. I think that doubles your chances of winning. If there are any mathematicians on here, just keep it to yourself. But it gets you in there twice. So the tweet, guys, all you have to do is tweet on Twitter. Get technical with Neil's tweets is just better than Zinger Nation with at Luke Jacoby, and then Money Tongue Face, and at Benzinga. And I'm gonna spice this. This is just for the algorithms, guys. This is not anything else. This is for that. Sorry, not hashtag sorry, not sorry. If you guys do that, I will put your email into the contest twice, giving you a much better chance of winning. Thank you guys for filling this in. We'll leave the chart up. I'll tweet it out. Follow me at Neil's tweets. I'll tweet it out so you guys get another chance. We'll leave registration open all week, and then next week we'll come back with the winners. Remember, you will get a much better chance of winning if you tweet Get Technical at Neil's tweets is just better than Zinger Nation with Luke Jacoby, at Benzinga, hashtag sorry, not sorry. Thank you so much for joining us for the show. Hopefully it was educational. Just a reminder, this is not financial advice. This is for entertainment and education purposes only. I really enjoyed my time with you. You guys are a lot of fun. I will fix my charts today to make them as legible as possible. I'll do some tests with Coach Spencer. I hope you enjoyed Rob Smith. Make sure you check him out at tickertalker.com. And with that, that's our show today. That's Get Technical with Neil. And next up is the Benzinga Pro Power Hour with my friend and a wonderful technical trader, Ryan Faluna. Thanks, everyone. Have a good day.
Now, we do kind of come back in a little bit, but then we actually grind higher. So if you're going to day trade this stock, if you're not trying to swing this or hold this for a long term, this is what I would do. I would let the volume confirm your thesis for the long trade. If the volume doesn't show up, you're going to be liable to be in some choppiness like this. And that's not going to be the best way to make money. If you're excellent at scalping and all that, perhaps you can do it. But I would actually take the lower hanging fruit here, and I would wait for a volume expansion trade to set up. And in fact, in this one, we actually had this high was put in the morning, and then we didn't break this until near the close. So it's likely that this fell off the radar of a bunch of traders, but this is something that we can definitely kind of look for in the future. Now, as far as today goes, I'm not sure you're going to see this type of strength, right? We had that offering that Alice was mentioning at the beginning here. It'll be interesting to see how the stock continues to react. That's not to say if volume starts to pour in and we start to go above some of these levels here, it's actually possible that we test 742 again. But remember, if you're going to trade that, wait for the volume to confirm your move there.
Ryan, let's real quick welcome everyone on YouTube, live here again. We have a busy day today on the channel. I know we have Jay Trader coming on with Raz and Luke with the Power Hour, and also Gary, aka Mystic Mac, will be joining, and he's actually going to be mentioning his new charities starting for traders to give back to their communities. So exciting stuff coming later on today. This is the Benzinga Pro Power Hour, and take it away, Ryan.
All right, thank you very much. I'm really excited. I have a great slate of guests coming up here, so thanks very much for that. Let's dive back into the stocks. Again, we're looking for any of your suggestions on stocks that you want to see. Weiss, if you see anything in the YouTube, throw it in the chat here. We'll go ahead and take a look at it. So Jadid is asking, can we take a look at the fib levels on CTRM? Let's go ahead and do that. So this is, I think, one of the shippers, right? So I'm really weary of shippers. I don't think that I don't think these are great stocks to own. I don't really care for trading them. That's just me. As far as this move here, it looks like this is a move just on volume and technicals. We're coming off of what looks like a 20-cent level, and we're above $1 here now. As far as fibs go, I'm not sure how accurate these are going to be. One of the things that I actually might do is I actually might look for the extension on this case, because we actually already have a corrective move here. So we're going to go from this to this first high here, and then this corrective move right here. So let me bring this out just so it's a little bit easier to see. And let's take a look. All right. So first of all, to me, if you're going to trade this right now, you can actually trade this against some of these fib levels. I actually might alter that and trade against some of these candle levels, just because that's going to be a little bit more accurate. So let's go ahead and put this line in here. So for a trade today, I'm trading this against the $1 level. That is my downside stop. Again, this has to do with my I'm not a huge fan of the shippers. I think a lot of these they can be widow makers, right? That you can think that they're going to go on these huge runs. They pull back, they get halted. Not my favorite basket of stocks. I do recognize that they get traded quite a bit in chat rooms and also on the internet and on Twitter. So for a day trade here, I'm looking at about a $1 level here as my downside stop. If you're going to swing this and you want to give it a little bit more room, I would say 66 cents probably is going to be your good stop here. This is where it kind of made support after that initial spike. As far as upside targets, however, looks like we already kind of tested 111. I wouldn't be shocked to see that get tested again. 123 might be your top for today in terms of like, if it actually breaks through 111 and does have volume to confirm that move, you might see 123. I doubt we go any higher than this. As far as some of these other levels, let's go ahead and take a look at how these correspond to some of the other price points in the past. Well, look at this right away here. This fib, the 2.618 level, this is almost to the penny, the top of one of these candles in the past here. So this was, let's see, a high of 260 here on this candle from March 4th of last year. So this level, definitely important in the past. Let me go ahead and mark this down here, because you can see that this was also served as support back in August of 2019. Once we broke through that here, we were unable to break back above it. Even on this huge spike, we were unable to break back above it. So again, be wary. If you're going to trade these shippers, be wary, understand exactly what it is that you're trading, have a plan in place for downside and upside. This is not something that I would swing. Low price though, easy to day trade. Mark saying TNXP. I think we've talked about this one quite a bit too here. So interesting looking chart here for sure. Let me see.
It was a couple of days ago we actually talked about it. Actually, that's how I got on board with it. Somebody else was talking about it.
Okay, and remind me, what was our discussion about? Can you remind me?
It was a few days ago. It was actually somebody else who was talking about it, not me. But I caught on to it, and then I jumped onto it, and then they literally just came out with news like 2 days later that they're coming out with a COVID test that's a skin test. You just wipe it on your skin, and they can actually detect from just the skin sample COVID. So that spiked the stock, and now I jumped out at 160, and then now I'm seeing it still running, and I'm like, oh.
Okay, so here is that skin test that you're talking about. Looks like this news was yesterday, or at least in our news feed from yesterday. So interestingly enough, looks like this also had a recent offering, right? $70 million stock offering at $1.20. All right. So the good news here is that this is right after an offering. So we can surmise that there's not going to be one around the corner. That's really good news. They just did one, and our price is actually above that. So also really good news. I'd say the combination of those two things, definitely good to understand here. So we've recently had an offering. We're probably not going to see one. We're still above the price here. That's going to actually set this up for the next bullish run. Our trend is still good, right? So our trend right here, let me just draw this line here and make this all connect. Okay, so this is a really good trend. This is kind of a sharp move up. So I would actually trade against this trend here. If I was going to swing this, I would absolutely cut any position that I have if we break below this trend, because we're probably going to enter another downtrend. Now, let's talk about this news here real quick. The skin test. Okay, so first of all, right off the top, this sounds great, right? You have a skin test, you don't have to get the swab stuck all the way up your nose, blah, 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 blah. This is probably great if it works. The one thing to keep in mind about this is as more and more of this testing is going on, we're going to have to pay attention to things like false positives and all of that ends up plaguing some of these tests. Sometimes, you'll get news about a new test or a new drug that comes out, the stock will pop, then they'll start to learn more about it, the stock will start to come back in. So assuming that this is the catalyst that's driving this stock, we want to continue to pay attention to other headlines that are coming out, and then the efficacy of this potential test and how reliable this test actually is. So interesting. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just saying that's why I won't get back into it right now, even though I hold it until it dips again.
Gotcha. Okay. So I think that's smart here. And if we're talking about a dip here, we're probably going to, again, the trend is ultimately, I don't want to trade this to the long side if we're below this trend line, but we're above this trend line still. And as long as we hold that, that's a really good thing. Some of these other highs, some of these recent candles here, like this one, for example, I mean, this candle right here that I'm highlighting from yesterday, this is a nice looking hammer. Right? This is the body's maybe a little bit bigger, but this is still kind of a nice looking hammer. And we actually had another hammer beneath that. And so if you're looking at this from a strat perspective, we have a 2-2-2 reversal, and now we have a 2-2 continuation. So we want to see how this continues. As far as actually taking a new position, if you're going to wait for a dip, maybe 150 sounds about prudent. Yeah, I think if it doesn't hold 150, you're probably going to end up testing 140. So just be sure you have your stops and your downside plan in place before taking this. Otherwise, again, same deal. On a lot of these low price stocks here, one of the things you really want to pay attention to is going to be the volume. Now, this right here is concerning. I think that this is outweighed by the fact that the offering is already in the past, but obviously we traded up here in the pre-market and we've given back all of those gains. We've got the biggest candle here came recently and it's a red candle. So we kind of want to just monitor this. We're right in where it was yesterday. We've given back all of the gains from the pre-market today. Mark, I think your idea of waiting for a dip here is probably really smart. You actually may be able to get a fill here between 140 and 135. So that would be a spot that I would be looking for. But again, I want to see some volume confirm this long trade, because as of right now, this is just not something that I necessarily want to mess with. All of that can change. It can change rather quickly.
Yeah.
So user on YouTube wanted us to test out the white background. We can try that another time real quick. You can do that here in Pro. So if you open up this menu and you go to settings in your theme here, you can actually change this. I don't like these light themes. It actually hurts my eyes, and it looks like I have a cookie issue here that's causing that not to load. So I'm sure if I just close chat and reopen it, yeah, that chat room is fine. So yeah, I'll take a look into that. If that's something that you like, we can do that here. I personally hate those white charts. I cannot stand looking at a white screen for as long as I look at a screen today. So I'll stick with the darker black theme, but the option is available to you. By the way, the high contrast option is also quite popular. A lot of people swear by that. I've never figured out how to use that, but I digress. So it looks like we're still getting a little bit of pull here on TNXP. So if you are looking to enter this on a bounce play, keep that in mind. Again, I'd kind of pay attention to some of the recent levels that the price has been putting in. This, to me, this is just a very quick day trader here, if this is something that you're looking for. Let's take a look around. Looks like, and see here, this is what I was talking about at the top of the show here. The offering price, the offering price was 410, right? Let's go back to the news and confirm that real quick. Offering price at 410 a share. If we look at the chart, as soon as the market opened, this immediately sold off to 410 and bounced literally to the penny. You rarely see stuff go to the penny, but here we are, bounced right off of that. And now we have a nice little trend higher, right? So if we go from here, we want to keep that trend going throughout the course of the day today. So we'll see how this actually materializes. This is bullish for me. I like to see this, right? This tells me that the people that are buying this also think that the company is going to put that money to good use. The offering is out of the way. Let's go forward here. Let's just really quickly take a look at some of these levels here. So first thing we want to do is reclaim that 462 level. That's going to be a big one. The next push in terms of its fib here, we're looking at about 594 or 6 level. We've kind of tested that here in the past. We'll see what happens. But this is a nice rounding bottom chart here. And again, trend is your friend, right? This is the exact trend that we want to stay in. So we want to stay above this trend line. So that's really cool. That's starting to turn around. Let's take a look at another stock here that I've talked about and pounded the table on ad nauseum. I'm sure you guys are probably tired of hearing it. GoGo looks like another nice day, right? We sold off out the open here. That was met with buyers. We're now above yesterday's high. That's really awesome. Let's take a look at a daily chart here and see where we're going next. This candle was actually put in when we were going through that short squeeze mania with some of those other stocks. GoGo is a very heavily shorted stock, but it also makes money, right? So this unlike GameStop and AMC, this is a company that is making money and going through a successful turnaround. So I think there's more to this story than the short squeeze. You can see here we are right at a key level in the past. Back in 2015, we actually bounced off this level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times before finally breaking this to the downside. It did serve as resistance, it looks like twice. And so today is going to be a key day here. It looks like we just got a nice push on volume here. We definitely, let me go back to that chart here. Sorry, I'm flipping around so quickly. We definitely want a close above 14 here. Let's call it 1405 for our next push up here. So looking pretty good. RKT, sorry, you had mentioned that and I completely forgot. So a Rocket Company, full disclosure, Rocket Company, part of the family of companies with Benzinga. Just know that going in. I actually really like this. I like, with interest rates as low as they are right now, and I like the mortgage origination business, the refinancing business. The only caveat that I have here is COVID really hurt so many people that I'm not sure I'm going to be able to factor that into the calculus about the availability or the ability to get new loans for people that were adversely affected by this recent pandemic that we're still in, frankly. One of the things I will say about Rocket, if you want a little bit of personal information here, I actually refinanced my mortgage using Rocket Mortgage. And I got to say, the process could not have been simpler. The process for getting my initial mortgage was absolute hell. The process of refinancing my mortgage could not have been easier. I was ready to put on the boxing mitts and go to battle with these people. They were so nice and they made it super easy. So with that being said, I can absolutely see that. You see their ads all over the place. I hear them on the radio all the time on several different radio stations. So they're definitely really popular. We're chopping around right here, right? We're in this zone here from, it looks like about 18 to 24, and we're really kind of just chopping around. It IPO'd not long ago, and so I'm not really sure. I like this. I like this as a future play. I like this as a long-term hold. Let's start with that. I like this as a long-term hold. As a shorter-term trade, I'm kind of unsure on what the next catalyst is going to be. Like I just mentioned, it's easy. We've got low interest rates. There are definitely some positives, but there are also some negatives out there. And so, namely being the pandemic. So it'll just be interesting. One of the things that I definitely want to see is I want to see a clean break above this chop zone, right? So we're just going to call it 24. You can see that the last time that we tried to test this, we were not able to hold above this 24 level. So for me, in terms of a swing, perhaps a shorter term trade, I definitely want to see a break and close and hold above 24. Let's go back and check on Tilray because we were talking about that. Apparently Tilray is making some moves. Oh, here we go. Look at this. So here's your gap and go, right? So I know we briefly talked about this. This is a very, very simple setup for trading a gap and go. You can see that the stock is powerful in the pre-market. It's going to gap. The question is it going to go? So right here out the open, we had a powerful candle. We retraced. The fact that we didn't break this low, that we actually held it and then saw some increasing volume, you're off to the races here. This is absolutely a gap and go play. And if you're in at 34, you're up 6 points now where it's at from where it's at. If you wanted to continue taking a look at the volume expansion trade that we kind of just talked about on one of the other stocks here, you had the high put in here right about 9:50 in the morning. We tested that high, couldn't really hold above it. And then we started to test it again. We did break above it. And then we actually tested it as support instead of resistance. Once we tested it as support, look what happened. The buyers poured in, and we ran off that 38.40 level. We're up $2.50 from that level. Inverse head and shoulders there from Joseph. Thank you very much. Not a chart formation. My eye is trained to see. So thank you very much for the backup set of eyeballs. By the way, that's one of the things that's so great about a community. That's one of the reasons why we're doing this show, why we're going through all of these charts, why we're talking about these different setups. Not everyone trades the same way. The more tools you can put into the toolbox means the better end product you're going to be able to build if you follow that little silly example there. Anyway, really, really strong. Anyone that took Tilray, congratulations. Joe, what's your situation? Are you still in this? Are you trading it? Are you out? What's going on?
I've been trading it. Yeah. Every time it drops down, I just get a little bit. And then when it pops up like it's doing right now, I sell some more. So it's just been a little bit of that on and off today.
Okay, awesome. So that just seems like, you're kind of just adding up nickels and quarters there to try to have a nice total at the end of the day. Nothing wrong with that. Any way that keeps you green is going to be good. Andrew Weiss asking about UWMC. This is not University of Michigan. This is UWM Holdings. Let's go ahead and take a look here. We got asked about this recently, and I'll be honest, I'm not entirely familiar. Residential mortgage lender and wholesale mortgage lender. Okay, so this chart looks much different from Rocket. All right. Now I'm sure the businesses are a little bit different. You can't compare one to the other directly, but right here, they're definitely in the mortgage business. And this chart looks like death. For me, this is a no touch. All right, this is an absolute no touch. I want nothing to do with this. If I'm going to buy something in this sector, I want to buy something that is a leader. I want to buy something that I have experience with, that I have an edge with. I have no edge here. You could trade this on this doesn't even look all that great for technicals. I think you might just get chopped up here. To me, this is a no touch. If anyone else has traded this, I'm happy to listen to it. I'm happy to kind of walk through it, but ugly chart here. Not something that I want to be a part of. There's other ways to make money than trading this stock, in my opinion. You wanted to take a look at Ford Motor Company. Let's take a look at Ford. One of the things about Ford here is that the stock obviously doesn't move very much. So kind of like what we were just talking about with UWMC there might be better opportunities out there for you to take. Nothing wrong with owning Ford. I drive a Ford. I actually really like my Ford. I think some of the new Ford cars are actually quite nice. I'm really happy with mine, but that's aside. That has nothing to do with the stock. The stock itself, as you can see, really doesn't move a whole lot. Obviously, when we had the Corona and this stock went down to 4, that was a screaming buy. We're actually at a triple from those bottoms here. So that's pretty cool. But you can see it took from, March 19th or whatever took almost a year, right? Took about 10, 11 months to get to put that triple in. So the question is are you going to deploy your capital here, or are you going to look for some other type of play? Ford, really, really liquid options. So if you wanted to play this through the option market, you can, but still the same deal. I'm not really sure those options move a lot. Let's take a look and see. So first of all, implied volatility on these options, 59%, right in the butter zone. Nothing crazy there. Tons and tons of contracts traded today, tons in the open interest. But again, you got a 1 cent spread here on a lot of these. And we're at almost $12 here. A $10 contract is $1.93 a premium. So we really don't have a lot of movement here. This is going to be more for kind of your safer trade. If you catch the right direction, you'll be able to make some money here. It just won't be a lot, but you should be able to get in and out. So Pete is mentioning F will be an EV play when they get their act together. So that's actually a really good point, Pete. And that is more than just Ford too. I think that there are other companies that are going to trade differently when they release their EV line. You're going to have EV headlines. You're going to have EV competition. You're going to have delivery numbers. You're going to have all types of different data points to sift through. And that's going to cause a lot of these companies to move. One of the things I really like about Ford is that they have such a foothold in some of the industrial truck business. I know we talked about this when we talked about XL, the EV truck fleet company that has been hot recently. That was a SPAC. When Ford releases that, there's going to be a lot of money there. It's almost going to operate as a service in that case, even though you're delivering an actual vehicle. So I agree with you, Pete. Hold on the Bronco. The hold on the Bronco release hurt them. You know, the Bronco seems to be hit or miss, right? There are people that love it, and there are people that are like, not really sure. So again, as far as headlines go here, I guess keep an eye on that Bronco. I didn't think about that. That's a really good point. But the EV angle here, big time. This might be a more regular trader once those EV headlines start hitting. And you might actually start seeing some moves that are a little bit larger in their amplitude than you're seeing now. So really, really good point. Keep that in mind. Ford definitely, a good company. But again, you look at something like Ford versus something like Tesla. Tesla is just the alpha there is just so much greater. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of these other companies that Andrew threw out. We had RBAC, Red Ball Acquisition Company. Excuse me, I might need another Red Bull. All right, so I'm not familiar with this company. Let's take a look and see if I can get anything. Blank Check Company. So this is a SPAC. So you've probably heard Chris, Kaji, and Mitch talk about this. They're coming up next with SPAC Attack. Be sure to check that out. I have no angle here on this one. Not really sure what this company does from a downside, just from a technical perspective here. 1040 looks to be downside. If I'm going to trade this, I'm going to trade this against this level. If we break 1040, we're almost certainly going to test 10. If we break below 10, look out below. Who knows how low we can go. As far as actually trading higher here, we want to see some of these candles taken out. If we're able to hold this level here, we want to see a move towards the 12 line. We want to break some of these candles. We want the candles to hold, right? You can see these big wicks here. This is what we want to get away from. Once we breach some of these levels, we actually want that daily candle to close above that level. Let's take a look here on the weekly. Looks like we are, this is actually a better looking chart, right? So we have, let me really quickly do this with the fib extension. I know I'm up against the clock here, doing the best I can to get us out of here on time. So if we're looking at the fib levels here, we did have this nice move, then we had a corrective move, and now we're moving off this bottom. Looks like 1113, 1130, 1153, and then that 12 level are going to be your levels in place here. Not a lot of movement. We'll see what happens. AUVI, let's just take a really quick look at this. Trading higher if the company announced the closing of its acquisition of Akita Holdings. So I'm not sure with any of what either of these companies are. However, the market seems to really like it. This I'd have to do some more research on. Let me hit the last one, BNGO. We've talked about this one before. Let me get on a daily chart here. Wow, just an absolutely monster run here. If you're going to look for entry here, please pay attention to your support and resistance levels. Looks like a pullback to 881 is going to be prudent for an entry. If you don't think it's going to pull back that much, maybe this 1076 level. This actually looks like this held as pretty good support before. So 1075 looks to be like a good level. Andrew, are we ready for to pass this along?
Yeah, I think it is time that we send this over to SPAC Attack. Mitch is on vacation, well-deserved. So Spencer Israel is filling in, who is the host of the Pre-Market Prep Show. So we will have Chris and Spencer live with Chris DeMuth, portfolio manager at Wrangley Capital. So stick around all day. We have a good power hour coming later this afternoon. And here you go. Take it away.
All right, awesome. And we will see you guys tomorrow.
All right. That's my cue. That's Chris's cue. Good morning again, everybody. This is SPAC Attack. Spencer Israel, Chris Catchy with you as always, running through the biggest headlines, rumors, and movers and shakers in the world of SPACs. Chris, how's it going today?
It's going great. How about you, Spencer?
Chaos, man. Chaos is the name of the game. So, as Ryan just mentioned, our guest today, this is interesting. I don't know if have you guys spoken to a hedge fund PM before?
So we've done Accelerate Funds, which is some ETFs in Canada, the manager of that. But we have not gotten into the hedge fund side of things as much here.
It's going to be good. So yeah, Chris DeMuth Jr., he's the PM portfolio manager at Wrangley Capital. That'll be on a little bit later in the show. Until then, let's do some headlines. Chris, you ready?
Absolutely.
All right.
All right, guys. So diving into headlines up first, we have RBAC, so Red Ball Acquisition Corp. Shares were actually halted not too long ago. They are unhalted now. Shares did spike up. I'm not seeing any hard rumors out there. Remember, this was the one linked to Fenway Sports, the Red Sox and Liverpool. But those talks ended, so now they're searching for another target. I will throw out that I have seen, some unconfirmed rumors of Sport Radar, a sports data provider to sports betting companies. So we'll be monitoring this throughout the show till noon today. Maybe we get some more rumors from a better source, or we get a breaking news announcement during the show. We did have 3 deals announced yesterday before open as part of what we now know in SPAC land as Merger Monday. So those shares yesterday, ARYA was up 100%, SNPR was up 33%, and GHVI up 10%. So ARYA, the big gainer, up 100%. But all 3 were up. I haven't seen the last 2 Mondays when we got those 6 and 7 deal announcements. We did have a couple that actually fell on the day because of that built-in premium that was already there and the market reaction to those deal announcements. So looked like positive reaction yesterday to all 3 deals, but we'll keep an eye on those as, again, we look for some entry points, post-announcement here. And then Open, so former SPAC, Open Door, OPEN from Chamath Palihapitiya, got some positive news in the analyst front. So Oppenheimer reiterated a buy rating, raised the price target to $34. And then I'm seeing that Loop Ventures, so Gene Munster, also out with a very favorable report of both Zillow and Open Door, disrupting the housing market going forward. Also notable that Cathie Wood bought shares of Open prior to that merger close when they were IPOB, and she was actually selling shares of Zillow in the process. So it looks like she favors, Open Door, but it looks like, Loop Ventures making the case for both, disrupting the housing market. So definitely keep an eye on Open Door going forward. And then speaking of Cathie Wood, we have DraftKings and EXPC, which is taking Blade public. So ARK added to both of those positions yesterday, added 272,900 shares of DraftKings in ARK F and 229,500 shares in ARK W. First took a stake last week, and I predicted that she will keep accumulating. So part of the ARK management team was out with a very bullish note on the growth of sports betting. So ahead of most analysts, where most analysts see a $15 to $20 billion addressable market, the ARK fund person who spoke actually said $37 billion by 2025, and that sports betting could be worth $180 billion someday. So DraftKings, kind of the market leader, they're in more states than anyone else for online sports betting. So not a big surprise, that's where Cathie Wood put her money first, but definitely keep an eye on DraftKings. Metro Mile, their merger with Insu Acquisition Corp 2, INSU, was approved. Will start trading as MILE as early as tomorrow. This is a pay-per-mile insurance company. And I want to keep an eye on this one. Again, this is a Chamath pipe deal. Also has backing from Mark Cuban, and then they also added Ryan Graves, former Uber veteran. So strong management team here, trying to disrupt the insurance market. So definitely keep an eye out on that one once we start trading under that new ticker. A couple of big movers yesterday were LGVW up 18% and STPK up 16%. So LGVW, of course, nearing that vote date this week, backed by Bill Gates, Bailey Gifford, also part of ARK Funds ETFs. So that's another one to keep an eye on this week. It has been a high flyer. We'll see if the trend continues of these SPACs trading down after the merger vote, or if Longview is one of those exceptions, where it takes off right away as it transitions to that new ticker of BFLY. So keep an eye out on that one. And then IPV, I heard him talk about this one on pre-market prep this morning, taking LiDAR company Ava public. Big mover, shares up 8% last I looked today. They were featured on Mad Money yesterday. So, of course, getting that Kramer bump when he mentions or talks to management teams from SPACs. So as I said yesterday, as someone asked, there are quite a few LiDAR plays now entering the public markets thanks to SPACs. So it's very difficult right now to see who the market leaders are and who have those great deals with the auto companies. So keep an eye out on all of those, but IPV moving, with that Kramer bump. Couple of rumors yesterday, NGAC, Reuters reporting that they're nearing a deal with XOS Trucks. Shares were up 29% yesterday. We actually talked about this one on the 3 o'clock portion of the Benzinga show, as that was kind of breaking news at the moment. And then Chinese electric vehicle company Byton is exploring a SPAC deal. Company is backed by Apple partner Foxconn. Reuters reports this, but no tickers were mentioned in that article. But again, more and more electric vehicles hitting the public market via SPAC. A couple new SPACs launching today as units to make sure everyone is aware of. So we have SPAQU. This is the third SPAC from the Apollo Group. So their first two done were Fisker and then Sunlight Financial, SPRQ. Which we'll be talking to the management team of that company tomorrow. That was another Chamath pipe deal. Then PICCU is a new SPAC from Jonathan Ledecky. So that PIC line of SPACs did deals for KL Discovery and also XL Fleet, ticker XL. Ledecky is also a member of the Northern Star SPAC team that did the BarkBox deal and has other SPACs coming. Targeting logistics, last mile delivery, technology, cybersecurity, media, entertainment, or franchises. So a wide range of target areas, but Jonathan Ledecky quickly shaping up to be one of the top SPAC names out there as far as volume. And then ENNVU, another new SPAC targeting sustainability, will launch today. And then a couple deals to get into before our guests today. So after close yesterday, we had a deal announced of GRNV. This is Helbiz, which is a technology company with micro mobility solutions. So they see revenue of $4 million in 2020, $80 million in 2021, $165 million in fiscal 2022. This deal valued the company at $320 million. Also of note, they said that they were targeting ghost kitchens as well. So, as restaurants kind of pivot to that delivery only model, it looks like Helbiz with their scooters and micro mobility vehicles looking to get a piece of that action as far as deliveries go. And then our big deal announced this morning, DCRB. This one was rumored last week, but we got that definitive agreement today. So merging with Hyzon Motors, which is a hydrogen fuel cell heavy vehicle company. They see revenue of $37 million in fiscal 2021, $198 million in fiscal 2022. Deal done at $2.1 billion, includes a $400 million pipe from existing investors. Fidelity and BlackRock among those the pipe investors. company will get $626 million in gross proceeds that they'll use to fund and accelerate their growth strategy already in place. So they already have a sales footprint and pipeline that includes several Fortune 100 companies and also municipalities across the U.S. So this is a pure play on mobility, focusing exclusively on hydrogen for fleet-based and commercial vehicles. So keep an eye out on this one, see where we land today. And then, of course, our calendar. We had those vote dates yesterday, INAQ and PANA. We turn to the 11th this week. We have SBE voting on that merger with ChargePoint. I do own shares of SBE. Then on the 12th, we have LGVW voting on that merger with Butterfly Network. So that's what I've got for headlines and also those new deals, Spencer.
A lot, and you just ran through there, Chris. I feel like I just need to let's just stop and let all that sink in for a minute.
A lot of information today.
That was very dense. 12, not even like 9 minutes of information. Just so everyone knows, how long does it take you to compile all that research?
So I typically, see notes throughout the trading day.
Yeah.
Tweets or articles, press releases. I'll set them aside, as an open tab or jot it down. And then at night I go through more, and then I typically, put that into the document in the morning. So throughout, a 24-hour period for each show, a couple hours of, research and compiling. So nothing too difficult, but again, we're trying to bring all that information from multiple sources and, condense it to one place. And we also have our SPAC newsletter, which I will drop in the chat, where we try to put as many of those headlines and deals as we can to get that out to, all our viewers and readers before the show even airs. So definitely sign up for that. Just put that in the link in the YouTube chat as well.
All right. Our guest is here, Chris. So allow me to introduce another Chris, Chris DeMuth Jr. He is the founder and portfolio manager at Rangeley Capital, an event-driven hedge fund, and they are just as excited about SPACs as we are. So let's bring Chris on here now. Chris, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
You are in a very professional setting. You're making us look terrible. Me with my wooden cutouts, but how's it going today?
Fine. I've mostly been working from home, but I stopped by the office to chat with you guys.
We appreciate you going out of your way.
Not that far, only about a mile or so walk.
Oh my goodness.
Hadn't been out in a while.
In this weather? You're walking in this weather?
Yeah. But it's great to be here.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Awesome. Welcome to the show, Chris. We're going to dive into questions here. I know you as a writer on Seeking Alpha. I spent some time over the years writing there as well, so I'm familiar with some of your work, but I want to hear more about your hedge fund. So can you tell our viewers, a little bit about that hedge fund and how SPACs kind of play into that?
Sure. So I started it a little over a decade ago. We are value investors. I think we spend almost all of our time thinking about businesses that we want to invest in for the long term. We're very active in research. We're far less active in trading. But we look for things where there are kind of structural reasons why prices can be anomalous, where there isn't kind of an easy comp necessarily. So a lot of the things are stocks right at the periphery of the stock market where things are entering or exiting. And SPACs have been part of it from the beginning. So we've followed SPACs for over a decade. I think you could have the first 90% of it without ever getting a follow-up question if you said at a drinks party that you're interested in SPACs. And then out of nowhere, it's gotten to be this kind of interest in the pop culture. So that's been a big surprise to us and new to us. I've never been one of the cool kids before, but I think we're somewhere into our 15 minutes of fame in the world of SPACs.
Perfect. So there's so many SPACs to choose from now. So we're seeing, record number of new SPACs issued, record number of, dollars raised for SPACs. So what's kind of your outlook? What is it that you look for, when you get into a SPAC, and are you buying into these SPACs pre-deal announcement, or is this done, on a deal by deal basis?
So we typically start at the very beginning. We enter via the IPO and or founder shares and or PIPE. So we generally use the primary market of interacting with the sponsor and with their underwriter. Far less frequently are we buying or selling in the secondary market. And we generally are looking to hold for the long term. So this is something where we will, if we exit, when we exit, will be kind of part of the late stages of the de-SPACing process. And we're looking for a team that we want to be associated with. So we're looking for kind of private market standards for good stewardship. We tend to like larger SPACs better. We tend to like experienced teams better. And even if they're not experienced in SPAC specifically, if they're deal experienced. So one of our significant investments was in Liberty's SPAC. You could say they hadn't done a SPAC before, but you could also say they're probably the best, most successful M&A team in the history of corporate finance with Greg Maffei's deal with Sirius in 2009. We've been invested with them ever since then. Our whole life of my hedge fund, one of our biggest, best, largest, oldest positions is in Liberty and their various public entities. And so it was an easy decision for us to want a very significant investment in them when they did a SPAC.
Wait, Chris, I just have a question for you because you mentioned that you've been, investing in SPACs for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe to us what the SPAC market has historically been like? Because I had heard of blank check companies, but SPAC is now it's in the nomenclature, right? Like you said, you're having your 15 minutes of fame, or a little bit more so. You're at the cool kids table. Can you just describe to us what the SPAC market has historically been like?
Sure. It's a little bit like the transition, if you guys watch Silicon Valley, between when you are looking for capital or raising capital and you're in favor and then not in favor. You go through years when people are lobbying you to invest in what they're doing. And then all of a sudden now it's me lobbying a sponsor saying, this is something I really want to invest in. And it's going to be 10 times oversubscribed. And so something that used to be us making a decision and it hard to shoo away potential sponsors is now begging the highest quality sponsors to take our money. So that's a big change. And then it's gone radically up market. So the biggest, best, most famous private equity firms, hedge funds, and industries have their very top people sponsoring SPACs now. So, you have KKR and Elliott in the hedge fund world, and private equity world. You have Liberty in the corporate world. I mean, these are kind of the very upper echelons of people. That wasn't nearly the case 10 years ago. So this is something that's gone upscale and something that the balance of the conversations between capital such as mine and the sponsors has completely flipped in the past year.
Can you just, what do you think of it? I'll let Chris take over in a second, but what do you think of just the amount of money being raised? I saw a stat today. It was like $1 billion a day in 2021 being raised, via SPACs. I mean, what do you make of that?
Well, if you look at the broader market for public securities, and there's something like 70,000 investable public securities that investors can choose from. The SPAC process is just chipping away at a multi-decade decline in the number of securities in the public market. So you have immense wealth being made specifically in Silicon Valley, more generally in the venture capital and angel investing world, where there's not as much transparency, there's not as much access for average people to have any kind of role whatsoever. And then after the VC world has made 100x, 1000x their money, then it's kind of handed over to the general public. I think of SPACs as the 21st century successor to traditional IPOs, where there was a lot of arbitrariness. They would just kind of set prices, and it was kind of fixed by high-priced helpers. SPACs, every step of the way is market-driven. Every step of the way, you have to kind of check in with the market and see what the market will take. A lot of my time is spent on testing the waters calls, where even before an S1, I will meet with and speak with sponsors about my appetite for investing. Do I want to invest or not? What terms would be acceptable or not? How much I would want to put in. And that kind of defines how these unit structures are done, not just me, other people in my role versus the sponsors hearing our level of interest. And so that's a real market. How much capital they can raise in the IPO, what deal is priced, whether they get the vote. All of these things are market driven. And I think that that's better. I think it's more efficient. I think it's faster. I think it's fairer. I think it's more open. I think it's ultimately less rife with corruption. But it also has all the vagaries of markets, which is our job is to serve customers with products and services they think they want. It's not the job to dictate what sectors people invest in. And some get very in favor for good reasons sometimes, and sometimes for bad reasons. But that's kind of how it's gone. I mean, it's really been a sea change in the past year. But some people say bubble kind of casually. I think they mean something that's going up that they don't own as a definition. But it is only on the margins increasing the number of things that are public, and it's moving into the public markets and into something that anybody can participate in. What historically has been happening very lucratively, but happening in the private markets.
Perfect. So I heard you mention Liberty, and then you also talked about some new players entering the SPAC market. So KKR, Elliott. We've seen SoftBank now launch some SPACs. So and this is probably a balanced approach. But how important is it to you, for these management teams having experience doing deals before in private equity versus SPACs? Like Chamath's and Michael Klein's, where they have a history of getting SPAC deals complete. So, which do you prefer, or is it just, a healthy balance of the two kinds?
It's a balance. I think there's three very distinct roles, and I know of almost nobody who's excellent at all three, between operational competence, asset allocation, and marketing, and the kind of razzle dazzle around an announcement, which I take seriously. It's not my role, it's not my skill set, but we're in an era of earned media billionaires where people like Donald Trump, people like Richard Branson, like Chamath, Cathie Wood can unlock immense amount of value because they don't have to pay for a half hour of advertisements to get a half hour of attention on Twitter or on CNBC. And so having that in the mix is part of it. Having great asset allocators is part of it. And then having operational competence is part of it. I have a fairly strict hierarchy in that my first interest is in operational competence, followed by asset allocation. Very important, but once they've picked the deal, I can kind of do my own work analyzing it. And then thirdly, the marketing. I'm very happy to be invested in all three types of SPACs, or SPACs dominated by all three types of characters. But when I'm being locked up, when I kind of am committing to something where I'm going to be in it far after the de-SPACing process, that's where the steepness of my hierarchy is even steeper, that I like great operators, sound asset allocators, and if they can market and if they can capture the imagination of the public, that's nice too, but that's probably third.
I know this is another one where it probably varies based on the deal, but if you buy units in a SPAC, what's the approach to, holding the common shares, the warrants? Do you hold them before the deal is announced? Do you sell any after that deal is announced if you get a good run up?
So good question. So we almost always, even if we're in another part of the cap structure, almost always will have a significant part of the units in an IPO. My preference is to be at 10% of an offering. Sometimes we're at 5%, especially if it's huge, and very hard to get in, and if it's a sponsor that kind of comes in with their own capital. So we have a significant investment for us in Peter Thiel's last SPAC, but it was a little smaller than maybe my optimal preference because he came in with so many fans of Thiel Capital that being an outsider, it wasn't easy to get as much as I'd ideally like. So we tend to have a big position in units. We tend to split those units when you can split them, typically 52 days in or so. We typically are not trading until a deal announcement, or doing so on rare occasions in small amounts. It's not a big part of our strategy. When the deal's announced, there are two things that we look for. One, we are very sensitive to the relative valuation between the equity and warrants. Because they don't serve as great diversifiers for each other, we have no reasons to add to anything other than the cheapest one or subtract from anything other than the most expensive one. Typically that has been in favor of warrants versus equity, but not always. There are situations where we want the equity and don't want the warrants, and vice versa. But all of our focus and attention is on the deal, on the company, and thinking like business owners versus thinking like traders. But to the extent we have something to do, it would generally fall in the category of lightening of the more expensive one and adding to the less expensive one if there's an anomaly between the two. And over this past year, I've written about a couple times, there have been gaping anomalies, most prevalently with equity being far, far too expensive relative to the expensiveness of the warrants. And then secondly, something we've observed and written about a bit this past year is that the implied volatility of some of these SPACs is extremely high, just white hot. And so the ability, if there's ever a time or place, especially if something's kind of roared so that we sized it to about where we wanted it, and then we're all of a sudden massively oversized in some position, if there was ever an opportunity where we want to lighten up, we would typically buy right the equity when the equity is more expensive. So write calls against it, near-term call volatility. I mean, sometimes you're in a situation where the premium is 10 to 20% near term at the market. And so even if something subsequently liquidated, you're locking in a very, very good investment on part of your capital, simply writing at the money near term calls. So we look at the difference between warrants and equity. We look at the difference between equity and options. I think I've seen zero situations where the options were surprisingly cheap and many situations where they're quite expensive, and we're price sensitive in all things. So we kind of look at those possible opportunities. But for the most part, either contractually or culturally, we're starting at the beginning, we're ending at the end, doing our work on whether it's a target that we like, and sticking around just based on the value we place in the company more than anything happening in the stock market.
Perfect. I want to dive into some individual SPACs. So I saw an article you did on ALUS merging with Fry, clean battery space. Can you kind of walk us through what drew you to that name and that deal?
Sure, absolutely. So it's an investment of ours. It's something, so I guess that serves as both the intro and the disclosure. It's a very interesting deal, one we quite like. So this is one that launched in 2019. It's one that was launched by a great team we like, trust, admire. So just in terms of the deal quality team, it was good. It was a size that we like. This is a $210 million SPAC. So it's kind of, there's some tiny ones that initially kind of strike me as too small to be a good fit for the public markets. This kind of checked the boxes as something we want to invest in. But these are Dallas oilmen looking for a traditional energy deal by all impression. The imagery they use, their background, everything. But something to mention about SPACs is the intended sector has no legal weight. You can do whatever you want. You kind of intimate to the market what you might want to invest in. But these guys were going to do an old energy deal. And then energy kind of collapsed in March 2020. They hadn't picked a deal yet. And they pivoted to look at next gen battery technology. And they kind of were part of this massive movement towards ESG. There's $40 trillion that has some ESG element. I mean, the biggest change in history in terms of capital mandates has been this move to incorporate some or total ESG into mandates. So it is an extremely attractive area for SPACs, and they could pivot. So when I say that these are market-driven processes, they were watching the market and they want something that's going to succeed. And so they pivoted to doing a deal that was unlike things that they'd run in their past. And they're de-SPACing Freyr, a clean next-gen battery cell company in Norway.
Perfect. So one of the most talked about SPACs, CCIV, so Churchill Capital Ford, there's the rumor out of Lucid Motors. So, we talk risk reward on the show, and I still own some shares of CCIV. I did sell some. How do you kind of weigh the risk reward of these huge premiums that some of these SPACs are getting before they announce? Are you looking to trim position? How important is that rumor? How important are rumor sources, et cetera?
Sure. So disclosure, it is a position of ours. In fact, it's our largest investment, possibly the largest or one of the largest investments we've ever made, but it is currently our largest. It's one that we were in from the beginning and are still in now. It is a tension in my job in terms of how to handle something like this because it kind of became organically a hugely oversized position for us. So we split the units into equity and warrants. We still own both. On the margin, though, when the stock price exploded, so did the implied volatility. So we trimmed via recently writing some $30 at the money calls that had just spectacularly high implied volatility. So we were well paid for that to kind of trend it kind of a little closer to a sensible position size. So that's kind of how we reacted. It's an unusual circumstance though, because for us it's such a large position. I think that it's a team I like and trust, but a couple things I would add about it in particular. If there's a deal with Lucid, I think it's about an 80% chance that it happens. I think that it would be a great deal. There's overlapping people between Churchill and Lucid. There are certainly preparations at Lucid, publicly known steps towards becoming a public company. So I think they are going to be a public company this year. I think that's 95% chance. If there was a problem, it was kind of an unintended consequence, which is I think it is reasonable to assume that they would have a pipe associated, a private investment in a public equity associated with a SPAC. I think it's reasonable to assume that that pipe was being marketed. And I think it's reasonable to assume that the original press on this was a market check of that potential deal. Well, the market check kind of got a little bit out of control and was maybe more successful. If the market hated it, that would have been a data point. The market loved it. The reason why I'm still only at about 4 out of 5 that this works is that if the market loves it so much, we're not the only people looking at the same thing. So there could be other SPACs that try to snatch it away. They could look at something else. But I have total confidence in Churchill Capital's sponsors. I think their backers are totally committed. I think their investors are going to stick with them. And I hope and expect this is going to work. So if your downside is 10 and your upside is Tesla, I'm happy to commit a lot of capital at 10.
That's a great comparison. And I think, that's where everyone's at is, is this the next Tesla, and kind of where does valuation go from here? So, so CCIV, well known with that link to Lucid. So I want to turn to maybe some undervalued SPACs. So any ones that you own, or any picks out there of, SPACs without a deal or SPACs with deals that maybe aren't getting the attention that they deserve?
Sure. No, that's a good question. Churchill is kind of like, I wasn't looking for a topic that was going to get this much attention when we first invested in it. It was kind of a sleepy one at the time. Now it's anything but sleepy, and we're kind of just letting it play out. I think that, on the other end of the spectrum, in terms of attention, we invest in a lot of different SPACs. And since I have such a proclivity for kind of the big sponsors and big deals, they tend to be well-known ones. Every once in a while, there's a quirky little security that's interesting to me, that's really kind of out of the way and under analyzed. Generally, if I'm dealing with very well-regarded sponsors, they tend to have the more stingy units. So I'm generally interacting with people who can kind of dictate terms. So sometimes they have a equity with no warrants. Sometimes they'll have a fifth of a warrant, take it or leave it. But I equate it to my favorite local coffee shop in town. It has a big kind of angry sign that says cash only, no phones, no service, no phones, and other rules like that. And I think, who can treat their customers like that? And the answer is people with really good coffee. And so the best sponsor teams generally don't have the most generous units. At the other end of the spectrum, and this is kind of not a normal situation, is one called Andina Acquisition Corp. Ticker is ANDAU. Disclosure, we're long their rights. They have this right, ANDAR, and it's been super undervalued. It was just kind of left for dead. We own it. We disclosed the position. I think it was at 42 cents. It's popped a little bit, but it's worth well over $1. And it's the right to the equity after the deal's completed. So it's in addition to the warrants, in addition to the equity, it's kind of an added part of that cap structure. They're doing they've announced a deal. They needed a little more time than they originally thought they would, but that is an interesting part of the cap structure. It's not normally what I look to, but it was just so ignored and out of the way that it really just kind of jumped out as a value. So that's kind of that's one kind of with a deal, but not getting really any attention. I know it very well. I haven't seen it kind of get write-ups or anything like that. And then in terms of something without a deal, I think that, ideally, you're looking at the primary market. Every once in a while, you kind of say, okay, well, if you don't have the opportunity to participate in an IPO, what's most IPO-like out there? And then I think about this. Well, the average first day pop in 2021 is 6% or so. And so can you get something for either significantly less than that for $10.60? There's not that much out there that really is. Or can you pay about 6% premium for something that's well above average quality? And so they say, okay, well, what can you get that is that's there? And there's some interesting things there. I think one that I would point out that says, okay, you're paying the average bump, but you get something that's much better than average. It would be one called Atlas Crest 2. It's the ticker is ACIIU. The sponsor is a guy named Ken Mullis. He's a terrific asset allocator. He's an extremely successful guy. I mean, I think that if you're not kind of directly in his orbit, he might be somewhat less promotional or less flashy than the most famous ones. But he's going to do a great deal. He's somebody I have total confidence in. And so that's one that's kind of an average price for a public in the secondary market available SPAC for much higher than average quality. So that's one that I think, is really underknown for how good it is. And then another one I'd throw out, I think somebody said that you've had Nicolo Damasi on before, but he's a terrific SPAC sponsor. He's done, I think, 3 so far, 3 that I have been involved in at all. But he's somebody that I think kind of next time he has something to say, not to put words in his mouth, but I would be backing him as far as I'm able to at a really significant scale in terms of the quality, the direction that he is likely to look, and the scale of his SPACs. That's somebody that I would, if in the secondary market, somebody who's not in the IPO could get that anywhere near average, that would be somebody worth paying up for.
Yeah, that's great praise. We had Nicolo Damasi on the show. So DMYT went public with Rush Street Interactive, DMYD with Genius, and then his third one, DMYI, still out there. And then also he's involved with Glue Mobile, and they got that acquisition announcement from EA last night. So he's having some good success here. So before we wrap up, Chris, I just have one more question for you.
Sure.
You said you've been in SPACs for years, but they really came into favor over the last couple. My question is, what former SPACs, are still appealing? So, maybe Virgin Galactic, DraftKings, some like that. Are there any that you've held for years and years, and some that you'd like, way long term here?
Sure. And there's at least one. Well, there's a couple of these I'm not able to discuss at all that are still significant investments of ours. But of the ones that we're able to discuss, I would throw out, I've written about Virgin Galactic recently. I thought that was a very interesting one. It was the post de-SPACing equity with the highest short interest. Even if some of the short thesis could eventually be borne out, I thought it was an extremely dangerous short. And I kind of had a fairly lengthy caveat section that kind of deferred to many of the short thesis ideas. But in January, I wrote a piece called "Will Virgin Galactic Go Hypersonic?" and to say, oh, sorry about the phone ringing. I don't know why, but saying that if you were short it, you should cover. So that was kind of something at the time we had an investment in. It was actually a case of something we had an investment in. We had calls. We had using the options market. We have been taken out of our position since then. But that was certainly an interesting one. I think that Tattooed Chef is something we have a significant investment in to this day. Of the post-SPAC equities, I think that is a very promising one too. And then in the process of de-SPACing, there's a few more that I think are interesting to me. Kind of once you move beyond the SPAC part of the process, it's like owning any other equity, and it should you should bring to bear all of the fundamental analysis and kind of research rigor that you'd bring to owning any other equity. Your downside's just gone from $10 to zero, like any other stock. And that should be a moment that you approach with a lot of gravity.
All right. This has been a fantastic conversation. Chris Smith Jr. is the portfolio manager and founder of Rangeley Capital. Chris, we appreciate the time. Thanks a lot. That was a lot of fun.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
All right.
Thank you, Chris.
Man, it's funny because Chris is like a veteran SPAC guy, but yet it's as mainstream as it's become. I still feel like it's such a niche space. You know what I mean? So I don't know how many other Chris's, like how many more people are there like Chris who have been in the game for years. I don't know. I don't know how many there are.
Yeah, that's one of the things I love hearing is, what was your first SPAC? When did you get interested? And, you see a lot of times, people start with Virgin Galactic, a couple of years ago, or it was DraftKings last summer, or it was, Hyliion or Nikola. Where was your entry point into when SPAC started becoming so popular? So, Chris has got years of experience in that industry. I loved hearing the insight there from him.
Yeah, I mean, my entry, the first time I ever heard of SPAC refers to Nikola. Prior to that, it was a blank check company, right? Is how it was referred to. But yeah, it's just that was great stuff. We'll have to get Chris back, and next time maybe I would like to talk more history, and I want to know what the SPAC market was like 10 years ago. You know what I mean? Because it was much more of a shadowy corner of Wall Street than it is now. All right, 11:48, Chris. We got about 12 minutes or so left. Let's do some questions from our chat. We'll do some ticker time. So if you have a ticker on your mind, drop it in. We will do our best to take a look. And if it's not a SPAC, well, that doesn't mean we don't have an opinion, but try to keep it SPAC related. This is SPAC's Attack after all. All right, let's start. They are flying. Chris Kachi, let's go with NGA, Northern Genesis Acquisition.
Yeah, so NGA, Lion Electric. This is a SPAC I still own. We had the management team on the show. The catalyst for me here is they're going to make their announcement of where their U.S. plant is going to be located. Michigan's one of the 3 finalists. I think when they make that announcement and really start to get everything in line, this could start moving higher again. But to me, it's the electric buses, electric van story. And I think that's very in favor with the new administration. So I'm still holding shares of NGA here.
All right, moving right along. STPK, I feel like we discussed that yesterday. Maybe we didn't, but it feels like we did. Did we?
We did, and that one's moving again today. Battery play, clean energy, very, very favorable right now and getting lots of swings higher. So definitely on the radar, but, I would be looking for dips at this point as it's been a runner.
What about PDAC, Peridot acquisition?
Yep. So this is one we've talked about before in the clean energy space. Jonathan Silver from Plug Power is one of the directors of this. I believe someone from Centerpoint Energy also involved. So very strong management team. It is trading at a decent sized premium right now, over 13. But that clean energy space and sustainability is a huge market going forward. So it'll depend on what they land for a deal, but definitely love the management team here.
What do you know about SV, Spring Valley?
Yeah, so SV is one I think Mitch actually has brought up a couple times on the show too, and he's in. It's another sustainability play. So it definitely on watch. I would have loved to get this one under 11 before. I think we brought it up on a clean energy show that we did. It has been going higher now, but good management team, good target area, so definitely on watch.
This is a new one for me. They're all new ones for me here. NHIC, you know that one? New Hold?
NAIC?
NHIC.
NHIC. I do not know this one. The New Hold Investment. I am not familiar with this one at all.
All right, we stumped him, ladies and gentlemen. We stumped him. Yes, awesome.
We will jot that one down, and we will come back to that one, I guess.
Okay.
Whose comment was that?
Vidya. Email us. Why don't you email? Whose email do we get? Why don't you just email pre-market? We'll make our own email, but for now, email premarket@benzinga.com. Vidya. We will get you hooked up with some swag for that because you stumped the man. That was awesome. All right. Moving on here. IPOD.
So IPOD, I own shares of this. This is a Chamath one. My guess is either IPOD or IPOF goes after a battery play here. Chamath has been tweeting now about batteries and how that has been his big focus going forward. So there's a lot of privately traded battery companies, including one that's working on a 5-minute full charge system. So keep an eye on IPOD and IPOF because battery plays have been hot, and I think that's going to be Chamath's next announcement.
APXT. This one is post merger, right?
Not quite. So this is AvePoint.
Okay.
Merger should be coming anytime. This is a Microsoft partner. We had the CEO of AvePoint on. This is one of Microsoft's largest partners in that cloud space. And if you paid attention to Microsoft's earnings report, cloud was the story there, and that's what drove their growth. So, I think AvePoint's going to be able to piggyback off of that, and they're the bridge between Microsoft and small to medium businesses. So I see a strong potential here.
Is there news on Ajax? Is that let me make sure I got that right. Oh my gosh, there's so many tickers, and now I lost my place in the chat. No.
I have not seen any news on Ajax. This is one that I own. One of the best management teams, in my opinion, out there. You have the founder of Square, the founder of 23andMe, the founder of Chipotle, and the founder of Instagram. That's a strong team, in my opinion. I think they get a great deal, and I think they're all itching to help lead a company in the growth phase going forward. So I do own shares of Ajax, but I have not seen any news on that one.
NGAC, we discussed this, I believe, yesterday. Had a bit of a volatile day.
Yep. So NGAC is that rumor with XOS trucks. We talked about that one on that 3:00 show yesterday, Spencer. So that rumor's from Reuters. So they've been pretty spot on with those rumors. So we'll see where this one kind of lands because it did get above 14 yesterday. But typically when these rumors are announced, they either get a definitive agreement within a couple days, or otherwise we're waiting, 30 days plus. So if we don't get a deal in the next couple days, this one could sell off and provide, a good entry point for anyone who likes that rumor going forward.
DMYD. This one, they announced a merger, right? They found their target.
DMYD, Genius Sports. They're the data provider, the thing behind the thing for sports betting companies. Really big fan here. As I mentioned with RBAC, possible rumor could be Sport Radar. So Sport Radar and Genius have a duopoly, right? There's two big providers that bring this data from sporting events to the betting companies. And as we've seen the growth with sports betting, people want to bet on live sports. So they need that instant data from the games and the contest. And, Genius Sports has deals in place with a lot of these sports leagues. So this is one where they're going to be able to piggyback off the growth of online sports betting.
When you say duopoly, let's not act like this is some huge industry. It's emerging, but this isn't like the sports data industry isn't some huge thing yet, right? I mean,
not yet, but I mean, when you talk about sports betting, right, you have so many players. You have DraftKings and FanDuel are like the leaders, but then you have 10 to 15, more providers of sports betting. But when you look at the data for all those companies, you really only have 2. So I think that's a good thing, to have the duopoly there. And I don't think there's any risk of it, getting broken up due to the size. So, I like the entry there.
What about HOL? This one's merging with a space company, right?
Yep. So HOL merging with Astra. They're going to be a pure play space rocket launch company.
Ooh,
this one, pun intended, it rocketed up there right away. It did dip and then it took off and it has not looked back. And as we've talked, Kathy Wood, space ETFs, Virgin Galactic, space companies everyone wants a piece of right now. And HOL, they have a platform in place where they're going to be able to move it around the country. And, you can set up a launch from any area within 24 hours. That's the technology they want to get to. And they're also working on satellites and some of that, 5G from space technology that's been so popular.
Let's do a couple more here, Chris, before we yeah, I'm starting to remember the SPACs. Actually, no, Jeremiah, I'm not remembering the SPACs. What I'm doing is searching in Benzinga Pro. That's how good Benzinga Pro is. It made it seem like I was remembering everything. In reality, I remember nothing. I just searched in Benzinga Pro and there's information at my fingertips. So no, I don't know anything. I get all my information from Benzinga Pro. Let's go back here to the chat. What about like RPLA? That one replay acquisition?
So RPLA, we had on Patty Cook, the CEO of Finance of America. This is a mortgage play. I like it because it's trading close to net asset value at 10.20. So you actually have very low risk. The thing I would caution is, post merger, will that one trade higher, as we've unfortunately seen UWMC trade below that $10 level now, as there's no longer a floor of 10 once the merger goes through. I really like the diversification that RPLA offers, though. It's not just a mortgage company, similar more to Rocket, where they're trying to grow different avenues and technology to kind of build out their business model.
How would you approach VGAC? This is Richard Branson, right?
Yeah, so 23andMe, this is Richard Branson's SPAC. He invested in the PIPE on this. 23andMe co-founder also invested in the PIPE. This is an interesting one because this rumor came out and people sold it off, right? People didn't like the rumor. They wanted nothing to do with it, once that rumor came. And the big reason was because this is a Virgin SPAC, everyone thought they were going to take Virgin Orbit, a space company, public. But instead, 23andMe was the rumor and people sold. Well, then once this deal got announced, it traded higher. Everyone was like, oh, just kidding. We love 23andMe. This is a genomics play. And then obviously when you talk genomics, you have to bring up Kathy Wood. So I guess my question would be, how much of this premium now built in is, will Kathy Wood add this to her fund? And she's kind of on the fence because she criticized 23andMe a couple of years ago, saying that she didn't like the way they collected data and there were better companies out there. But then she has also tweeted out about how much data they have and how beneficial that could be. So to me, I think she ends up adding it eventually. But, I think this one could go either way. And I think at some point, it might lose investors if she doesn't add it.
Chris, would you ever do one of those DNA testing sites, kits, whatever?
So I've never done one. I've played around with like ancestry.com where you can create your family tree, but not with, sending in a DNA sample at all. To me, I don't know. It's one of those where if I got it as like a gift, right? Like I would do it, but I don't know if I would spend the money to get it. But also, as we look at family history and genomics playing into, cancers and diseases down the road, I think that is something I would look at, because you could really see, hey, which test should I be getting screened for? What am I high risk for? And I think that's where 23andMe could actually be a good, 10-year out bet when we really get to that point where from your DNA, we can tell things like that.
Yeah, I'm far too paranoid. I don't need some company knowing my genetic information. I'm sorry. I'm just not for me. I'm far too paranoid. I have no idea what they're going to do with that. Not that anyone would be interested, in my family tree, but I don't know.
So interesting, Spencer. The thing I found out reading through their presentation was, and again, I mean, take it with a grain of salt, because who knows what they do with all the data. But so when you send in your DNA sample, you get the results back, and then you have the option to opt in to that data then being collected and used for their research for drugs and whatnot.
Right.
They said that 80% of people opt in. And I was surprised by that. I actually thought it would be lower. I thought it would be closer to 50-50. It was 80% of people that get the 23andMe kit opt to have their stuff shared.
I'm sorry. Do you have to? Are you opt out by default and you have to opt in manually, or is it the other way around?
That's my understanding. Is when you do it, there's I think there's a box where you have to check or you have to agree to have that data shared with them towards their research. So
interesting. Yeah, I would have assumed whatever they do automatically is what most people do, but because people are lazy. But what do I know? All right, some housekeeping items. On tomorrow's show, we are going to be joined by Matt Potier, CEO, board member of Sunlight Financial. Ticker there is SPRQ. Did I get that right, Chris?
You did, and I own shares of this company. This was a Chamath pipe deal, residential solar play. So looking forward to hearing what they have to say on, having Chamath on the pipe, the solar market, and that new administration for growth going forward.
All right. You see the banner up there. Smash that like button wherever you're watching this. Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube. That's right. We are everywhere. We're even on LinkedIn. We're on every platform. I don't know why we're on LinkedIn, but we're on LinkedIn. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for your participation today. We appreciate you hanging out with us. This has been SPAC Attack. Chris Cacci, you were great as usual. Thanks to our guest today, the other Chris. We appreciate him as well. Would love to get him back. And that's what I got. So, Chris, any final thoughts?
That's it. We'll see everyone tomorrow.
All right. I'm going to say goodbye to Chris Cacci here. And we've got the Zinger Nation Power Hour coming on in about 9 minutes from now. But I want to do some quick housekeeping for overall Benzinga stream stuff. So I got some great feedback about 10 minutes ago from someone on the chat. Great point on the timestamps. I'm going to get that for you. So there's going to be timestamps in our stream for the different shows. That's a fantastic idea. They don't know why we didn't think of that. So we're going to do that because you're right. It makes it easier to find which show starts when. I want to preview quickly what's coming up here on the Power Hour. A few guests today. Robert Roy, he's the CEO of Wealth Builders. Jay Trader, if you don't follow him on Twitter, at JTraderCo, it's the letter J, the word trader, and then CO. You should. And then Notorious Alerts will be on with us. He's at Notorious Alerts on Twitter. Those are going to be our guests for today. I've had a couple of people say I should do some sort of regular ETF programming. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock or maybe 9:05, I'm going to have Dave Mazza on. Dave Mazza is the managing director and head of product at Direction. They do leveraged ETFs. And I want to talk with Dave, spoken to him before, all about the leverage ETF universe, what they're good for, what they're not good for, how to use them. And yes, so that'll be tomorrow morning after pre-market prep, before Get Technical. So from like 9:05 till like 9:20 or so, I'll be joined by Dave Mazza. So if you have any leverage ETF questions, save them for tomorrow morning because I've got Dave on with me then. Okay. That's all the housekeeping I had, so I'm preparing to let Jason and Luke take the reins. Before I do that, if you have any questions for me in the chat, drop them in. I'd be glad to discuss. Let's just do a quick rundown of the biggest news of the day. If you haven't seen it by now, it was out yesterday, but EA is acquiring Glue Mobile. It is the biggest headline on Wall Street. In terms of individual company news of the day, it basically just allows EA to double their mobile gaming footprint overnight, essentially. So EA is trading up this morning. Glue Mobile, GLUU, obviously trading significantly higher, up 33%. Takeout price, I think, was $12.50. So you're actually seeing a premium. It's trading above what EA said they were going to pay, and I believe that's because Glue Mobile said they had more than one suitor. So maybe people thinking there's going to be another offer come in there, but Glue Mobile up big today on that headline. You own Glue NEA. Fantastic, Emery. You're making some money this morning on your Glue. What else did we talk about this morning? We talked about some earnings plays. Just to give you a quick rundown of what to expect on the earnings calendar for tonight. Big day. Twitter is tonight. Cisco is tonight. Lyft is tonight. Those are kind of the big three. Twitter, Cisco, and Lyft. There are some smaller names. Mattel is tonight. Akamai is tonight. Enphase Energy is tonight. But those are the Twitter, Cisco, Lyft are your headline reports tonight. We did have a couple of earnings this morning. Canopy Growth reported. I don't know how reliable the estimates are on Canopy Growth. Regardless, the stock is trading up 10% this morning. On that earnings, or really just could be sentiment, because the entire cannabis sector is up today, right? If I go to Tilray for a second, it's up 17%. They announced a deal to have their products distributed in the UK. So pot is hot right now. If I just zoom out, let me just zoom out on that Tilray. Let me go to a daily. You can just see that. Yeah. So remember that one day, that was the day Tilray went from 150 to 300 to 150 on the same day. It's been a steady march downward ever since then. But hey, last couple of months, that's not bad. If you hold long enough in this market, you are usually rewarded. DC7 Under Armour. Oh man, I bought this thing. I decided I was going to be a hero. I bought this thing in 17, 18. I was going to be the hero. I was going to call the bottom. I called the bottom in Under Armour. No, I didn't. Spoiler alert. Lost money on that one. So sold that about a year ago. We're done with Under Armour. Love the company. I went to University of Maryland, the same school where Kevin Plank went. He is the founder of Under Armour. Love the brand. It's not a good performer right now. I don't know what's going on with there. I know they have a new CEO. They've fallen a little bit behind Nike, a lot behind Nike, I should say, on that front. So I wish Under Armour would do well. I would like to own them again, but for now I just can't do it. What else? People are puffing and trading. You know it. I don't really know what that means, but okay. Maybe you're saying I should smoke while I do this. I don't smoke, so that's not gonna happen. Let's see here. Axon Fever, AXON. What's going on with my chart there? See if I can do a 15-minute. Not sure what's up with that chart. Regardless, let's just go to our overview page. All right, so there was a headline today. They reported a joint partnership with Celebrate to streamline investigative workflows for investigators. It's redundant. Thanks a lot. Press release. No term was disclosed. Don't know what's up with my chart today, but you can see it is up. What's that? Like 0.5%? Yeah. So I don't know what's going on with Axon. This has been Benzinga Pro. This is the details widget. I go here just now on SPAC Attack. When you drop in a ticker and I have no idea what it is, I enter it right here and I get my answer. It really is that easy. Who cares about the CEOs? Let's see Spencer's ETFs. I've gone over like I said, I've gone over most of my ETFs. I feel like there may be one or two that I haven't mentioned yet, but I mean, in the last couple of days, let's see, we've talked about 5G, we've talked about KWeb, SPCX. We've talked about iCleaning, which I mentioned I don't own, but I thought about buying. We talked about ESPO. Let's see, we talked about IBB a little bit. I mean, those are the ones that I own. I can go on ones that I don't own, but that's pretty much it as far as what's in my portfolio. And again, I want to talk ETFs more, so that's why I'm bringing Dave Mazza on tomorrow morning at 9 to talk leverage ETFs with him, because I've said previously, leverage ETFs are not buy and hold; they are trading instruments. They are great tools if you know how to use them, and if you don't know how to use them, then do not trade them. But they can be great tools if you use them correctly. So that's why we're going to have Dave Mazza on from Direction ETFs tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Let me make sure. I think they're getting ready here. I'm going to throw on the little transition here. And Jason and Luke, they're telling me not to do that now. I don't know why they're telling me not to do that. But Luke is saying he's ready. He is not ready. I don't see him here in our stream, but when he is ready, I will let you know. We'll bring him on. Let's see. Hot stocks, Luke.
I'm ready, baby. Let's go.
Oh man, you are here. How'd you do that so fast?
There we go. See, I'm like a professional, Spencer.
All right. You ready for your little intro video?
Let's rip it, guys. This is the best intro video of all time. Okay, I'm just gonna say that.
All right, here we go.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Benzinga Nation jam-packed show today. Peloton up 5%.
What's up, disciplined investor?
We got Benzinga CEO Jason Raznick here with us.
The man, the myth, the legend, Tom Nash.
Peter Schiff on the Power Hour with us live today.
Interesting, different, unique, innovative companies.
Mia, you are live with us on the Power Hour. What's up?
Thank you so much for inviting me on.
Jessica Billingsley, that is the CEO of Akerna.
The best trade idea resource out there. Boom. How was that? Was that not the best intro video of literally all time? What's up, guys? Happy Tuesday. We are in it to win it today. The market was down a little bit ago. I mean, I don't know what the hell is going on. I mean, the market down just doesn't make sense to me. But let's dive into this, guys. I am going to get somebody said the intro is a little long. Come on now. Who made it? I don't know who made it. If you think Jason made it, don't be fooled. Don't let him fool you like that. He did not make that. But he helped get it done. So maybe he gets a little credit there. But yeah, we're still negative in the S&Ps a little bit. Boring day. We are up in the live account. Thank God. Just a little bit. We got a nice little $300 today. We'll take it on any day when the market is down. But guys, let's smash these likes. Let's hit that subscribe button. I want us to get up to 1,000 likes before Raz jumps on in a minute here. And I'm going to start today off the way that I start every single day, which is to remind you what the point of this show is, what we're going to be covering, and who some of our special guests are. So the Power Hour, that is this time that we are in now. We want this to be the best trade idea resource out there. That's what we're going for, right? We spend this time together, not just to have fun or goof around, which we absolutely will do, but because we want this to be the best trade idea resource out there. That's what we're going for. That's what we want to deliver on. If we're not delivering on it, then tell me, and we'll get better. But stocks to talk about today. I'm going to talk about GM, General Motors. I'm going to talk about Ford. We got a new ticker that was pitched yesterday. Red alert. Oh wait, I need some sound effects. No sound effects yet. Oh, I'm getting errors on my sound effects, producer Rohan. None of them work. Yep. Wah, wah, wah. But new ticker that was pitched yesterday, CRTD, up 20% one day since it was pitched. So we're gonna have fun there. Have fun making money. Yeah, that's the tagline for the show. That's what I'm talking about. We're gonna talk about Rocket Mortgage 2. Jason wants to go after a new stock, EXP. I guess. You know what? I'm not even going to say the new stock. Well, once we get up to those 1,000 likes, then I'll say the new stock that Jason wants to pitch today, and we'll talk about that one. Of course, we're going to do our chat challenge, and we're going to finish it out with a guest who's going to talk some active trading, give us some symbols he's looking at, and tell us how he's flipping those stocks around. So there is the move today, guys. And I want to start us off. I got to make an ask, right? I know a lot of times on the show, we're giving and, we're throwing the ideas out there and that sort of thing. But I'm making an ask, guys. We are in desperate need of an iOS developer and also more people who want to join the BZ editorial team. So Benzinga pro.benzinga.com, that's the platform that I'm using every single day when we're looking at news, we're looking at prices, we're looking at charts. Here, let me share my screen here and I'll get this up for you guys so you know what I'm talking about. But pro.benzinga.com, it's been web only for years. We are finally bringing it to iOS. We need a badass mobile developer. If you guys love this space and you want to develop and build this product with us, please let us know. If you love this space, but you're not an awesome developer, but know somebody who is, we will give you some awesome referral fee. So please, we are in need of an iOS developer. Just email us, powerhour@benzinga.com. Again, that's powerhour@benzinga.com. I check all those emails. So shoot us that note and we will get that iOS project rolling.
We can give you an awesome referral fee, or we can give a secret stock that I like or Luke likes. I don't know.
Or we'll pour more water on Jason. Any of the above.
Yeah, and do you so do you guys? I mean, the chat must be going crazy. I can't believe there's not like 3,000 people in here right now with the stocks that we gave yesterday. And Luke, you were gone for a bit of it because you had to go right at 1, so that cost you. It cost you a little bit. But
talking to the Warrior team. I'm talking to Warrior team at 1 today. Warrior Trading. If anybody here uses Warrior Trading, drop me a 1. I'm sort of curious. But all right, let's just pull the curtain back. I didn't give the ticker. I was about to, but let's give it. Yesterday, our young investor on the show, that is my dude, the 12-year-old stock genius. Like I said yesterday, he does more due diligence than most of you out there. He pitched the stock ticker CRTD, Charlie Romeo Tango Delta. The thing is up 20% in less than 24 hours since he pitched that.
I know.
I mean, that's crazy.
Luke, that's crazy, but it doesn't end there. That's the thing. You know what I mean? I don't know if you know about the rest. So
I don't know about the rest. Give me the rest. I mean, if I have one that does 20%, I'm happy. Give me the ones that I missed.
So yes, the young investor, like the stock moved a little bit when he was on, but it opens up 25% this morning. So insane. I mean, insane. Like I bought some of the shares. I said I bought some. I'm up 20%. I mean, I'm going to send that guy a check. But the other one, Luke,
Benzinga job offer.
Benzinga, Luke.
But before you move off this one, I guess really quick, I did do some due diligence on the company. I did a lot of the research on the difference between this company and Medium. That's what they're going after. But basically, I believe in the stock. Again, it's very small, right? It's a $30 million market cap. But all the reviews I was reading said that it's way easier for content creators to make money here than on Medium. I looked at some of the comps with companies like Substack and Patreon and that sort of thing. It's a similar model. They don't need to do much revenue in order for this thing to really get moving. So I actually really like this name. I'm going to take a micro position in it. Again, super small. It's a small stock. It's risky. They don't have a ton of cash. They only have $2 million of cash in the last quarter. They burned over $1 million of cash, so they will need to do a capital raise at some point. But I like this one too. Our young investor throwing out the ideas, and again, the fact that he gave it was up 20% on the open after he pitched it. Amazing. All right, okay. Jason. What were the other names?
Hold on, and I do want to reach out to the young to that company, because I think there may be a synergy with Benzinga. I heard of Vocus before. There was something they were doing, and the industry has changed. But I got what was I going to say? The other one, Luke, that I think you need to sit down for me to tell you.
All right.
Are you sitting down? Because I don't think it's fair to tell you while you're standing up, because this is like, and this company we had on the show, they were at a small cap event. All right, you ready, Luke? You're sitting down. All right.
I'm sitting.
All right, that's good. The symbol is GMBL. GMBL. They were on our show in the small cap event. Then we brought the CEO on, Esports Entertainment Group. Okay. We had him on. Woo! I did the interview. I think you had to get out of here or something. Look at it.
24%. All right. So we got two 20%ers in 24 hours.
Luke,
pretty damn good.
No, Luke. No. It's a bigger deal than that. We had him on the show when it was at $6.80, and the small cap event when it was at $5.30. I bought the stock, Luke. I'm looking at my thing after he was on the show at $7.40 and $7.90.
Whew, I don't have my soundboard today, so we're just gonna do a.
Why don't you have your
applause?
Why don't you have your soundboard?
Internet Enforcer said it was annoying, so he took it away.
Okay. That guy does run the show here for sure.
Exactly.
Okay. Good call. Internet Enforcer and I are in a love-hate relationship. So that.
All right, and Jason, no. I said to the group, I said, let's get to 1,000 likes before Jason gets on here and we give the new tickers. After recapping those, we better be at it.
We're not even at 1,000 likes. It was at 500 this morning.
Christ.
What happened? It was at 500 this morning. What's going on? I didn't check the All Day Network. Do you guys like the All Day Network? Press 1 if you do. Press 2 if you don't. And if you press 2, tell us why so we understand. We're seeking to understand. So if you like the All Day Network, Benzinga TV all day, press 1. And if you do, Internet Enforcer comes in here and he spells it with an E, not an I. But if you don't like it and you press 2 and tell us why, or press 1 and tell us what we can improve better and what we can get better at. Because
and you know what? We need to drop that survey again too.
Don't hurt the survey. Don't drop it. I lost my mouse. My mouse is missing. Did anyone take my mouse? There it is. Just found it. Okay. We're not getting any 2s. Okay. Rod Yo said he just can't watch all day. But any feedback? So there are 1,000 likes because this morning we got Spencer Israel got it up to like almost 500 in the pre-market. He said, guys, come on, let's really get the likes out. And then I didn't see much, we got a new live icon. Maybe it's because Mitch is gone or something.
We missed Mitch.
We're at 900. But yes, so if you refer an awesome iOS developer for Benzinga Pro, we won't just, they need the soundboards, what their biggest complaint is. We won't just, give you a referral fee, but we'll give you a secret stock pick. Where I'm getting this from is Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett does this thing where you pay to go to lunch with him. It used to be like 100,000, and now it's like 7 million to go to lunch with Warren Buffett. And then at lunch, he gives you a little envelope with a stock pick. That's the game.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Yes.
That's great. Okay, I knew about the lunch. I thought it was you just go and you just pitch him whatever you want to pitch him, and you pay $7 million to pitch him something. The fact that you get the secret stock pick, I like that.
DC7. I ordered Chris Kaji a new backup stuff. So he doesn't have that wallpaper thing. I know he looks like he's like in one of those like terror like cells, and he's like coming out of it. So yeah.
And guys, check out. I'm about to spam the chat with this link. It's a survey. It's literally a 1-question survey. The question is, what content are we missing? What do we want to see? Right? We're trying to make this the best network out there. Right? We wouldn't be wasting our time if we want to be second best or third best or even in the top 5 anywhere. We want to be literally the best. So tell us what you want to see there.
Right,
if you want to see options, education, whatever it is, tell us.
Luke, let's just like face the facts, man. Jim Lee says, need a better opening bell segment. Nate Miller says, well, I love the show, but for your segments, need to be more on point with what you guys are talking about. Troubled Dream says, fire Luke. JK, fire Luke. Jason Kevin? I don't know what Jason Kevin means. Okay.
No, it's just kidding. God.
No, I don't think so. It means just Jason Kevin. I had better cheese. When the show runs into each other, you can only like once as it's on a toggle. Yes, you are right. You cannot like it more than once. I agree. He likes teasing stocks, and a lot of people don't like Internet Enforcer. We know that. Love the variety. It's nice to have Wallet Trade. CNBC sucks. Benzinga rocks. DC7 said get Chris a better background. Absolutely. Can only like it once. That's one of the biggest issues. And I listen to all. You guys each need like 7 YouTube accounts then.
Exactly.
Because you guys got to like it.
YouTube accounts every episode.
Yeah, you guys need to switch YouTube accounts every episode. So if you had 7 accounts, you can get 7 likes. What's so hard about that? And I hope you guys learn a lot. And segments should be in separate segments, easier to consume. Internet Enforcer, they are in separate segments. I don't know what he's talking about. Okay.
All right. And so we talked about the iOS developer. The other thing, guys, this year, I guess the last 6 months, I've been working super aggressively on building up our content on Benzinga.com, both in terms of the amount of coverage that we have and also the quality of that coverage. It's been probably my main focus over these past several months, just spinning up content teams. I want more niche writers, reporters. If you think you have something that you know better than anybody else, whether it's lithium stocks or technical analysis or options, whatever it may be. I'm putting the call out there. I want to grow our writing team here on Benzinga.com. Email powerhour@benzinga.com with what you think you know better than anybody else, how you can help us dominate this next wave of traders that we're entering. Let us know, because we want to move fast. We want to get stuff cooking. I literally just started 2 new full-time writers over the past 2 weeks, already generating literally hundreds of thousands of new visitors to the site.
I love the chat. Now, Luke, did you give them an email address to get a hold of you?
powerhour@benzinga.com. I check them all every day. You'll get some late night emails from me. We don't sleep here. We're round the clock.
Jim Lee,
powerhour@benzinga.com.
Jim Lee, I bet you I have better trade ideas than those guys, but it's okay. Yeah, we need tickers on the screen. Yeah, we need that. Love when Vivi comes on. Yeah, Vivi's helping to host the biotech show. We need host of biotech, options, crypto. I mean, we need it all, guys. Penny stocks. We do a penny stock show. Whatever you guys want. You got see what media doesn't realize, what they fail to realize, is that media thinks they're the big almighty thing. I have a different feeling. I have a feeling that we're all one. We all are one. Like, this is yours as much as ours. So people get mad at me. Oh, Jason wants this at Benzinga. I don't know. It's not about me. I'm the least of the. It's you guys. That intro thing you just saw. It's about you guys, not us. I mean, there's only I'm gonna see it for a minute, and then what? You know what I mean? And then the under the radar segment. Yeah, Christopher, that's a good idea. Luke, we got to do an under the radar segment where there's a the segment that people aren't talking about. Hire Jim Cramer to extort people to smash the like button. I have this playing on 3 different acts right now. Run it up. Soundboard brings my attention back if I'm drifting. Awesome show, but more options would be great.
We got it back. Let's go.
Swinging options for those of us with small accounts. Okay, you people are in growing phase. Lots of changes coming. Yes, Warren, that's totally true. Yes, ticker bar in the bottom. And then Marmill wrote me a strange one. Can I help you make your trading view chart more readable? We'll take 30 seconds. We'll keep black background. Of course you can. Email VIP@benzinga.com. Email whatever, dev@benzinga.com. Email powerhour@benzinga.com.
There you go. Just put it in the chat again.
You never have to say, can I help? The answer is yes. Never say can. Just do. Like, I'm a do, and then ask for forgiveness later. That, and then, okay, and then I don't know what the Benzinga feed into his trading view platform. And then Steve Hochman, or the Hochman, says that will raise ratings. He's the pronoun. Have a segment with celebrities who trade. Yes, Steve, this is all in the works. The issue is we need more people. There's only I would host that show right now, but I need, we bring on Chris. We bring on Chris.
Not even more people, just more focus.
But someone to lead that show. I would love to do that show. I mean, I would love to have someone do that celebrity thing, But I think we have a guest waiting. Are we early, or what's our story?
We still have a little. Gosh, we didn't even really talk stocks yet.
Wait, did you see what Pete Rosenberg wrote, Luke?
No, what did he write?
Got bumped off other webcasts for pushing Benzinga. Like,
yes,
people come in.
Let's go.
Let's go, Pete. People come in our room and push their shit all the time. We don't block them. So yeah, go push us somewhere. Let them know that we exist. People want my stock picks, and I say, just watch the damn show now, and I'll give my stock picks. I mean, you guys, my margin is, usually like 100K or something. It's like at 400. That's my margin right now. See, I have so many stocks. I don't know what to do.
Run it up. I mean, I said interest rates are cheap. Run it up. I mean, I'm gonna echo what Dennis has been saying in the pre-market show, which is that there's never been an easier time to trade stocks. It's crazy. It's like we're just buying. I don't know. At least for me and a lot of the tickers I see in the chat, it's like we just buy it and the stocks go. I mean, it's nuts. I think that we're at some point in the medium term, we're gonna hit the day of reckoning, where the world realizes that it's not as easy as it is right now. But I mean, hopefully that's a long way out. I mean, and when people realize that, we'll have the show for them to guide them and give them the hot stock picks.
Oh, and wait, Luke, I got something to show. Before we bring on the guests, I got something to show. Watch this, Luke. This is fucking awesome. Okay, hold on. I forgot to show them the home gamers, and you guys can do this too, not just me. Hold on, Luke, sing a song for 1 second. Luke,
It's Tuesday. All right. What a wonderful Tuesday.
So I'm gonna share my screen real quick.
You didn't like my song?
It was a fine song, but I don't know why
John G. I
don't know why John G hasn't given us a hashtag. Just let us know it's from this show. But watch this, Luke. Just watch this, my man.
All right, let's see it.
All right. Oh, that's the wrong screen. What the heck?
YouTube.
Why am I sharing that?
Tuesday.
Tuesday. I gotta redo
Yeah, there we
this.
go. It's a mixed crowd. Jim Lee said, "Don't do that again." Refined Warrior, shout out Refined Warrior, said, "Great voice." Yeah, I mean, if I'll drop the survey again of what shows you guys want to see. If somebody wants to put in a singing show, I'll do it.
Here we go, Luke. So yesterday, look at this in the benzinga.com/trade-ideas. Look at this. At 1:10 p.m., I bought CRTD because a young investor did some due diligence on it and likes it long term. Small revenues, but a lot of upside. Okay, so we're going to stay with that for a second, Luke, before we continue. Okay. And not done yet. Okay, and then since you say if you missed the show, so what's CRTD at right now, Luke?
CRTD, it was 550-ish, I think.
Okay, so I bought it at 449, 460. Okay, so
25%.
And then wait, guys, and then I sold 1,000 shares at 440. So took a little upside too much. Anyway, so then look at 121. Someone else writes, young investor. In my eyes, this company is undervalued. It's basically a holding company for 3 different companies. The main read this. The main one being Vocal. The medium allows you to write posts, things, get money for views. Vocal has 81. It's all here.
That's amazing.
So and it's all logged, so you guys can see. And then, like I said, I'm going to get into Unity. I don't have it. I have a limit order and below it what it's at today. And then I bought Wingstop. I put it right here. It's up 3% today. I bought Wingstop, guys, because I freaking love the wings. That's it. I don't know what to tell you. I love them. You're going to ask the office. They hate me because all I do is order Wingstop. But DoorDash is the only place that'll deliver to me, so I don't know what to tell you. And then here's Vivian with her picks. I mean, freaking awesome. I get them all right here, and you can go back in the history, and then if you click on the names, which I know it wouldn't be, you don't know you can click on the names because we don't make things easy. That's why Luke's looking for a great mobile developer. Here you go. Boom. All my picks, baby. Not all, but some. Benzinga.com/power hour. You can log your picks there too.
Boom.
Okay. All right. I'm removing that off the screen. All right, Luke. We have a wonderful guest coming on. Right?
Let's bring him
Trader.
on. Jay Trader, you are here with us. We see you. Your face is a little covered.
I got to move this. I'll stop covering him. Hold on.
Doing good, man. How are you doing?
Good, buddy. Here in the Republic of San Marino, Italy.
There we go.
Let's go visit.
Yeah, it's a beautiful country. Glad
to be here. Warm, I'm sure. Is it warm?
Sorry?
What's the temperature?
Like 15 degrees. Like not bad.
Okay, wait, hold on. We have to do the math for all of our U.S. audience out here. So 15 C to F. All right, 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, it's a little better than we're doing. Right now it's 12 degrees for us. So let me convert that over. So it's negative 11 Celsius.
Okay, a little bit cold.
A little bit cold. But all right, man. We have not talked stocks yet today. We haven't even really talked trades. We're both making some money today, so we've just been gloating a little bit. But get us back on track. What tickers are you looking at? What names you have, setups you see, etc.
Okay, so in the morning, first thing I do, I pull up my Benzinga. I see the most percent gainers. This morning we had HTBX. I was starting looking at Veru, AUVI, which is a sick runner for the day. ZSAN.
Wait, do you have a chart? Do you have a screen you can share with us?
Oh yeah, just 1 second. Let me see how to do it over here. Okay, share the screen. Not really like a tech guy. Share the screen. Share the screen.
Right. Yeah, the visuals always help. And guys, in a little bit, Jason's got a new stock to give us.
Share. Okay.
I almost leaked the ticker.
Share screen. All right. You see my screen, buddy?
Not yet, but I might be able to help. There we go. All right, we see it.
Okay. So first thing I do over here is looking at the spikes coming up, is looking at first the pre-market and then the opening bell. I start looking what's moving, what's going to fade, what's going to run. I start looking at the stats. So this morning, I'm going to do like this. We had real estate moving. Then we had ZSAN gave a crazy move. So I like to see these after hours movers, early pre-market over here, 6, huge amount of bag holders on ZSAN, topping at 305, 306. We had the big seller over here at the open coming in, and then we shorted for the unwind. So this is what the market is doing if it's not running. The first
and give us the ticker again on this one. I'm going to put it in the chat.
This is ZSAN.
So ZSEN, is that right?
Okay. ZSAN.
Oh, ZSAN. Okay, thank you.
ZSAN over here. So I like to trade small floats, very high liquidity, very high volatility. If you look at the daily, this has been simply crazy. I mean, like $1 up till $3 and now fading. So just a pump and dump. And
how did you find this one?
The morning over here. So around 7:30, actually 6:30, we start looking at my scanner, and I have very simple filters. So I look for percent change over here above 20%. I start looking for the volume. At least I want to see some liquidity. So this volume is above 400% for 400K. And basically every single market cap or every single float is fine for me, as long as I have liquidity. I don't want to trade like liquid stocks. So when this popped on the scans, I start looking if I have overhead resistance, if I have a huge amount of long trap from previous times, or if this is like a brand new stock that has no overhead resistance and I can take it for the long.
Okay, and that is Benzinga Pro that you're using. You know, I'll never turn down the opportunity for a plug. 2 weeks free, pro.benzinga.com. But all right, keep going. So you set up your scanner on Benzinga Pro. That gives you the list of names. And then do you go over to the chart?
Exactly. Start looking at the daily. I start looking at the resistances. So I start tracing my resistance. But mostly I focus on the 1 and 5 minute chart. I start looking for levels. You can see over here, I trace my resistances. I look for whole dollar numbers, and I start looking around that number, how the volume reacts, how the tape reacts. This morning, when we pushed over here, we saw a big seller jumping in at 3,305, and then simply unwind it all day long. This was one of those very fast movers this morning. We had CHCI. We had HDBX, which was crazy in pre-market. I got some longs over here. We got this big curl over here around 1258, 1259, and then pushed up to 19. Over here, we had a huge amount of short squeeze. So never enter counter trend traders. I mean, stay away from shorting something like this with this volume. And before, we were looking like, 3-4 months ago, 5 months ago, stocks that in pre-market maximum had like 5-10 million volume. Right now, we're having stocks that in pre-market, not this, because this is 13 million volume, even traded like 250 million. So something incredible, especially for the small floats. Market totally changed. New investors, new millennials, opening the account. COVID also influenced this market a lot because a lot of people don't have jobs or they want an extra income. So they start looking to trade. The point is you have to trade with some knowledge, otherwise you will get burned up. And this is right, is the money flow. So basically wherever you put your money, you will make money. The point is you have to also get the good timing. So on something like HDBX, you start buying this at 19, looking for a $20 breakout. Right now, this is just like at $13. So you're like losing 1/3 of it.
Yep.
So very careful of just like following the news without a strategy, without a setup. And this basically did the same exact thing as ZSAN before. So started like with a pop over here and simply unwind it.
And are you still in this one or are you out of this one?
Sorry?
Are you still in this trade or are you out of this trade now?
No. We long in the morning just for a scalp, and then we short over here on the backside. Basically looking to short pops into these lines that you can see over here, these blue lines called my J lines. So looking to short these pops when I find resistance also on the tape. Looking for a few bucks over here for an unwind. But something like this, holding over here midday, I will still be looking if we can have a curl reclaim of VWAP and maybe afternoon push, like SLS did in the past days, like Sino did yesterday. I mean, look over here. We faded in pre-market offering, then held during the day, held these lines, and then we started curling with the volume coming up around 3:30.
Okay.
And
And
afternoon,
can you are you in any positions right now? Because I'd love to walk through a live position you're in now, how you spotted it, and then what you're looking out for in terms of price target and stops.
okay, so we're looking at HTBX. Basically,
and what? Give me the ticker one more time and put it in the chat.
HTBX.
ACBX Alpha Charlie Bravo.
I put it in the chat.
All right.
Okay, so everything I do has to be confirmed by the tape as well. So first, the chart for me is important. Once we establish over here a resistance at the open, I look for, are we going to reclaim or not? If I see a lot of selling pressure, and when I start seeing the first rejection, so this is my level to entry, we start taking a position over here. This is where I got with the room short, just looking for that position over here. And basically I start seeing for sellers on the tape. So I use like order flow. I use at the same time level 2, and I start looking for big sellers join the trend. Over here, we start having 15 bucks. So what they do, they simply start buying the 15 breakout. More longs are getting in over here, and then they're trapped on this breakdown. And this fuels this unwind over here. And then we have another retest at this level. So each time we start having a breakdown, I start taking out a little bit. Right now, my main target when I start looking at these faders is always the 200 exponential moving average on a 5-minute chart, so around 11. If we reclaim, for example, this previous relative high, I'm going to be out of the trade. And it's basically once you're in that you assume your risk, you start like working risk-free, because until you don't have basically another I would say curl for the long side, you still continue to hold the position. So this is it. A couple of trade that we took today. We were looking at AUVI. So this is the trend of the stock. This is what the market in small caps are doing. $8 till 30 in about like 4 hours of work. It's incredible. So I believe that all these low floaters, so AUVI we were talking about, let's put up over here. I'm going to use this. We're talking about microflow, 2.6 million. So definitely a super low float. 0% is
and you like stocks that have a low float because they can move more aggressively. Is that right?
Yes. I like when they have flow rotation. So example, this stock in pre-market traded 5 million.
Yep.
And over here, we have a share float of 2.6 million. So for me, that is simply like a good sign that if we will like hold the open, different one, what we had before that we fill right away the open, we can have a good push. And all the main runners that we had in the last, I would say, months from SPY, FTFT, SLS, and all these, they had the same concept. So they start like holding over here the open level, and then they start pushing. And until I have my bands below, so this light blue area over here, until this is below, I'm only looking too long. Generally, I start looking for cap patterns, and we're looking for dips at this level. So this is what I'm looking for, a possible entry. And just want to show you something. because this I think can be instructive for everybody.
All right, that's the alarm. That's the alarm. Useful for everybody. Show us.
Over here, this is what the market is doing. This is from the other day, BSQR. So we hold at open level, traders, and then we start pushing up. And then only in the afternoon, if we start fading, we have the backside. And this was another one that day was AAME, basically the same thing, start holding the open level. You see this big cup, and then we start pushing, and then in the afternoon, we have the fade. So around 1:30, 2 p.m., I start running another Benzinga Pro scanner. So this scanner, I set it up like this, just like to see the gaps coming up above 20% in the last hour. So if something is moving the last hour, it will appear over here. And then I start looking for certain patterns. So let's see if we can make any trade over here. So this is a liquid. I'm not looking. VR, this I believe is also liquid. Yeah, volume 11K. So nothing for now. But generally in the afternoon, if I see something popping up in this scanner, 1:30, 2 to 30 p.m., I start looking for some long position.
All right, and that is your Benzinga Pro scanner. As James in the chat pointed out, I will never turn down the opportunity to plug something. So there it is.
Like yesterday, ZSAN over here was a sick move. So for now, let's look AUVI, holding over here the level support. We had Veru, Runner, News. I believe was a phase 2 news, if I'm correct. Let's see over here. Phase 2 trial for COVID. So another COVID news moving. We have HDBX still there, Mara, crypto, so blockchain. That's another.
All right, do you like these blockchain stocks right now? I sort of do. I mean, obviously, it depends on the price of Bitcoin as it's moving. I'm like your Riots and your Maras, but I sort of like them. And I'm going to actually pitch a stock in a little bit here that's lagging the group in maybe 5 minutes or so.
I believe that these stocks are great because basically, Bitcoin, you have to spend 40, 50K. And over here, you can buy a stock that moves like the Bitcoin. And this stock, Mara, was simply crazy. I mean, went from $2 over here in like a couple of months over here, $2 up to $40. I mean, this is crazy. It's crazy. Trending very good. A lot of volatility, a lot of liquidity. I mean, traded like an average of 45, 60 million, 45, 50 million per day. So you can get filled as much as you want. I like Mara. I like Riot. Now they're extended, so I cannot buy them so extended. Yep. I start like, I know last week you had my friend over here, Ripster47. So he likes to use these bands. These are his bands, 513 on the daily. I use my J lines together. And I like to buy when we have these cup patterns over here and looking for a breakout and extension and push with high volume. But we have to wait for a pullback, definitely.
All right, and let me ask you this, and I'm going to throw this question out to the chat as well. Everybody in the chat, you have to answer this question. There are no third-party voters. There's no abstaining. But what is your favorite Italian food? I'm a big fan of Italian food. What's the best dish?
If I have to answer, well, it's not really a dish, but it's pizza. For me, it's everything. So the best thing you can have is Italian pizza where I live. If you come, buddy, you'll be my guest. It's simply amazing. Amazing pizza.
All right.
Then,
so maybe your address after the show, and as soon as they reopen borders, I'll be there.
Okay, great. I love to see you over here.
That would be a blast. All right, the chat, a lot of pizza in the chat. So you got some lasagna, some scallopini, Alfredo chicken. All right, but we got a lot of pizza lovers. There you go. Well, awesome, man. Well, thank you so much for hopping on with us. Awesome having you here. Awesome getting that pizza insight along with the stocks.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Hey, Luke.
Yes, sir.
Did you really just say lasagna?
An accident, okay? I corrected myself. You know,
Or maybe no one heard it. Maybe no one heard it. I don't know. Do
heard anything?
you want to do Dave Portnoy today or tomorrow?
Yeah, I want to do a chat.
Ron Clara has a question. I don't know if Ryan Faluna. I thought you said Ryan Faluna is here today.
I said the day is young.
All I'm saying is
he stuck around at home to handle like the morning rush and all the support. But Benzinga Pro is the best support in the world. I'm just going to go on the record and say that. I don't think you'll.
It's not support. It's concierge. Better than the Ritz Carlton. If you guys want to go on a vacation to the Ritz Carlton, you get great service like Four Seasons. Benzinga support is Ritz Carlton. You know, like whatever you need. You want to talk about stocks. You want them to talk to you at 2 a.m. Whatever you need. You have problems in your life. This is our concierge team is the best. The best. Our Benzinga Pro concierge team is the best. Sorry, Luke.
But Jason, before I hop off, I can't let us go another day without doing a chat challenge.
Okay, but there's a lot of things that we the group. But I'm not seeing anyone put stock picks in benzinga.com/trade dash ideas. I just put some in. But go ahead, chat challenge. Go ahead, Luke.
All right, chat challenge, guys. This is my favorite part of every single show that we do. Every week, we kick it off. We are asking all of you out there in Zinger Nation, if you're watching the show, you are a member of Zinger Nation just as much as Jason and I are. We're trying to figure out who we should listen to, who we should get the ideas from, who's going to tell us not to buy a stock in chat. And so we run our chat challenge every single week. You're going head-to-head. This week, the question is, what is the best performing stock going to be between right now and at this time on Friday? All right. The best stock between right now and this time on Friday. I'm dropping the link in the chat. I'm going to spam it. There you go. You got it 3 times. It's an open Google Doc, guys. Be respectful. Do not, delete somebody else's guess or a challenge or anything along those lines. Put in your answer. I want to see what you guys all think the best performing stock between now and this time Friday will be. And of course, this would not be a Benzinga chat challenge without awesome prizes. This week we're up in the ante. Jason, you can veto me if you want. But 2 items from swag.benzinga.com. swag.benzinga.com, swag.benzinga.com. 2 of whatever you want. We will mail it to you. Well, you get to pick it out. I will remove high-priced items before you get to pick. But again, drop in your tickers. Let's get these guesses going. I'll pitch mine real quick, but mine is Voyager Digital, stock that we're up 2,000% on. CEO is on the show. We've pitched on the show so many times, it just keeps going, but people still refuse to listen to us. I'm picking Voyager Digital today because Bitcoin is up. If you look at Riot, you look at Mara, those stocks are both up 20% today. Voyager is having a down day. It's lagging the group. It's down 8%. I think now is an opportunity to grab a little bit more and swing it up. So if this thing normalizes and gets back in line with all the rest of those stocks, we should get a nice little bit of a run on Voyager Digital. So that's my pick, VYGVF. And you'll notice I even have like a nice little formula on this Google sheet here that'll drop in the price automatically. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'll keep copying it down. But again, put in your tickers. You've got, I don't know, you've got however long my new music is, and the new music is from Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. However long this sound effect is to get your answer in there, then I'm going to lock it. Very dramatic. Chat challenge is very, very serious, guys. All right, that's it. I'll let it go for another 30 seconds. But guys, get your answers in there. Because again, we need to see who's the best. We're a competitive group out here. Somebody already copied me with the Voyager pick. Keep dropping them in. I want to get at least 200 people in there this week if we're doubling down and giving out twice the prize.
A lot of people are picking GMBL.
A lot of people. Okay.
That was the one that was on our show.
That was yours. SNDL. Yeah. That's another hot one.
I may have sold some GMBL a little too early, Luke. So I may be chasing, but whatever. That's just what I do. I'm a chaser.
Are you putting that in? Is that your pick of the week?
Sure. Why not? Put that in for me. Will you do it?
I'll do it.
All right.
J Raz.
Yeah, and then Luke, are we doing our debate or no?
I don't know if we have time. We might have to hold it for tomorrow.
Well, there's so many things moving. I mean, SNDL is moving today. What?
You want to hit it? We have 5 minutes.
Yeah,
That's
I just
time
want
to
you to know SNDL is moving today, buddy.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So, all right, I'm ready to hit it real quick. If you want to hit it, I'll hit it. You want to hit it? Let's go. Let's hit it. Let's hit it. Let's hit it hard. Let's go right now. Let's go. Come on, Lukey. Start us off. You can do that. You're the man.
I teased. I said that Jason had a new ticker he was going to talk about. I don't know if he's necessarily endorsing it, but at least an interesting name to look at. I said we wouldn't give it unless we got to 1,000 likes. Let me check where we're at. 965. Is that close enough, Jason, or no?
No, that's shitty. No, it's not. So forget it. Let's just not do it.
All right, we'll do it tomorrow. New ticker tomorrow.
Yep. All right.
Tune in. All right, other tickers that I wanted to talk about, guys. RKT Rocket. That's a stock that I'm long. It's a stock that Jason's long. It hasn't done a ton for you, but it is now floating around the world of Reddit. There are some folks in there that are doing some really deep due diligence on the stock. Somebody passed it over to me on Twitter this morning. I checked it out. I mean, it looks good. So Rocket, if you're not in it, potentially an interesting time to get into that one. Ford's still running. I like that name. And GM, we bought that one yesterday. We're down a little bit on it, but we'll hang out in our GM pick. The reason why I like GM, same reason I like Ford. They're going to make EV a bigger part of the company, bigger part of the story. They're spending literally hundreds of millions of dollars marketing this thing. We've seen all the money flow into these EV stocks. It's time for the old automakers to take some of that money, take it out of Tesla, take it out of XPeng, take it out of NIO, and rack their stock price. All right, so I at least got through a few other stocks that I wanted to talk about today. And Jason, with that, I'm gonna have to leave it to you, unfortunately.
All right, I'm gonna do a trivia question in a second.
All right, I'm gonna sing.
And then we have another guy coming down a little bit.
Tuesday, it's been a great Tuesday.
I really wanted to do that EXPI thing because I wanted to go with it, but it's okay. We can't get 1,000 likes, so we'll do it another time. I mean, it's ridiculous. Can't get 2,000 likes. I don't even get it, but all right. So I watch some of these other shows, and I guarantee you, I'll put my account against any of these shows that you guys watch. I guarantee you, we're above it.
The thing that I often talk about, and I'll say it one more time, is that I think that this is the only show where you're literally going to get us putting up our live portfolios every single day. All right, here it is. This is the Interactive Brokers account. We're flat today, up $100. We're putting on all the stocks that we own right here. Shout out to Clover running. You guys heard me come out and defend Clover last week. It got smacked.
Look,
I said, here's 3 reasons. It's up 7% today.
Look at that virtual camera up there.
Ooh.
I don't know how they got that going, but it's working. I can't move it, but that's progress. That is progress. See the boxing glove behind me?
Yep.
That boxing glove says hustle. Okay.
Cool.
Luke was here till 11 o'clock. I was here till like 9 o'clock. But anyway, all right, Luke, I do have a stock potentially that we're doing a 10% off on the store. We don't really do discounts. Zinger 10% off. Luke, you can go swag.benzinga.com. What, Luke?
Swag.benzinga.com. Peace out, guys.
Luke, I may be giving a stock.
Shoot, I'm gonna miss it.
Yes.
At least I got into that CRTD just now.
Luke, it's a Brian stock too, buddy.
Ooh, those are good stocks. I wouldn't get it if we're not at 1,000 yet.
Well, I want to see who can find the stock. I bought this Brian stock yesterday and more today, but who knows the stock that I bought? That's my trivia question. What the heck? Why is my screen sharing like that? Ooh, that's crazy. Luke, you're sharing your screen. I'll move it off. Okay. All right, guys. So here's the thing. Upwork has been going crazy. And I remember when Lexi said, oh, it's down to 16. What do we do? What do we do? And how about GAN that, Yvonne used to yell at me about? Well, it's like at 50 now 33. I don't know. I got Upwork's at 52, GAN's at 33. So who knows the stock that I bought yesterday and more today? Who knows it? You guys, I'll give you a few more minutes to figure it out. You guys know? Nope, not GAN. Not GAN. So who knows? I'm going to give you guys a couple more minutes. Figure it out. And then we have a guest coming on, but he'll be back in a minute. So I bought a stock, and if you're resourceful, you guys should know it. open your eyes, look around, and what is the stock I bought? Does no one know it yet? It's out there. Sundial I own. I own Sundial. So I own Sundial. It's not Sundial. No one knows it yet. I'm disappointed. You guys are bigger fans than this. I thought you guys would for sure know. Giving it another 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. No, I own FLNT. I posted that I bought this stock. My next 10 is I posted that I bought this stock on the internet. I guess you can go to my Twitter, Jason Raznick, but that's not it. I posted that I bought this stock. You guys figured it out yet? All right, we'll go on to the next thing. All right, so yeah, ATNX I own. That's Viv and KPMH. Should I sell some KPMH today? Oh, and I need your help. What is the stock that is like a GAN competitor? You guys used to talk to me all the time. It's like ERYS. It looks like Callaway, but maybe it's ELYS. ELYS. I think I want to buy some shares of that because the GANs, I had ELYS. I think I sold it at 7. It must be at 12 now because all these stocks are moving up. Oh, it's at 580. It hasn't moved. That was a good sell by me. Wow. Okay. So ELY. Oh, no, wait. Let's see when I sold ELYS. Did you guys figure out what stock I bought yet? I posted it, guys. Look at the site. Look at the site. I really want to sell some KMPH. I own a lot of it. I own a lot. Okay. I posted on the stock that I just bought yesterday and today. It's a Brian stock, my friend that worked at the hedge fund a long time ago. So none of you guys found it. All right. I gave you guys a chance. None of you guys found it. Yeah, I sold ELYS at 559. So it's the same thing. I posted it on benzinga.com/trade ideas. I thought one of you guys would be resourceful and go over there. I did buy Tiger. Andre got it. Andre Vigiaro. It took a while, but that's the stock. I bought BTN. One World Pharma is Isaiah Thomas. That's they announced that deal today. I couldn't trade One World Pharma because when I have stuff that's not in the public market, I'm not going to trade on stuff. So we're like a media company, and so I won't trade on stuff. So One World Pharma is up 44% today, and it's a market cap of 14.9 million. But I didn't buy it. I didn't own it. I know the company too well. So One World Pharma, the symbol is what's the symbol? One World Pharma symbol is OWPC. Yeah, I wouldn't trade on that because I know the company too well. Like I feel like that's not fair. So the site that I posted my trade on is right here. You guys want to know the site that I posted my trade on? So BTN I bought yesterday and today. I'll talk to you about BTN more so tomorrow. But my friend Brian, who's been on the show, who gave me TAST, who gave me QRTEA, which is up 100% with a huge ass dividend, gave me Del Taco. He doesn't give me stocks that often, rarely does. And BTN, Refined Warrior, you didn't see it on Trade Ideas? What do you mean you looked? So you did actually look and you didn't see it? It shouldn't be on the top of the list. Is there a thing wrong with it? Maybe because you don't see the symbol. It should be down at 12:57 p.m. I posted it to see who would catch it down. Second from the top. What do we need to do, Ryan, to make it easier for Refined Warrior to see? And yes, I bought Wingstop as well. And Troubled Dreams, like I don't want to think twice, if I think I have like something that's not out in public or whatever, and I didn't have much, I'm just saying I know that company too well to like go trade on it. That's how I feel. Like I know Penn National well because I use the app, but that's out in the public. So that's the way. I know Del Taco well because I eat a lot of tacos in their smoothies. Does that mean I shouldn't trade it? Hell's no, I should trade it. So that is that's the way I look at it. But yeah, I could have traded that and didn't think it was right. So I didn't. Anyway, it's up 45% today. So easy money can be had, guys, a lot of different ways, but you want to do it the right way. Yeah, so BTN, I'm going to have more color on this one tomorrow, but it's good management. I bought the stock, so you guys know that I own it. So I'm not like, you should wait. It could fall a little bit, it might go to the 230s, 220s. You look at the 52-week high, 126 to 375. I went to the insider trading that you'll soon see on Benzinga. but I went to the insider trading. I looked at the number of shares in November, how many internal purchases there were from 149 to, whatever. The financial model on it that Brian sent me looks like it's a very good value. But, again, buyer beware. And, the symbol is BTN. But I don't want you just to go buy. Don't just go buy it hands and knees. It could fall 10% tomorrow. I bought some yesterday and then some today. And I bought some long dated options. Brian's picks like Del Taco, it took like 2 years to move. So what I'm trying to say to you is some of these picks aren't like things that move immediately. They're just not. And so you gotta you gotta have patience with them. So this BTN, I'm gonna get more color from Brian on the story. But what he liked was the management and a good value. So he does like the analysis, like, discounted cash flow. I have an Excel model on it. So we have the whole Excel model on the different valuations. So it's a signage interactive advertising play like XII mentioned. But I don't have enough on it yet to really get like real deep on it. All I know is I look to smart people for some picks. You guys, the Zinger Nation, I went out to June and then I did March, but Zinger Nation is smart. And I'm not saying for you guys to go buy the stock right now. I bet you if you hold off, you could probably get it cheaper tomorrow. Like that. This isn't you. If you guys are looking for an SNDL play right now, BTN is not it. BTN is not it. I can promise you that. When I bought TAST at 185 or whatever, it didn't move immediately. So if you're looking for an SNDL play, don't be going to buy BTN because you're going to come in the chat tomorrow and say, what's going on with BTN? Why is that moving? And what did I tell you guys? So I'm just saying like SNDL, I bought it late. You guys are in SNDL way before me. I bought SNDL at 133. It's at 171. I got nervous. I sold some like for a loss, and I'll probably trim if SNDL hits $2 today or 190. I'll trim some SNDL. So I don't have time to watch it. That's my thing. And selling some puts OS is a good trade. I mean, I think so. I sold some puts on. Luke had me sell some puts. I never do that stuff. I sold some puts on. Where is it? Let me see. How does my E-Trade sort me a little bit? I sold some puts and I made money on them. I can't find it, so forget it. I won't tell you. But it should be. I don't know what I sold puts on. You got it in SNDL 6-7 cents. Yeah. So no, Franz, I bought BTN yesterday, and I bought some today. I don't know if it's going to be like that, a big runner. I don't think so. But I'm not going to, I don't know if I have too much, but I'm probably going to keep BTN until Catalyst plays out, till earnings. It's like my QRTA has a huge dividend and it's still rising. It's like one of my best picks of the year. If you're talking penny stocks, Jack, what's his name? Jack, Jack, our guy Jack. He gave us XERI, yeah, Lozani. So selling puts on shares you don't mind owning at that strike price is a great strategy. Luke is good at it. Yeah, Andre, he had me do that in a couple stocks and it worked. One it didn't work. So I don't know. I may take some profit on SNDL. And then the other couple picks before I head off, the JFU and JFIN. Those are, I think, Chinese brokerages. We bought them on Friday. JFU is up 12%. Oh, you guys want to see Benzinga Pro chart? Sorry. Okay. And then another one I bought, MediaMax. Jack Hurley. Jack Hurley. He also gave us ENG. Yeah. ENG. I still own some ENG for sure. I mean, there's some more I think he gave me too. He gave XERI, like I said. We'll bring him on maybe tomorrow. That'll be a good idea. Fluent, I still own. That was Ripster. We need like, you guys, if you want other guests on the show, can you help me? Can you help tweet to these people and put @me on it, and then I will connect with them so we can get. If there's other traders that you like Jack Hurley or whoever, Ripster, just tweet to them and @Jason Rasnick, and I'll make sure to bring them on. We have two great producers that are helping with this stuff in Aaron Bree and Spencer Israel. Oh, Robert Roy's back. So we're going to bring on a guest right now. I did not see Robert Roy come back, so he is back. Oh, Tom Nash. Okay, we'll bring on Tom and Robert. Robert is going to be on. I'm going to introduce Robert Roy in 1 second. But guys, be careful. I'm not saying go buy BTN today, but buy it in stages. I don't know enough to be dangerous, but it is a stock I bought yesterday and today. Okay, and we'll find out more about it when we get Brian on the show. And now I'm going to introduce Robert Roy. Hey, Robert, you there? Robert, I can't hear you. I think you're on mute, or do I take you off mute? You got a big mute sign. Oh, there you go. Now I can hear you.
How you doing, Jason?
How you doing?
I am fantastic. What a day, huh?
What a day. What a day. You trading or what are you doing?
A little bit. Not a whole lot. You know, market's kind of flat. I really do like some momentum.
Yeah.
So managing some covered positions. I'm loving Telray this morning. I talked about it in my show that I do on Mondays at noon. And I got a friend of mine text me, goes, holy crap, what a great move on Telray today. I said, I know, I've got the 9s on for diagonal that I had on it. So
are you mostly trading options?
I primarily trade options unless I'm doing something covered. I do have some equities, you know, Momo, things like that. But
yeah, I mean, what a move on Tilray.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal.
Oh my God, I got to pull that up on my screen here. So you got in on what? So what kind of option trade did you make on Tilray? You said, say it again.
I started with a diagonal call on it, you know, a diagonal spread, where I bought the 9, sold the 10, 10.5, something like that, and I've been trading it out since mid-December now. So
got it.
But I've pulled my calls off, and I'm glad because I bought it back last week. It cost me about $4 to buy back, and then it gapped up again yesterday. It's gapped today, so it's just been great moves. I'm glad not to be covered on it right now, or obligated rather on it right now.
Do you think the move continues? Or what do you think?
I don't. I mean, it's got to end. It's, you know, how much of this is a Reddit type play? You know, I get it. Everybody's high on stock right now, on pot right now, is going to continue to run with new regime in the government. Are they going to start finally putting marijuana legal in places like New York that have been fighting for a long time from a tax standpoint? But I'm not normally the guy that gets the stocks that take off and catapult. I'm more about take a hamburger, right? You got the bun on the bottom, the meat in the middle, the bun on top. I just look for the meat. I try to get a piece out of the middle, forget the bread. We shouldn't eat it anyway. It's no good for us.
Got it. Okay. I hear you. That's a good point. Now, how do you look at when you sell? Gary Francis wants to know how do you look at when is it to sell or take a profit?
Yeah. So I'm going to watch for the back off on it. I've got some fibs drawn on Telray. It's not on, it's actually on my live platform, which I don't have open right now, but I've got fibs drawn on it for when I'm going to do a pullback. I've got some extensions on there. So we get the pullback to those extensions. We'll be taking the price, the trade off. I can talk about it next week. I just don't know what the number is today.
Got it. So you're using all, so you're not, when you make your Tilray trade, what was your catalyst to see it? Was it like how it was moving, or are you looking at fundamentals in the government? You know, what are you, because my question there is, there's a ton of different cannabis stocks, and how did you choose in on Tilray?
So I do a program called Covered Call Explorer, where I pick covered calls, naked puts, diagonals every week for my subscriber base. And this was one of the candidates we sent out. So I took that trade off of there. And if you go back before any of the real move took place, we got to move above the moving average, the 821 cross. We got to move above there. We pushed up above the recent high, and we took it from there, entered into the diagonal. And like I said, it's about December 12th or 15th, somewhere around there is where we got into the trade.
Got it. Okay.
I don't do any fundamentals at all. If I look at anything fundamentally, it's PE, if anything.
Got it. So PE is the thing that you'll look at for the fundamentals. Okay. That's interesting. So what are some other ones you're looking at right now as potential trades?
Yeah. So, I mean, GameStop, I'm still selling naked puts on GameStop. But I'm selling down. See, that's where most people are making a mistake. They're trying to sell right underneath where the stock price is. Guys, go look at the 20. Go look at where GameStop came from, right? Which was $20. Go look, $18. Go look there at the 20s. I mean, what do we get? Friday last week for this Friday, we got 40, 50 cents. I forget. It was somewhere around there for a stock that was $40 out of the money.
Okay. So wait. So I do have a question. You're an options expert, right?
Correct.
So over the last 6 months, a lot of people are buying out of the money calls big time, right?
Mm-hmm.
You knowing the options market way better than anyone else, let's say, or most people, are you taking advantage of that with like selling or taking the opposite end when the trade, when they're paying such a premium for these out of the money calls? Is there ways to take advantage of that?
There is. I mean, you sell premium. When premium is overvalued, you sell premium, right? The out of the money calls, I'm not an out of the money call buyer per se. I am a seller there. It's pretty much a delta play for me. On a covered call, I'm doing 40 delta. On a diagonal, it's 20, right? A naked put, it's 20. If it's diagonal, I'm just buying a 65 to 85 delta with at least 120 days of time.
Oh, it broke up. What was the last thing you said? It broke up for me.
So on a diagonal, I will buy at least 120 days of time with a 65 to 85 delta, and then sell the front week with a 40 delta, 40-ish.
Okay.
We look for around that range, right? But definitely a directional options trader. You can take all my trades and spin them into spreads. So we did an Adobe trade, which I've actually got a chart that I can share with you guys to show you the fib setup, because it's hard to just explain.
Do you want to do that and share your screen? I'll turn mine off.
Let's do that. Let me see.
Okay, hold on, let me turn mine off. Benzinga Pro, I'm turning off, and you're going to take over. Okay, go ahead.
Let's see. Show screen. How do I know which screen it shares? Okay.
Good. You should see.
Got it. All right. Did it come up?
No, but let me see why. I don't see. Did you hit the share button and you did screen?
I hit share screen. And it says share screens, and then there's a blue button, share screen.
Mm-hmm.
I chose the one that you and I are on.
Yes, it says device not connected. Like I see Wealth Builders HQ, and then wait, now you're sharing our screen, the you and I that are on. You're sharing us. So
right.
If I hit your stream, so that's you right there.
Right. So
let's try sharing that window again one more time.
Right. So do you see my trade station now?
Hold on. No, I don't know why it's not working.
It shows you sharing, but you're not seeing anything, correct?
There's two Wealth Builders. I'm kicking one of the Wealth Builders out. Hold on one second. Okay. Let me try this. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working. I don't know.
Oh, still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I'm just not sure where it went. Let me try one more time. Let me stop and try to share it on.
I just saw Simplify Your Life, something like that.
What's that?
I saw like a screen thing that said Simplify Your Life. No?
Unlock your life?
I don't know. It said something. Yeah, I guess.
Well, let's try it again. We'll do one more time. See if we can get.
We provide TradeStation news and data. So you may have, if you have dual screens going, you may be something.
I've got or something. It wants me to pick which one to use, which I'm trying to do. So I see it.
I see it now. You got it. What'd you do different this time?
Are you seeing it now?
Yep, I'll put it live. What'd you do different this time?
I put it on a different monitor at this point, so I'm going to be looking in the upper.
That was your issue.
Or center. Okay. Well, let me max it. And sorry for the stretched out neck here. I got 6 monitors on this system here.
Yep. Don't worry. Internet Explorer Forrester didn't say a word, so we're doing better this time. Whenever there's a text something, he gets really upset.
Okay. So when you're looking at, here's Adobe, right? So this trade took place on the 4th was the entry, right? And all of this came off of, if I go here, just share a different screen, a different chart rather. All right. So if you look on the 4th was right here. All right. There you go. You're seeing that. Okay. So right here is the 4th. We've got a fib drawn, and this Fibonacci right here, which is the 50 percentile fib, we closed down here. We opened up, came back, and bounced. So the key is, what kind of bounce can I get off of the 484.24, right? That was the key. I've got resistance up here at 496.66. So if we come back and look, we made the move up on Adobe. We came back and we retested that level and we closed right at it. We bounced and we took the trade on this bounce right here, right? So on that 1015 candle is where we took the trade. So my fib line is here. This was our entry price. Our stop was down here, which was a technical stop based on the calculations we use. And here's our resistance level up here. That was the next fib level, which was the 499.66. We had a target of 495.5, which we hit on the 8th. And if I bring it in a little bit, you get a better view of it. So it's right on that very first candle. We gapped up, we ran higher, pulled back on that, and we got taken out as we hit that 495.50 level out of that trade. We got about 50% on that position for just 4 days. So it's a phenomenal move. Absolutely phenomenal move.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, so in these kind of positions, how do you allocate capital? How do you in terms of money, like for Wealth Builders HQ for users, do you say take how do you look at money allocation in these positions, I guess is what I'm trying to understand.
So the way that we teach it from an educational standpoint is very simple. We do 10 contracts for a straight trade, meaning a normal trade. If you're aggressive, we take 4. Now, most of my traders are not trading that many, but we use it for a very specific reason because the model that I've built is a 4-3-2-1 exit system. So we take off 40%, 30%, 20%, 10% in a normal trade. Market conditions right now with this, we just wanted to pull the trigger to get out of that position, and we called it a day, right? For that, just a 4-day trade, we're in and out. So, but most of my traders are trading with very small numbers, 1, 2, 3 contracts. You get to an Adobe, it's $12. I understand for many it's not an issue, but we start trading Amazon and it's 80, 90, $100, $150. It gets a little bit pricey for someone to get into large numbers. So one contract is really the way to go. But money allocation to me should be based on you should have equal dollar trades, not equal contract trades. That's how I trade it in mine and for my own account.
So equal dollar trades, not equal contract trade. Okay.
Correct.
So that's how you do it for your own account. And do you ever buy the equity? So I was going nuts about Spirit Airlines the last 2 months to buy it. It's your travel airline. So I bought a decent amount of common, but I didn't buy any options, which I'm mad because the move has kind of happened and I wanted to have options, but I just didn't. When you're really confident in a position, are you always buying options or are you sometimes playing the equities?
I'm buying the options. What is Spirit's symbol?
SAVE, S-A-V-E.
SAVE. I always buy the options unless it's a lower price stock. Then I would potentially buy SAVE as a stock, but I would look at it as a covered call. So
what'd you do in that scenario?
Well, I'm looking for a 40 delta. We don't have a good 40 delta. We've got for the next 10 days, you've got a 35 strike, which is $3.50 out of the money. You could take in 64 cents. You can rent that stock out for the next couple of days at, call it 60 cents to make it easy math.
Okay.
Right? 60 cents on a $30 stock. What are we looking at there? Is that about 4%, 3%? It's probably not make it happen. Is that right?
So what happens here? You sell the covered call and then you're basically taking in income. Is that what you're saying?
I'm getting paid that 64 cents to give someone the right to take the stock away from me at $35 a share. Please take it for $4.5, $3.50 more than it's now and pay me for it.
Got it. And so that's way for, okay. And you do a lot of that is what you're saying.
I do. This is to me, this is retirement account. When you trade these in non-retirement accounts, you've got to track long-term versus short-term. There's all kinds of rules associated around it. So you got to be careful with doing these. And I've had it for a year. I own the stock a year, so it's long-term capital gains. But you wrote a covered call on it for a year. Now it's short-term capital gains. When you encumber the stock, you halt the holding period.
Really?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yeah. So do them in your IRA. For me, I do them in retirement accounts.
I did not know that. Okay. That's news
also,
to me.
I don't need to spend a lot of effort managing the trade. I look at it once a day at the end of the night. I look at the chart and I'm done. 5 seconds. If I've got to make an adjustment, I'll do it in the morning when we start up trading again.
This is great. I want to do a live trade with you and doing that on some of these things next time. And you tell me which ones to do. So what platform is that you're using? A TradeStation. So yeah, I got to do one of these live trades one of these days with you. Because I would like to see me do it and do the exact same trade and see how it works. I always feel like you can see someone do it, but until you do it, it's hard. It's like you don't fully learn,
I can walk you through it. That's not a problem.
That'll be good for the show too. So I thank you for coming on, man. And you said you have a covered call thing. What's your covered thing call that you send out to your newsletter subscribers? What is that?
It's called Covered Call Explorer. There's a 2-week trial on it, but so come to the website and check it out. But there's a lot of questions come up on Fibs all the time, Jason, and I'll let you, back to your thing. I know the link that you guys have in the show, folks. I put together a 3-part training on Fibonacci's just for you to show you what they are, how to work, and then my favorite Fibonacci setup. I go through all the details of setting that up, which is exactly what I did here. So go through it, click on that link and go check it out. You'll appreciate it. It's just a free training series. It's, I don't know, maybe 40 minutes of training.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it. Appreciate you coming on. Come on again. We'll see you soon. Thank you. Thank you for sharing the intelligence and other ways to trade instead of just buying the common stock like I do. So, all right. All right. Thanks, Robert. You too, man. Yep. Have a good day. All right, guys, we have one more guest coming on, and then we're passing off to, I think it's going off to Mitch or Spencer, not sure. So new show idea, selling premium covered calls and cash covered puts. The wheels, I love that. I love that. Tinfoil trades. Do you want to host that? Are you an expert at that? I love that idea. I love it. I don't know how to save that somewhere. I got to put that somewhere. Great idea. Wait, right here. That's where it is. Who wants to host this show? How can I copy and paste that comment? Got to tell our producers. We got to do a show like that. I'm at Tinfoil Trades. You want to help host that? I love it because I'm so basic at that. All right. And guys, I've been remiss to tell you at 2:30 we have the Biotech Buzz with Viv, and I don't know if someone else is co-hosting today. Viv's gonna host it 2 or 3 days a week, and then we're gonna have another biotech person hosting it another 2 days. So if you have a biotech person that you think is really good with investing, send an email to powerhour@benzinga.com. Because for the other 2 days, we need someone else to host the biotech show. And we will, and at 2:30, she'll talk about some of the stocks that she has and take some of your questions. It's impossible for her to have a new idea every single day. So I told her that. She always wants to bring you guys new ideas. And I say it's impossible. Like I told you about BTN. I don't have the full thesis on it, but I know it's a good company or good management. And my friend Brian, who doesn't give me stock picks that much. He doesn't, but he's given me, I told you guys, TAST, QRTA, and a few others, and they've all been really nice gains. Now, some of them take a long time to develop. So I was, telling you guys to hold off necessarily buying today, because today it could be up, but tomorrow it could be down, 10%. So this is not a pick that is going to move like a SNDL. It's a decent sized position for me, but it's not a pick that's going to move like an SNDL. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, Viv is coming back. You guys got to tell Viv that you love her. She thinks that you guys don't want her every day. So Mitch is on vacation. I thought he was just moving for a few days. See, no one tells me anything, Red. No one tells me everything. I don't know anything. So, and then we need to give market updates. Yeah, Brian, we totally need to cover crypto. I've been doing Voyager. I mean, we brought the Voyager CEO on, Brian, at 60 cents, and now it's at 15. So hopefully you made millions on that one. Market's up. Dow's up 13 points. Nasdaq's up 24. S&P down 3. I don't know what Bitcoin's at 'cause it's not on my screen. And that's about it. Apple's down 60 cents or 0.44%. Amazon's down 0.45%. Not really much change there. The SNDL, which a lot of us own in here, is up 42 cents or 32%. GMBL up 20% today. CRTD, Young Investor gave to us, is up 16%. I'm going to hang on to it. I bought CNPOF because they do something related to another cannabis company, TerraSend. So that's up 10% today. We bought it in the show a few days ago. EXPI. So we got some moves. All right, let's bring on our next guest. Here he goes. His name is Gary. Let's go. Gary. So notoriousalerts.com. Notorious Alerts. How you doing?
Thank you for the show. I appreciate it.
How you doing, man?
I'm good. Good. How are you doing?
Good. I don't think we've met. Did you meet Aaron Bree? Is that how we're connected?
Yes. Aaron reached out to me.
Nice.
Yeah, he actually reached out to me today because what I'm doing on my Twitter right now, this trading community, the Twitter trading community, any trading community that you speak of, as traders, we're very fortunate. And if you are a successful trader, then, you're probably going to be making a decent amount of money. And I feel like it's important to remember those that might not be in such fortunate situations. So what I would like to do is, and I've established this right now, the link is on my Twitter, is putting together the foundation for St. Jude. So what I'm wanting to do is band us as traders together to raise as much money as we can for the St. Jude Foundation, just to help out these kids that might be in a rough situation. Or some of these kids, St. Jude gives them a really, really good chance at life and helps them have opportunities they might not ordinarily have. So That's what we're doing on Twitter right now is myself and some other traders, the band Breathe Carolina, we've all kind of collaborated together and we're trying to help St. Jude as much as we can.
What made you think of what made you think of doing this?
You know, it's just something that popped into my head. And I just think it's a really great cause that, you know, as traders this year, it's been a great year for us. I mean, I know we've had a lot of volatility in the market. The GameStop craze, it brought in a lot of new volume, a lot of new traders. Things are moving really great right now. And traders, it's a good time to be a trader right now. We're banking on a lot of plays, and I feel like it's important to remember those who might not be in as good of a situation as us. So I think it's the right thing to do. So I've made it my mission. I put the $50,000 goal that I would like to raise for St. Jude. We put it up on Twitter last night, and in about 12 to 14 hours now, we've raised half of that goal almost. We're at $21,500 the last time I checked. So I'm very proud and grateful to all of the Twitter community, any trading community out there, and anyone that's donated and helping this wonderful cause. We're halfway to the goal, and I truly appreciate it.
Wow, that's amazing. And so, and they're just finding out about you on your Twitter and your community, basically?
Yeah, so, you know, I have a little bit of a following in the stock community on Twitter.
I just followed you too, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Nice to meet you.
I'll follow back. So, you know, one of my passions is obviously I like making money. I like helping other people make money. But if we can help those that might be in need, then I want to be involved in that as well. So we're going to continue making money. Everybody else, it's going to be a great time. But if we can help these kids, then that's something I want to be a part of.
Okay. And have you done something like this before?
This is actually the first thing that I've done. And a representative from St. Jude actually reached out to me today and talks about this. You know, they've expressed their gratitude and how great that they think it is. So again, to anyone that's already donated, you know, it's truly appreciated. I appreciate it. St. Jude appreciates it. And we're going to keep going. We're going to hit this goal. We're not going to miss this price target. We will hit the 50,000. And we're going to help a lot of kids out. So it's a good time.
I love it. I love it. You guys, we pinned up the fundraiser in the top of the YouTube chat. So help out the St. Jude kids, Notorious Alerts. And speaking of that, so before this Christmas, Benzinga, we adopted a kid it's like a different type of Make-A-Wish Foundation. She has cancer and she wanted this one thing or whatever, and we adopted a kid. And it's like, why are we doing all this? Is it just to make money? Is it just to is it just to say I have more money in my bank account? I don't think so. I really don't. And it's like, if you're doing this stuff and you're not figuring out how you can give, you know, like what you're doing, like notice you came on the show, you didn't say one word about your Twitter at first, like to go follow you. You didn't say one word about selling the newsletter. You're focused on your initiative. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's incorrect to say their Twitter and all that stuff. My point is, you're focusing on this initiative. It's not a marketing ploy, is what my point is.
No, like I've never tried to sell anyone anything in my life. You know, I give all stock advice for free. I will never ask anybody for a dime. For myself personally, I'm not on the show today to market my Twitter or anything like that. I just think, I mean, this is not even like about me or my Twitter. This is the stock community at large. This is all of us as traders collectively. This is not just something that I've put together. There's a lot of people that has joined in on this and are behind this movement. So this is about us as traders getting back to the kids that really need it the most. So that's why I'm on the show today, to spread the word about that.
No, absolutely. And we pinned this charity initiative in that. So let's help him hit his goal. It's in the top of the YouTube chat. So if you're not in the YouTube chat, then you would miss it. But if it's, you know, if you're here, you know, click it, make a small donation. Anything helps. $10, $30, whatever it is. Anything helps. That's the way we look at it, right?
Yes, and I truly appreciate it.
Yeah, and now that you're here though, like are there stocks you're trading right now?
Yeah, so what I am is I'm an intraday trader, and I trade high volatility stocks. So anything that has high volume on the day, I'm going to be doing day trades and scalps on it. So, I have trade ideas up on another monitor right now. I'm always looking and seeing the movers on the day through trade ideas.
We got to get you Benzinga Pro.
Yeah, I would love to try it out and take a look at it.
Okay, Aaron Bree, please send him Benzinga Pro. There's a whole signals thing that I think you would like.
Yeah.
Movers.
Anything that's moving on the day, like I know recently, even today, we've had marijuana plays that are moving. I know SNDL has been in the limelight, different other marijuana plays, Kern. Anything with volume, I'll trade it that day at least. I don't do a lot of swings, but when the volume is there, I'm going to be there trading it. You got big plays.
Will you hold overnight?
Yeah, I will. I will hold overnight if it's a good setup. If it's not extremely, if the move hasn't already happened, you get a really nice spike and it crashes back down, then I'm not going to hold overnight. But as long as it's still the theme, like each week I feel has a certain theme. You got to wait, and see what the market presents at the beginning of the week, what theme you're going to be in. And once you figure that theme out, find some stocks that are at nice levels in that and swing it. So I think that can be a good strategy, especially to those traders that are under PDT and have limited amount of day trades each day. So I think if you're under PDT, if you swing stocks that are actually in theme and in trend, then that can be a great strategy.
Got it. And when you say you hold overnight, how long would you hold over potentially all night? Like, how would you hold for, you know what I mean? Like, what's your duration on that? Does it matter?
Each play is different depending on what pre-market brings. If it runs up, 30, 40% in pre-market, I might take a little bit of my position out or I might sell the whole thing. But, if it's still staying at the same level and, nothing happens until market opens, then I'll hold through the opening bell and see what happens then.
Okay. All right. That's good. And when the market is like, do you ever not make any trades in a day? Like, do you ever just sit on the sideline for a whole day, or is there always opportunities that you're finding?
There's always opportunities. There's always going to be something that's moving each and every day. If you're a trader, there's going to be something that you can trade. So I'll be in something every day. There's days that I'll leave the desk earlier than others. If I see that the volume has just left and nothing's moving and I might do more harm than good by staying there, then I'll just walk away. But I do feel like each and every day there's always a couple opportunities you can take advantage of.
Got it. Okay. So what are some things you're looking at today?
So some things that I'm looking at today, AUVI was the top mover that I was looking at today because it's had an insane move right before I came on the show. Yeah, AUVI.
Do you want to share your screen or no?
So I'm actually on my MacBook, and that's separate from my other monitors.
All right, all good.
Yeah.
So AUVI, okay. What else? That's the main one?
That was the main one. However, with AUVI, a similar stock in a similar sector was LEDS. And a lot of times if you have an insane mover like AUVI, then you're going to get the sympathy volume to come over to a stock that's similar. And as we can see with LEDS, that's exactly what happened. We get the move from 450 to 778. So that was a nice move off of the sympathy to AUVI.
Got it. And so that's and how did you discover that one?
It's just a same sector type play. That's something that you can go to finviz.com and look at. And that's a great source for people to utilize, like especially if you're newer to trading or even if you're experienced. If there's a sector that's moving, let's say that we have China stocks moving, or even if it is marijuana stocks moving, and you don't know what a whole lot of those stocks are, then you can just go right over to FinViz, and FinViz will actually show you what the top movers on the day are as well. You can click that little hyperlink and find similar stocks in that sector too.
Yeah. So FinViz in 2006 or 7, maybe it was 8. I almost bought FinViz for $400,000. They may have just been they may have just been playing with me, but we had like a thing in place. I wasn't really in this business at the time, and I didn't have money, but I almost owned FinViz for like $450,000 in 2008 or 6.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it was interesting, but I didn't buy it. So FinViz is great. I agree. There's some great things. But yeah, and then we'll get you a Benzinga Pro thing. And you guys, his charity is pinned on the top. Please go click on it. If you can donate $5, $10, $50, $100, just do it. Just do it. You'll feel good. You'll feel good. Trust me. Giving is always better than receiving. That's what I've learned. And yeah.
One thing I would like to say is I would like to express my gratitude to another trader by the name of Trading King Eric. When he saw the link was posted, he immediately donated $10,000 to the charity. So I truly appreciate that. So thank you, Eric, for that donation.
Oh, wow. That was, we should have him on tomorrow.
Yeah, that was a great gift that he gave. But, you know, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on here, to get the word out about the foundation. It is a wonderful cause. And even if you can't donate, if maybe you can share the word to somebody that might be able to, that would go a long way as well. I would appreciate it. The other traders behind this would appreciate it. And you're going to feel good about yourself too. And I know St. Jude will appreciate it.
We appreciate you coming on. I'm glad Aaron found you. Gary, thank you. And we'll also get you a Benzinga Pro thing. So we know you'll meet your goal.
Yes, thank you. I truly appreciate it.
Yep. All right. Thanks, man. I'll talk to you later. Yep.
Take care.
All right. Yep. You too. All right. So guys, give him a donation. Let's go. Let's get St. Jude. Let's go help that out. You know, let's help it out and help him get his goal. Gary's a good guy. You can tell, and he's a nice person. So yeah, LBS halted now. PLTR is moving. A lot of stuff happening. We know we need a Benzinga stock show. Like, we should hand this off to Brent, but I think it's going to Spencer Israel now because it's 140. I don't see in the chat what's going on next. Let's see who's here. Let's put on the other stream. That's me. See, there's me, guys. Look, that's me. It's delayed. All right. I didn't know it was delayed like that. So what are you guys trading now? Are you guys going to sell any SNDL? What do you think? And then here's Spencer. I think Spencer's taking over now. So I got Spencer's screen. He put his Seinfeld characters on. And then I think he's coming up next. So what do you guys trade? Are you guys trading SNDL? Are you selling? I may have trimmed a little SNDL. And don't tell Vivian, who's coming on at 2:30, that I may have sold a little teeny weeny speeny KMPH. She did not want me to sell any KMPH. I may have sold a little KPMH. Don't tell her. She'll really want to punch me in the head. Please don't tell her. Thank you. Yes, Internet Forces, that's great. We just need to get the traders. We need to get the producers. If you guys have any other producers who can help reach out, people on the Bullish Bearish show that Internet Forces is talking about, love it. Spencer, come on down, see what you've won. All right, let's go. And then we're going to do the quiz show. Are you guys planning to build a set with a desk and big screen panels like MSM companies? Is that mainstream media? Yes. Oh, so, yes. Well, we will have stuff to that. A heat map similar to that on Finviz could be nice to have in Benzinga Pro. Yes, that's in the works. All this stuff's in the works. I just have to get back and work with the developers to get the stuff. If you're good at product stuff and you have ideas on how we can implement things that will make trading easier for the average user, let me know. Email powerhour@benzinga.com or DM me on Twitter. That may be easier. We could use you. We want those features like the heat maps. We're building an insider trading thing, like the whole insider trade stuff. So just let us know. I mean, let us know on this stuff. I don't see Spencer showing up right now, so I guess I'll just wait for. What are you thinking about NSPR? I own NSPR. NSPR is taken off. It is taken off, and so I own that. I don't know. Maybe I'd sell some. Viv says KMPH price target is $30. She may be right, but you guys heard me. I was 2 on margin. So I could be that crazy margin, but it's too much. So yeah, email Power Hour if you want to host on a segment and be the Bulls versus Bear. Step out of your comfort zone. Step out of your comfort zone. Any news on why PLTR is moving? Let's go pull up Benzinga Pro real quick and see if there's why is it moving. That's what I can look. Brent, I can have Brent come on live. Let's see if Brent wants to come on. Hold on, team. Where's Brent? Brent, do you know why PLTR is jumping right now? Can you come on the show to quickly share? Yeah. So you is out of my conversation. What's that say? Internet. Why? Wait. Why email directly to Aaron Bry? No, don't do that, Internet Enforcers. Email to powerhour@benzinga.com. People that email directly or don't do the chat, then if someone drops the ball, we have no way to control it and we have no way to help. So powerhour@benzinga.com. And if you're looking for a full-time job here, cooljobs@benzinga.com. Cooljobs@benzinga.com. I mean, we're going live 8 hours, 9 hours a day and going more. I mean, you're not seeing, like, we don't go away. You're not seeing old videos of us. You're seeing us live talking stocks. And the beauty of this thing is it's not just me talking, it's you guys discussing trade ideas. And it's awesome. And guys, when I get more time, hopefully this weekend, I'm gonna get a few more show hosts to do those shows. I thought we'd already have a couple, but they just haven't. Like, I want the show that you guys were talking about, the show of options, the show of crypto, the show of ETFs. It should be consistent. There should be an ETF show every single day. Every single day. There should be an options show. There should be crypto, like you said. Then there should be a trading show, a technical trading show. Then an options show where you can do those covered calls and puts and you actually see the person do it. The other one I liked is a small cap show. And then what Internet Enforcers said, or someone else said, under the radar segment. Me and Luke are going to have an under the radar segment, hopefully starting next week. Hans, Forex is probably a hot thing. If I lived in Detroit, I'd come and work for you. Why do you have to live in Detroit to come and work for us? What's Detroit have to do with it? It has nothing. We're in a virtual world right now. You don't need to live in Detroit, or that's just a waste of time to go live in Detroit. If you're good, you don't need to live in Detroit. Small comedy talk. Small comedy stock show. I like that. Yeah, Internet Enforcers. Hopefully you're right. Thank you for those nice words. Do you guys know MSTR? Any of you guys at MSTR right now? And again, a 100,000 challenge show. Yeah, we are gonna do something with some money and a joint account. But MSTR are the Wall Street bettors taking on MSTR right now? Take a look at it. I just got a text from someone. Riot just hit a new high. Steve Hockman said. So are you trading options on it, Steve Hockman? More of this morning was hot. So MSTR is what someone's sending me. WSB ganging up on MSTR. Question mark, he's asking me. And then the other thing is in Benzinga Pro, you have a screener, you have movers, you have all of those tools. And I don't have it up right now, but maybe I wrote to Brent, he didn't get back to me. So I don't have anything on Palantir. Spencer may, but I don't have anything on that. So we will see. HL, I don't know, he's not on yet, so I'm just gonna chill out and wait for him. Yep. Oh, there he is. Okay. Thank you, Ron Claire. If you have any questions on how to use it, all you got to do is email support@benzinga.com or VIP-accounts@benzinga.com. Yeah. I mean, MSTR owns a lot of crypto. So, Spencer, do you see anything on Palantir right now, PLTR?
PLTR? For some reason, why do I always confuse Palantir and Peloton? Do you know why? Do you know why I do that?
No, but they are. Because they both start with P's.
Maybe. No, there was a headline yesterday that I confused that Palantir and IBM signed some sort of a deal, some sort of partnership.
Is it moving up right now, Spencer?
Let me see. Actually, I just lost my charting screen for some reason, but yeah, it's up 2.5% today. It's not nothing.
Okay, it's not nothing. And they're talking. I just got a text from a friend that said Wall Street bets ganging up on MSTR question mark. So what is MSTR up today?
Well, I wouldn't attribute this move, the MicroStrategy move, to Wall Street bets. It's a crypto play. It's a Bitcoin play. So it's up 11.5%. And you know, why don't I share my charts so you can see what I'm seeing?
Why did Jay Rice, nothing against you, but Kathy Wood doing monthly update now? Who's he talking to? Must be in a different room or something.
Maybe you. I don't know.
Why would you be talking to me about that?
So here,
Kathy, you cannot do monthly updates. Nope, can't do it. Jay doesn't want you to. Sorry.
So MSTR, I mean, you can see it. Oh, where's my chart? You can't see it. You can see that. It's up with crypto today. It's up with Bitcoin. So I wouldn't attribute that move to Reddit or what. A lot of people are trying. A lot of people are trying to say, oh, this is going to be the next Wall Street bet stock. It's not that easy, right? Virality, Jason knows this. Virality is not easy. You can't put it in a jar and then release it whenever you want. That's not how virality works. GameStop went viral. That's great. Everyone trying to get their stock to be the next thing, or I'm calling it. They're ganging up on this. It's not. That's not how it works. It's not that easy, right?
Yep. And what Red said is Palantir spiked on that news yesterday, but then just had a random spike to 38 a few minutes ago for no reason. So maybe there's a block trade in the signals thing. Maybe there's a block trade on it, and that's what that was. Spencer can look at it. MSTR, yeah, low float. And this guy said it's too expensive for the Wall Street Bets game.
He might be right. Wait, yeah, he's probably yeah. I mean, geez.
Yeah. I see the price. I see the price now.
Yeah, he's right.
I see it. Wait, can you go to the block trade thing, the signal, Spencer, right now in Pro, and see if there was a block trade on PLTR? I'm just curious. It's up 5% now, and I want to see. So
I never. Full disclosure, I know I don't really use this tool that much. There are things in Pro that I use a lot, and things in Pro that I don't. And this is one of the things that I don't use. But
if you go to not price spike or click the price spike thing.
Yeah, that's right.
No, to your right. Get block trade. It's the middle tab.
Sorry. Okay.
Yep. Get rid of that one. And then so we're looking to see, did we see something in PLTR in the last
I don't see
10 minutes? 110. I don't see anything either. Yeah, I don't see much. So sometimes it's, sometimes you don't know. You don't know, but it's moving. So me and Luke and Spencer had a talk about crypto. Luke's argument is the internet is like crypto being decentralized. I own a little ETH and I own Bitcoin, and I also own that, Voyager. Spencer and I own the GBTC.
Yeah.
What's your take on the crypto stuff, Spencer?
I own a little bit of Bitcoin in Coinbase. Like I actually went to a Bitcoin exchange and I bought this middle of December, only because I owned zero cryptocurrency in my portfolio and I wanted to own something. Yep. So that's how I'm choosing to play it. I'll probably just add add more on a regular basis, like I don't know, every 6 months. I haven't decided yet. Really.
Yeah.
Every 6 months or whatever, but that's how I'm going to play it.
My take is I'm more confident in it right now than I was 2 years ago. What changed for me, Spencer, is when we held that crypto event and we had Chamath at it and a few others and a bunch of big names, and they were so bullish on it and they've been right a lot. And so I've bet on them there. I didn't take a big position then. I bought that GBTC. I don't know if you remember, but Dennis was like, I want to buy the GBTC, but it's not so I just bought some. And I was going to buy a decent sized position. I do medium, large, extra large, or then small. I bought a medium. I was buying a large, and I just kept that crypto or the GBTC at medium position. It was at $17, and I bought it, Spencer. When we had that event.
You're saying your portfolio is like a McDonald's menu?
Yeah,
is that right?
Kind of is.
Wait. So Tesla's supersized, right? Yeah.
It is. Tesla is for sure supersized. And I'm trying to take bigger positions now, Spencer. I really am. That's why I'm on margin right now, because I'm trying to take bigger positions. I get some of these directional things right, and they're up 100%, and I'm up not enough. That's my opinion. BTC is a fraction of the balance of 2x stock. Okay, so this guy on MSTR, he wrote me, yeah, crazy. Bitcoin is a fraction of MSTR's balance sheet and up 2x.
Wait. Bitcoin, what? Oh, I see. Oh, sure. That's the thing.
The stock is up 10x though.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that yesterday too. With what was that? The company? Was it OPGN? Right?
Yes. OPGN. Right? You're right.
They priced the offering 25% above the market, and
right?
It closed up. It wasn't OPGN. What the hell?
No,
it wasn't.
It was. Fatty Lawrence,
No,
I own.
it was OCGN. OCGN. Sorry.
Yes, OCGN.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
geez, you're right.
So yeah, so like the market takes these things and they run with it. So your friend is whoever said that is absolutely right about MicroStrategy. That's why if you're gonna play crypto, I'm gonna play Bitcoin, I wouldn't do it through a stock. I wouldn't say, oh, I own Tesla, therefore I have Bitcoin exposure. I would just I would buy GBTC or I would buy the actual cryptocurrency. That's what I would do.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And someone did ask a good question. ETF show. Spencer, you talked about doing some ETF thing. Are you thinking about doing it like 3 days a week, not every day?
Yeah, not every day. I would love to do like a twice or 3 days a week ETF show.
Okay.
Jason, tomorrow I'm talking with Dave Mazza from Direction. He's their head of product.
Okay.
So we're going to do a whole thing about leverage ETFs at 9:05 in the morning. But yeah, I would definitely love to get like a twice or 3 times a week ETF show where I just talk about ETFs, interview people, and yeah, because I think ETFs are the greatest thing since sliced bread, or insert cliche here, but I think ETFs are awesome. And I own mostly ETFs in my portfolio.
No, that's awesome. I want to address some feedback in the chat. Yeah. Anthony Skikalik. You guys need to go back to separate videos. If I want to recommend a specific video like Power Hour, people are going to need to go through an 8-hour video to find it.
Not necessarily, Anthony.
No, yes, exactly.
Not necessarily, because if you go to our channel, it should be there. Each show that we do gets updated individually. Uploaded. What did I say? Uploaded individually, right? So if you go to our channel and you go to videos, all of today's shows that are done are up there. Pre-market prep is up there by itself. SPAC Attack is up there by itself. Get Technical is up there by itself, right? So,
Anthony, within 20 minutes, the full show is up there. Nothing's changed with that. So each one's separate. So here's the issue, Anthony. CNBC, you know what channel it is. You turn it on. Imagine every day you went to your TV and wanted to turn on CNBC. It was a different channel every day. That's what YouTube is for us. So we kept it on because people can stay and put it on the background, turn it off, and then we break out. We break out every show into a single show. We're actually probably going to do a little bit less clips. I think we're doing like 3 to 6 per show. We're probably going to do like the max 3. But Austin, they are sorted by playlist. If it's not sorted correctly, tell us. But they are. So we do not do a single day, because that'd be terrible to have all. You need to have a separate show. So within 15 minutes of the show being done, there's a separate video.
You just said 20. Now it's within 15. It's getting shorter.
Because I think it is 15.
I don't know, but maybe we should time it. I don't actually know what the turnaround time is with our editing team, but we can
time it.
We can time them and then fire them if they don't.
Yeah. So Anthony, hopefully,
just kidding. Anyone, the editors are listening to this. I'm just joking.
Yeah, he's just kidding. Actually, I didn't even think about that, Israel. Like that's funny. Okay, sorry, that's funny. Okay, they don't know we're joking. Spencer, Israel, and I and Luke like to give each other as much shit as possible, as what we possibly have, just so you guys know. Okay, and yeah, as much shit. So then Spencer, Rohan Joshi wrote, please do a segment on emerging companies that should go in the long-term portfolio. I like that, Spencer.
Companies.
Yeah,
I mean, my whole thing about that, and I did a spiel about this yesterday, is like emerging tech is very hot right now, but it's not always that way, right? Like look at a chart of Amazon from 2000 to like 2008, right?
Spencer, I just thought of something great. Sorry.
Right. So like everyone wants to talk about emerging tech, emerging industries, space, AI. It's all great because that's sexy right now. But that theme of emerging tech won't always be sexy. And I say that as someone who's super long, emerging tech. I've got one of Kathy Wood's funds. I've got like 5 tech ETFs in my portfolio, but it won't always be that way. So yeah, I think it's a good idea to do a thing about emerging tech industries, but there will come a time when the entire emerging technology theme goes out of favor. So,
yep. And Daily Swing Trader, you make a great point. If we had separate shows, you can do the like button more often. We get that. We understand that. And it's yes. And I just highlighted someone's feedback. This is no brainer feedback that we're going to do. It was something about sectors. Yes, this one. You need to have hourly or 30-minute shows about sectors with people that know and understand them, and find stocks that are about to pop, not when everybody is in them and we chase. So guess what? We're going to do that. I thought of it this morning on the way in, Spencer, because it's obviously hard for us to be live all day, but guess what, Spencer? We have our MarketFi platform. So we have Tim Melvin. He doesn't have to come out every day, but he'll do a community banking stocks a couple days a week, right? Then we also have Roberto Padone. He'll do a trading segment because Spencer, me, and the team, we want to experiment with a lot of things. We don't want to separate. We're not looking to do multiple channels right now, but like at this hour when it's kind of quieter from 1:30 or 1:30 to like 2:30, we're probably going to have 3 traders on, and they're going to show their screens, and you're going to see what they're trading, and they're going to see it, and hopefully it's something that allows you to learn. We're testing out about 12 traders right now, and so if you want to be in the test, there is a sign-up form, but I can't find it right now. But email powerhour@benzinga.com. So from 1:30 to 2:30, we want people just to like show what they're trading, show their screens, so you can learn from it. I honestly, Spencer, we had a guest on earlier today. He Wealth Builders, and he was showing me how he did this options trade, and I was like, this is awesome. I would have no clue how to do that, you know. And it just, I'm clueless when it comes. I'm putting up your screen right now. Spencer's in Benzinga Pro.
Well, I just searched because someone in the chat, and Steve, you got me there because I wasn't sure if Steve was serious, but he said a Wingstop announces EV blockchain ETF. I actually went to my press release feed and I was like, "There's no way that's true." But hey, you never know because Kodak is a vaccine company, so you really don't know.
You guys exactly. You guys should do like pranks to us and see what you can get us to fall for. But no, don't really do that because that's bad. But what I did was I featured Millie Mo because I love this feedback. If you guys give us any like feedback, I'll put it in the tag here or whatever. We'll follow your Twitter. But you know, there's a lot of information, and what we want to do is change how media information is delivered. It's so one way from the TV, and we're trying to change that. Aaron Bree, I would love more office pranks, but the last one we tried was Rohan, and he put the camera on himself, which didn't make sense. Goofing with you, Spencer, the guy wrote. Yeah, I should definitely do some pranks.
Look, every day we're getting a little bit better, right? Like on Friday, for example, our stream by the end of the day had like a 15-minute delay, but today it's down to like 15 seconds, right? So
yes.
Every day we're getting a little better.
Eric Katz and I apologize, but this week there'll be an office prank. I thought of one that'll be hilarious, and you guys, I'm gonna guess 96% of you guys will laugh. I can't say what it is because I'm in the office right now and someone will hear it. It's an office prank that I can totally do, and you guys will see it, and it's so easy. I'm excited to do it. So that is awesome. Okay.
Jason, do you own Twitter?
No.
Okay, I asked because if you bought Twitter in like 2014 and you held all this time, you're making your money back today.
Yeah. Well, what's it up today?
It's up 3.5%. They report tonight. Let me pull up a chart so you can see what I'm seeing. But
all right, we're gonna do this, Janet Lowe. I just screenshotted what you wrote. We're gonna do that exact thing. We can integrate the voting. We're gonna do it. You're brilliant, Janet Lowe. Janet Lowe, I don't know who you are, but you've been brilliant with all your ideas in here. DM me on Twitter at Jason Raznick or text me at 248-766-0000. I don't respond to every text, but just Janet, you have great ideas. If you text me, just do bullet points or like just lines. I can't read a long paragraph. I have bad eyes. So, and Benzinga may have their own ATF. I just don't know yet. So thank you guys. And then here's Twitter. Yeah, Spencer, I owned Twitter back in the day, and I'm just a jackass. I sold it, man. I don't know what to tell you.
No, you were right for 6 years. I mean, look at this thing. Look at this. It IPO'd at what? 40 something? 50, 60? Who knows? It got down to what? 14?
Yeah.
Now it's up to 60.
That's freaking crazy. And wait, someone just said something. Hey, Pasang Sherpa. He goes, yeah, I wish there was more like buttons. There are more like buttons. Just have like 10 YouTube accounts open. And Benzinga ETF, I got to work on that stuff. I got to get off the show so I can go work on that stuff to get you guys there. And that's it for probably the show today. But, Luke said we need an awesome mobile developer. We're trying to get Benzinga Pro built. Send an email to either cooljobs@benzinga.com or powerhour@benzinga.com. A great designer. We're trying to change the media landscape, but we can't do it without you. I mean, me and Spencer are the only ones here that can go live right now. So we need like an army of like 10, 30, 50 people that we can hit a button. You want to go live today? Boom. And we don't want to just put random people live. We want people that, educate you, care about each other. That guy we just had on, he would be a good guy to go live because he was just a nice guy. And there was a guy, Ryan, last week that was a nice guy. Like, that's we want them because they're good, and they'll tell you how they trade, and you don't have to do what they do, but it's helpful to learn. So we're working on that. That's why you're not going to see us live all day, because we're working on bringing on some other hosts, and that's where Spencer and me and Aaron, we're doing a little bit. No, we don't really do much advertising, Red, I don't think. So if you have an idea, Red, let us know. Oh, yeah, we advertise on Google, I guess, and Facebook a little bit. That's not true.
What if you're new? We are going to have a show that is being planned actually as we speak that is specifically for beginners. If you know absolutely nothing, then that's going to be the show for you.
Well, I have a bet on that show with Michael Murray, because they said, why are you doing code Ziner 10%? Isn't it Zinger Caesar? Ziner? You really want to do Ziner 10? Because he's written that, he's posted that like a few times. Is Caesar really choosing Ziner? And yeah, guys, help support your shows. You know, one way we can get this live all day and get the quality better if people support the shows. So if you get a chance, go to swag.benzinga.com and buy a pair of shirts for your family. Or they make great stocking stuffers. They're gimmicky. You can send it to someone. There's pillows. There's a lot of different things. I think the pillows are sold out. Oh, Caesar, you put Zinger 10. The last 2 times it was, do we need salespeople? Yes, Chef Remy, we need salespeople. If you Benzinga Pro can use a few salespeople, and here are the qualifications. You must be good on the phone, very tech savvy, and don't need a lot of explaining to do, like to get it going. We have a lot of calls that come in. We can't handle them all. We're looking for some part-time people or full to help with these calls. It's probably an hourly wage and some bonus based on success. If you're interested in that, send an email to cooljobs@benzinga.com, maybe with a resume or a few bullet points on why you think you'd be good. But again, you have to be like computer savvy, be able to talk on the phone, and not need a ton of training, because we're limited at that. We're not the best at that.
And I also have a job announcement. If you or someone you know is an editor and they like editing other people's writing, I'm interested in talking to you. So do what Jason just said. Tell them to email cooljobs@benzinga. Tell them that Spencer sent you, and that you are looking for to do editing. If you or someone you know is an editor, likes to read, is good at their grammar, all that stuff, or just has Grammarly, let's be real, then do that. Email cooljobs@benzinga. We are looking for an editor, someone to do a lot of publishing, for like actual publishing, being the person that flips stuff live to our site, and edit articles along the way. So
Aaron Bree, you can go office and go make calls.
No, Aaron Bree, I'm not talking to you, Aaron Bree. Get out of here.
Yeah, get out of here. Go do the calls with Jonathan Mallard. He doesn't stop. Oh my God.
If Aaron was here, I would have thrown him in the closet by now. I swear. Every day with you, Aaron Bree.
But I got to read one thing. XII says post. I got to read this. Daily updates for your Benzinga trade page to your Twitter. You have over twice as many followers than here. Okay, thank you.
The editor would be full time. Hans Diglerson.
Okay,
editor would be full time. So
yeah, day trade and opening bell segment. Yeah, we're gonna get a day trade and opening bell segment at 9:30. We'll get that. I mean, guys. So Spencer, what he's done, he's put a calendar. He needs to make a better one, a bigger one. Spencer, you need to put something on the wall or digital, and then put in red the blank spots, and that way we can look what to fill, and then have people apply for those positions to fill those show hosts. And that way we can have some other good ones. And then the community here will say, do you like this person or not? And then, they'll do a couple shows. This is how they did Regis and Kelly. Remember Regis went away from the show? And so for a year, Kelly had all these different guest hosts come on. That's what we need to do for this. We just have to do it because we don't want to leave you guys alone and stuck with old media. We're trying to give you guys new media for a purpose. So more work for Spencer. Austin, do you want to help out? Whatever you want. And someone said something that they could help us. Who was it? I didn't see
I remember Regis and Kathy Lee. I don't.
Oh, you don't remember Kelly? Well, Kelly's one to host it now. And yet, Red 1010. I wanted to address what you said. Yes, we got to tell Shubs, Spencer, to link to more videos from articles, because they think that that will help our YouTube traffic, because people are saying when they type in live trading or stock market, we don't show up. So we got to get that going.
Okay.
And then Bill Big D, when's the conference in Miami or Puerto Rico? We rented out the Fountain Blue last year. And if you're there, Bill Big D, I may be in. It
was a lot of fun.
A lot of fun. You were there, right, Spencer?
No, I was there in 2019. Not
that was the best year. And then it's Bill Big D. I may be in Miami for a couple of days next week. Jeffrey Wu, if you would love to help, you just got to tell us what you can do. When you guys say, can you work remotely, as opposed to what? Working in the office? Well, Everyone's
Yeah.
remote. I mean, there's 10 of us in the office. So if you're good and you can get things done, you can help get other show hosts, you can take work off Spencer's plate, then yes, you can work. We'd love you to join us. But if you're someone that no criticism, but if you're not tech savvy, you don't know how to like go reach Twitter, you got to be extremely street smart to work at this job, to build this job. Street smart. So if you're a guy that like you're waiting in line, there's like 100-person line, or you're in traffic and you like don't know how to use Waze to go another way to cut traffic, then we're not for you. You got to be street smart, because we need you to go find hosts for shows that like are good that no one knows about, and then convince them to want to do this and do it every day. And that's what we need to do. So because like someone said, Jeffrey Wu, no criticism, but like we don't necessarily need like your trade ideas or option skills. That doesn't do anything for us. If you were saying you want to host a show and that does something, that's great. But we're not a fund, and we don't just buy stocks. And people have been sending me their trade results, and I'm like, okay, like
that's not going to really help you here, unfortunately.
Yeah,
I mean, it might if you can turn that into content, but if you can't, then that's not really gonna.
I don't. Dave Dwyer, you said I'm your man. You have my information. I don't have your information. I mean, I may, but I don't know where it is now. I don't know. There's like 100 people that work here, guys.
I had something that I wanted to say. I just now. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Rez. Did you see my Slack from this morning? We have a listener who listens to Pre-Market Prep who owns. He said he owns a theater in Jacksonville. So if you want to have an event in Jacksonville, or in Jax as they call it, then we have a venue. We have this guy's theater if we want to use it.
Really?
I slacked you that this morning or texted you, whatever I did. I don't know.
Oh, I didn't see that. I don't know where you sent it to me.
Yeah, I definitely slacked you. Check your Slack.
William Thomas. What's Jonathan Mallard's email address?
What?
I'll get it.
It's Jonathan. Here,
dot or not? That's what I wanted to see.
There's no dot. It's JonathanMallard@Benzinga.com.
Let me just make sure. Are you positive?
I just looked it up.
How are you so fast?
I have more screens. No, I don't. We have the same.
Okay, William Thomas. This is for you. If you want to join the sales team, send this guy an email with 3 bullet points on why you could hit the phone starting tomorrow and don't need much training to do it.
Wait, here, Aaron Bry already threw it in there. There you go, Aaron Bry.
He beat me to it.
Yeah.
I thought you sent Aaron Bry on his way. No, he didn't. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. You're right. He heads up the sales team there. All right. Well, it was a good day. Nice seeing you. I think Viv coming on at 2:30 to give us a little biotech update. A shorter show.
I'll be honest. I'm not really sure.
Oh, let me ask.
Yeah.
Oh, she's writing to me. Love, sign off, Viv, Spencer.
Okay. Aaron Bry says she is coming on at 2:30.
Okay, so Viv's coming on 2:30. What we need are other show hosts. You ready to try out? Step out of your comfort zone and do it, and just talk. You don't have to like be as good looking as Spencer. You don't have to be. You could be average looking or be below average a little bit like me, and you're still okay. You don't have to be funny. You don't have to do that. You just go and you make stuff happen. But again, short little things about how you can impact the outcome. Send in your portfolio results. Don't necessarily don't help us unless you're saying you want to host a show or something. Someone sent me their portfolio results, Spencer, and they're like, I'm probably one of the best performers. I'm 35% over the last 3 years. I'm like, this market, that's nothing.
Yeah, we're all the best performers in this market. You kidding me? You want to see my? I'm all green, baby.
So I wrote back to them. I'm like, don't be down on your performance. I'm only up 532%. So I was being a little bit of an
asshole.
Elena, sales drop remotely. Yes. Email Jonathan Mallard. You can start right away, but you have to.
Oh man.
You guys have to take calls, and you can work any time of the day. And Elena, let's go. But if you like to fish, Jim Lee, let's go. No, Jeffrey Wu. How do I know if I got your email? I'm on the show. Like if you're like, what the heck,
guys? You got to give Jason's a boomer. You got to give him a little bit longer to get to his email and stuff, and figure out the technology, all the newfangled technologies, because there's a lot. So you got to give him a moment.
All right, we appreciate you guys. Please like and subscribe, and yeah, we'll get David Russell to come on. Trade Station David Russell. I want him to come on, Gary.
Oh,
Gary
first, I can hit him up right now.
Yeah, Spencer, you should do that. Every day you should have a 10-minute segment with a different market leader, like Trade Station, David Russell. The next day, JJ Kinahan, like a 10-minute thing, like market update with whatever brokerage leaders. What about that?
Yeah, I haven't spoken to David in a while, but David's great. The one thing he always says that gives me a chuckle is everything reminds him of the .com bubble. Like everything reminds him of the late '90s. Oh, this reminds me of the late '90s. This reminds me of the .com bubble.
So get him on, Central. Let's do a 10-minute thing on that. All right, guys. We hope you're well. If you want to host a show, let us know. We'll try you out. And because Spencer and I, our voices are almost lost. All right. I love you. Peace in the Middle East. Go join Benzinga Pro. Follow us on Twitter at Benzinga. I'm at Jason Raznick on Twitter.
Wait. Don't leave without addressing Damon. Damon, I'm going to speak for myself here, not Jason, but do not waste your time and labor making me a pair of Benzinga cowboy boots. I will not wear them.
So Damon is the guy who asked my size earlier. No wonder. I don't I don't think I could wear cowboy boots, Damon.
Do not do that for me.
Damon, look at me. Look how nerdy I am.
Do not do that for me.
I don't think I would be able to pull that off, man. And I appreciate much love. And buy the guys some pizza. Hey, I bought these guys pizza on Friday, among other days, and they left out 2 boxes before we went home. So it was wasted. But I basically buy Wingstop 3 days a week now. So now that DoorDash is working for me again. All right, much love. Here is it to Will and the rest of the people. How much do you want for the Seinfeld characters?
Gary Francis, update. I found Newman. We have Newman. He was in one of our in the side rooms. He was like in the corner. I found him.
Eric, I'll wear a cowboy hat maybe. And these Seinfeld characters we paid too much for, but the other ones we paid a lot less for. Different people negotiating. So yes.
That's Jason's way of saying Aaron is a shitty negotiator.
They literally said $500, and Aaron's like, "No, I'll pay you $700." And so then we got them, and then I go there to buy the rest of the characters, Rockies and stuff, and they're like $400. I'm like, "Okay, we have 100," and then they're like, "Okay, the Seinfeld characters, I don't think we would sell them, but Spencer told me $1,200. That's what he told me." So that's it. That's too much money. Don't buy them. It's too much. All right, Austin, thanks for coming by. But Spencer has a surprise stock, I think, for you guys. So you should let Spencer tell you. Okay. Much love. Peace in the Middle East.
I'm going to.
You have give them your secret stock, Spencer.
I'm going to give them a few secrets. They're not so secret, but I will give you. I'll give them a few stocks. They're all related. They're all related.
Okay. All right. I love you guys. And guys, remember, be careful. When I gave that stock earlier, it doesn't mean you have to buy them today. They're going to move and go down, go up. Like, don't need it. Don't just play the quick little thing. My stocks don't go straight up. If you're with me on Tesla, when Spencer wasn't with me, the stock didn't go up for a while. It took a long time, and it just so had it. And then they just kept innovating. Actually, Spencer's theory could have been right if the automotive, like GM and Ford and Chrysler, would have innovated, but they didn't. And so that's it. All right, Spencer, I'm sorry. I'm talking too much. I apologize. Love you.
That's quite all right. All right,
Spencer, I love you. Biotech lady's coming up. Viv, she has great ideas. And then at 3:30 or 3:15, you have Spencer and Joel, and they have some amazing end of the hour trades. And then I think we stop at 4 until we get the stuff. Okay. And we're here all day, every day for you. Okay. Thank you. Peace. BTN, I said earlier. Adios.
All right. Jason's going to leave me here, and I'm going to kill some time for the next few minutes. So producer Rohan, get out of here. Don't need you anymore. The stock, I was going to share with you what I own here. As far I would much rather talk about ETFs, but I do own a couple of stocks. I've mentioned these all on pre-market prep, over the last weeks and months. But I do own Disney. This was I basically did a massive cleaning out of my Fidelity account. I guess it was about a year ago. It was right when shit all hit the fan, and everyone was freaking out. And I was like, all right, this is time to just clear out the crap. And I had a lot of crap, and I had a lot of, I had Under Armour, I had GE, I had Royal Dutch Shell. What else did I have? I had Kraft Heinz and all these crappy stocks. And I was like, all right, let me just get out now. While I'm gonna do a hard reset. So I did that hard reset in March. The one stock that I didn't sell, that I held on to, was Disney. That was the one. That's now the stock that I've owned the longest, because I basically was down in all my positions because I was the hero, right? I was the buy the dip, called the bottom hero. That didn't work out for me so much. So Disney is the stock I've now held the longest. I've had this. I bought this right. I'll show you when I bought this. Actually, it was right in that. See that gap right there? that April 2019 gap, that was when they announced Disney Plus, and I bought it right that very next day. I didn't care about the gap. I was like, all right, it's gapped up. I don't care. I'm buying. And I did, and I held. It's the one stock I didn't sell last spring, in my main Fidelity account. And so they have earnings on Thursday after the close. So this is one that I always watch because it is, of all the stocks in my portfolio, it is the one that I own the most of. I think Disney is like 8 or 9%. I think of my. I try not to let individual positions get to double-digit percentages or even really more than 5%. But I do own about 8 or 9% of my portfolios is in Disney. So I actually did something that I rarely do, and I averaged down. So I actually bought more. I bought this on that gap up right there. That was April of 2019. I bought more a year ago, or I bought more when everything was going crazy last March. So somewhere in this window, I averaged down. So my cost base is somewhere around 100 and 100. I don't know, 120, 115, somewhere around there. Thesis is very simple, right? You guys all know Disney. My thesis really is that content is king and Disney owns all the content. It's really not rocket science. That's why I don't ever feel like I can be the person who can, break down their long or short theses on a stock for 20 minutes. Because really, to be frank, I don't put a ton of thought into these stocks. Again, they make up small slices of my portfolio. So if I lose it all, it's not that big a deal for me. And I'm just trying to, make a broader range of bets. And the thesis really is not rocket science, right? I'll never work in a hedge fund. I'll look at the valuation, I'll look at the PE, the price of sales, I'll do all that stuff. But really what it comes down to in this case is it's Disney. They own all the content, and content is king. You're seeing all these headlines about Netflix having to spend, just gobbles and gobbles of money on content this year. Disney's got like so much good IP. They don't really have to spend as much as their peers do. And it's Disney. I mean, I'm just betting that they know what they're doing. And they cannibalize themselves, right? Disney Plus cannibalized their core movie business, and it's worked out for them. At least in the stock price. I don't know, as far as I'm sure now COVID sort of put a wrench into that anyway, but they've proven they can make those hard decisions, right? They did what Kodak never could. Kodak buried the digital camera because it's gonna kill our film industry, our film business, and they were right, and it worked in the short term because they suppressed the emerging tech, and then eventually it crushed them. Disney cannibalized themselves with Disney Plus. It's not the best platform out there for streaming, but again, it's just long term. I'm a believer in Disney, so they have earnings Thursday. I always watch this super closely. It's interesting about the narrative. We talk about story, right? The narrative about Disney for all through 2018, 2017 was ESPN. ESPN, they're shedding subscribers right, left, and right. The carrier fees are so high for these cable companies, and ESPN is like ESPN and Fox News are the only ones that charge what they charge, and nobody's watching ESPN anymore. Nobody's watching Sports Center. It's all about live sports and this and that, and Disney just shrugged that off. Right, that was in every earnings report for like a year. That was like the lead question. It was like, oh, but what's happening with ESPN? No one cares now. No one cares. The masses just kind of moved on. They moved away from that. It's all about streaming. It's all about Disney Plus, ESPN Plus, Hulu, which Disney owns a majority of, I believe. So, yeah, Austin, that's a great point too. I mean, the damn parks aren't even open. Do I believe that the move that the stock has made in the last year is justified? No, I don't. But I'm along for the ride. So who am I to say that the market is wrong? Just because I think it's silly doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong. But I do think it's silly. I think I think the market being at all-time highs is silly. But I'm not going to fight that. You know what I mean? I'm not going to short that. I'm not going to buy puts on the SPY. There used to be a guy that worked here, And every time we would talk, I would say, "Oh, what are you seeing?" He goes, "Oh, I bought puts on SPY. I bought puts on SPY. I bought SPY puts every day." He's like, I bought more SPY puts. Like every day he was bearish, every single day. And he was right for like a month last spring. And that was it. Right. That's the thing about being bearish is you may be right eventually, but nobody saw a pandemic coming. So they were right for the wrong reason. That's why it's okay to be short-term bearish, but I'm always going to be long-term bullish. That's just the way it is. I mean, part of that's my age, right? I'm still young. I have several decades of investing ahead of me. Why would I be bearish? That would be like betting against my retirement. But yeah, if you believe that stocks go up, which they usually do more times than not, then yeah, why wouldn't you want to be fully invested regardless of whether the market's at all-time highs or not? All-time highs tend to get more all-time highs. So I spent all of 2016 and the end of 2015 too, just waiting for the market to fall, right? And that was dumb. That was so stupid of me. Why didn't I buy in 2016? I don't know. I was that guy. I was like, no, it's everything's overpriced here. It's coming too far. We're due for a correction. It says who? It says me? No. It says nobody. No, the market doesn't have to do what you think it should do, right? Dollar cost averaging works. All right, this is your Spencer investing rant for the day. But yeah, I don't. I haven't even looked at the chat. What are you guys saying? You guys even listening to me? I don't even know if you are. But no, that I'm being sort of glib about it, but I'm serious, right? I mean, dollar cost averaging is the best way to invest. It takes emotion out of it. Sure, you can have trades where you're, and that's what Vivi's got for us here in a few. She's got trades, but she also has investments that she's not even looking at right every day, right? And so I'm all for trading in the short term, making some money. But we talk about this on pre-market prep every morning, right? Dennis has his trading portfolio, his investing portfolio. They're very different. And it will behoove you not to micromanage your investments like you do your trades. And so I'm never going to wait for a pullback ever again. I'm just going to keep buying on a routine basis. What do I do? Like every quarter, I do a little bit more buying, So at 227, we're going to have Evie on in a second for biotech buzz. Let me see here. One of my CIBR was a nice call, says Chad. Well, apparently it wasn't, right? 'Cause I compared it to Hack. Here, can we compare it to Hack? Let's compare. I looked at buying one of these, and I bought CIBR. But let's see if we can pull up like a shorter term chart. All right, their performance is pretty similar. It's splitting hairs, right? Splitting hairs. There's really no difference. I mean, they own mostly the same stocks. That's the other thing is like, you're going to pick an ETF. You should pick it based on what it holds and the fee. But by and large, two ETFs that have exposure to the same theme are going to be pretty similar, right? Their performance is gonna track one another. So it's not the end of the world if you eeny, meeny, miny, mo. That's not investment advice, by the way. Don't eeny, meeny, miny, mo your ETFs. But yeah, I'm not saying never sell. I mean, obviously everyone has to make their own decisions. Like I said, I was at a point last year. I had bought a bunch of stocks, again, small positions. Each one was about 5% or so. And I was the hero. I was the hero buyer, right? In all these stocks that were out of favor, in Under Armour, and GE, Kraft Heinz, World Dutch Shell. Of course, if I had held, I'd be up by now. But I had no way of knowing that was going to happen. So I did a hard reset. I just took it all out and I rebuilt my strategy. And I was like, all right, I'm just going to do ETFs with some stocks here and there. I've got Disney, I've got Starbucks, I've got a couple of pot ETFs. some OTC market stocks, Green Thumb, Cresco, TrueLeave. Again, I do own like 8 or 9 stocks, but they don't get the most of my attention. I'm not actively looking to buy new stocks. If it comes my way, it comes my way. But most of my research is on the ETF front. Okay, let's do this. Let's bring on Vivi Biotech. If you're ready, Vivi, give me the thumbs up. She's ready. We're gonna bring her on. Let's do this. Vivi, how we doing?
Hi. Good. How are you?
Doing okay. Long time no speak.
I know.
How is your portfolio doing today?
I don't know why I decided to. I've been scalping sundial all morning. So I just bought it here on this. I just bought it here on a dip at 163 again because I left the screen and put a stop loss. So I don't know why I decided to buy right before I come in. But I'll show you guys what the chart's looking like. So which one is okay? I think this one is.
See what we got here. Let's see what we got.
See?
All right.
See, like,
yep. Yeah.
Look at the chart here. It's healthy looking chart. Look at that. So I just got it some right here. It's gonna shoot right back up. And then I'll probably sell again at the top and then I'll buy back at the bottom. So I've been doing this all morning. It's been fun.
What happens if he doesn't shoot back up for you? Like,
it's just been a healthy chart. Obviously, I put a stop losses on the way if I'm not planning, to hold this long term. But I scalped it too much this morning, so I can't afford to lose a little bit if it doesn't go my way. If the trade doesn't go my way. And then if you guys go here and share another screen, how do I change the screens? Do I just share again and then it will replace it?
Exactly. Yep.
So let me go here and what is it say here? So share screen, video file they call? I'll stop and then I'll share again. Okay, yep, share screen.
There you go.
And
best and cheap biotech stocks to buy. Oh man.
Okay.
Such a vague question.
So let me see here because I wanted to show. I don't know which one. It's the NSPR. Because I told you guys to buy this one, but is the top one or the bottom one?
I'll pull it up right here on mine. So
let me see.
There it is on mine.
It's barcoding the last couple of hours. And people are like freaking out with sundial. And I told them it was barcoding for a long time. And I said, just wait, you guys. So I'm waiting. I should have sold yesterday on the top at a 130 and I didn't. That was a big mistake. Because I could have scalped it, but this is gonna shoot right back up. The company is excellent. They just appointed another doctor to the board, and they have the cardiologist that pretty much did the first stent ever in the United States, and he's on board at this company. So it's just a matter of time. But see, crazy chart, right? See that?
I mean, the move is exceptional.
Yeah, but look how the barcoding now going on over here. If you look at the minute chart, it's nuts.
On the minute. Oh,
yeah.
Man. Yeah, that makes me sick.
I know. It's crazy, but just be patient. Just be patient. So I wanted to share with you guys my 401k screen because a lot of my long hold, but it does. I cannot change the thing, and I don't want anybody to see how much I have on my 401k. But I made a list here of some of my positions that I have on my E-Trade account. So
can we zoom in a little bit on that? It's a little hard to see.
I am this one that I share with you. Okay, so I'm just I'm gonna show you guys my account now because since early on the show you guys are sharing the account. So let me just go ahead and stop this one and share with you guys what my what I'm holding right share screen. So can you guys see this?
Here we go.
So
Can we make that much? Can you make the window a lot bigger?
yeah, I will. So I'll make this one.
There we go.
Ooh, oh, you guys saw some of the money that I have. Geez, not supposed to see that. But ATNX here, Penny, I've been playing a lot of OTC. OTC is being very hot. I just bought this OTC here, AZFL. And then I have obviously BCRX. Can you guys see everything?
Yep.
And then this one here is going to have a merger, you know, it's a SPAC. And then I have a CLOV down 10%. Then I have my crazy gains here for Clean Spark. This company here, I just bought a, you know, just a little bit of options just to see if we get a FDA approval. It's looking really good because there's no AdCom and the FDA approval is in February. Then I'm losing a lot here, but my calls are not until May. So ENG, another penny stock over here. Then I have this bio here, FWP, another penny. This one here is the one that we're waiting on FDA approval. So I have a calls on this one. And just showing you guys. So here, KMPH, like I told you guys. And then look at that, NSRP. So up 30%, but I feel like we can get to 152, just like we're getting with Sundial. And then these are all OTCs here. Have you seen any of those, Spencer? So a TNSP is the one that's going to do the merger with Humble. And then you have a VMNT that's uplisting in NADESC. And I just bought this one here. Look at this, the price, just 4 cents. But I feel like the penny stock market is so hot right now. So I just have some I'm just, you know, swinging some of these penny stocks. So that's what my portfolio is for right now. And then on my long-term account, I can't show you guys because then I'm going to give away how much I have it. But I just added today the company, which is also an OTC. Sorry, you guys. It's called, let me see if I can pull here. Why I cannot pull the, so let me just see. Let me just reduce this window here, Spencer. And again, guys, I forgot to tell you guys the format. As always, I am going to talk about the ones that I'm holding. I know a lot of you guys, I've seen in the comments saying, hey, why don't we talk about a new one? So if I'm still continue to talk about these companies is because I do feel like there's a huge upside potential. So it's not too late to get in. So KMPH is not late to get in. BCRX is not late to get in. ATNX with the FDA coming around the corner approval, not late to get in. So if I continue to talk about those stocks is because it's not late to get in on those. Well, I will still, let me stop the screen, stop the screen share. And so let me just tell you guys what I just added today. And then I can definitely go through Q&A, but I'll tell you some of my long positions here on my Fidelity account. I have an ALT.
Wait, how many accounts do you have?
I have 2 accounts. I have
two. Okay.
I have the E-Trade account and I have the Fidelity account.
So what do you use each of them are for different purposes, right?
So the Fidelity account is my I decided to transfer all my old companies 401k because I had a 20% on my IRA and then I had the rest in my 401k. Then this year so far I had grown 40% on my IRA and 4% on my 401k. So I rolled everything over. So I have like almost 400,000 in cash just to go shopping with on my on my IRA. So I bought more ENG today.
ENG.
Yeah, ENG. So I bought there. My target is definitely 10. And then I bought LXXGF. If you guys go on and read about it, even on a message, Yahoo message, they have some disruptive technology for diagnostic. And they are going to be amazing. And I got in I got in today at less than what you guys would pay for. I got for $1.03 a share. So this is my new buy. And then of course I have Trevina, which I talked to you guys about the morphine. So even though I got it at $2 a share, is at $2.95, and this is a still huge upside for potential. And then I'm still holding SRN, which is a Sorrento. Have you heard of that one? Spencer's all over the news.
Yeah, of course.
They have some COVID diagnostic. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a hate-love relationship with this company because I've been holding in and out for the last 5 years, but I feel like something's good's gonna come out of it. But I am just holding my initial. I took my initial investment out many times over, and I'm just holding a little bit just to see what's going to end up happening, you know, because a lot of times you sell a stock and then like, for example, put on a chart there, HTBX. Look at today. I had 5,000 shares of that at 95 cents. And then I sold it at 4. And then look at today. If I just left like 1,000 shares, did you see it? The price, it went all the way up to a lot. They had some.
Let's pull up a 15-minute chart. I can see
They had some kind of news of lung cancer, I think, data. I'm not following. I'm just a little mad that I sold at 4, so having not followed. But that's what I try. Like if I already made money with the company, but it's not doing much to me, I just try to save a little bit. Just, you know, for a rainy day. Look what happened to this company. You know, imagine if I just had 1,000 shares left at $1. You know, could have made really, really good money. And then we had some really like not great news for, if you can put on a chart there, RLFTF.
Yeah, what was that gap there?
So they, the primary endpoint wasn't statistically significant. This is a COVID medication, but they look at patients that are coming out of ventilators, and it was a huge improvement. 50% of the patients got out of the hospital faster. And so this is the only product that's going to be really severe COVID patients. And they don't even have that with Remdesivir. Remdesivir is not for that kind of a very severe patient. So they're still going to do some reading on the data. So I'm still holding. I feel like people were a little bit quick to judge. They're still going to do some readings on the data. And I do believe that the molecule is a really good molecule. So I am holding this one. But they are the company that I talked to you guys about. They have a SPAC, which is BPRA, and the SPAC is down a lot because they're merging with the partner of this company, and it's just like, you know, they didn't do
BPRA.
No, BPRA or BRPA.
BRPA. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Look at that. Yes.
Huh.
Yeah, and they're very low flow.
It's funny how the market always makes those connections, right?
Yes.
Like the market always knows.
Yes, for sure. And then, that's it. And look at see, I can't lose my trade over here. I don't know why I decided to buy an SLP. Why I'm talking to you guys. Let me just look at here just to make sure I'm not losing.
Yeah. Public service announcement: don't stream and trade at the same time. It is not easy. You are liable to lose money.
I know. I am. Yeah, because I'm down here 6%. But the chart looks healthy. And look at an SPR, you guys. Finally, it's taking off a little bit. Finally, it stopped with the barcoding. Look at that. I'm in a chart. See?
Interesting.
Did you see?
Just now.
Yeah.
Just now on the last couple of minutes.
Yes. Yeah, it's looking great. So I'm holding that, and definitely I bought it to trade it, to 152, but I'm definitely leaving some for long term. So when you ask me what I do with my accounts, a lot of the stocks that I believe that they're going to get bought out one day, like a UPH, like BCRX. I leave most of it on my IRA, you know, so I don't get bothered by the fluctuations of the market. So that's why ALT is up $2 today, and I didn't even realize because it's on my long-term account. Look at NSPR going, you guys. That looks awesome. That's awesome.
Maybe since now it's going to be more. Maybe since you started talking about it.
It's just an amazing company, you guys. It's definitely worth at least 100 million. And the market cap right now, it's they just closed the offering too, so there's no risk for offering, you know, because especially when they're like that small cap. So they just closed the offering this week.
Wait, what's the market cap right now?
Let me see. Can you pull up faster than me?
19 million. You saying it's worth 100 million?
Oh yeah, for sure, at least 100 million. They have this stent that comes with a mesh that has less risks for stroke. And, you know, I told you, Gary Rubin, this renowned cardiologist, is on board, and they offer private investing. And he bought 400,000 shares through private investing, you know, through Inspire MD. So I'm very inspired by this company. I think this company, it's completely undervalued right now. And I think it's going to be a really, really good one to hold long term.
All right, well, let's get some more on your list, and then we'll go to the chat, because I know the chat's buzzing with stuff. So
yeah. So what did you say for me to what?
Yeah, was there anything more on your list? If not, we'll go to the chat.
No. We can go definitely go to the chat for sure.
All right, I'm gonna have to scroll up here because the questions have been flying. Okay, let's start from the beginning of this chat. What about people are sleeping on TLGT?
TLGT, no, never heard of that one. So
well, everyone's sleeping on it. You're sleeping on it too. We're all sleeping on it. I don't know.
Okay, I will take a look today. TLGT. Okay.
TLGT.
I'm looking at this one right now. Okay, it's up a lot today. Okay.
Adam Wallach is asking if he should buy more BRPA. We can't tell you what to do.
I cannot tell you what to do. It's just, I think we're still going to have some data, and I know that the company that they're merging with has more than just this drug. So if you believe in a company and if you believe in a pipeline, this is not one hit wonder, where RLTF is a little bit more of a one hit wonder because we're waiting. But their partner that's merging with SPAC they have more than just this. So it's a low float. So to be honest, it will bounce back. You know, when you have a really, really large float in the stock, then you might want to average down. But when it's a low float, any kind of news, it's gonna shoot right back up. So, but it's no, like you said, I can't advise you guys to buy anything. You know, you got to trade at your own risk. Trade your own trade.
Yeah, it's like what I would recommend is, you know, you get ideas from other people. But
absolutely, but you got to do your own DD,
right? But don't buy or sell anything purely because someone else says so. And if you're going to do that, then get yourself out, right? You know what I mean? Like I never buy anything without knowing my uncle point, or my horizon. It doesn't have to be price; it could be time. I'm going to buy this and I'm going to hold it for 2 years. I'm going to hold it for 3 years or 1 week. You know, like I always have either a price or time.
Yeah, you got to have a goal in mind.
Yeah.
You know, you do. Like, obviously, I think the hardest problems with people that just got into trading is when to sell, you know, because they never know when to sell. And then people keep asking, like, I'm going to tell you guys what I enter, but I can't tell you, you know, what. And then they ask, why don't you share your positions? I'm like, my account, 10% of my account might be 100% to another person's account. So my risk tolerance for, you know, I'll give an example. Okay, I'll tell you guys, I have 150,000 shares of NSPR, you know, but I'm trading with a big account, so I can buy that many shares. But if you are new, you know, they recommend that you don't buy more than 10%, whatever your portfolio is, you know. So, and you don't know what my 10% is, where your 10% is. So I can't just share my positions because everybody has a different, size and a different risk tolerance, to trade or swing trade.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
That's
so
it.
I can't tell people, and I'm not gonna tell everyone what my positions are. I actually told you guys I have 9,000 shares of BCRX, but this one is stock 10. But again, you don't know what the size of my portfolio is.
Right.
I don't go all in one stock.
Right.
That's I'm gonna tell you guys right now. That's not my
because
MO.
we don't know how much capital you have. We don't know how old you are. We don't know if if you're in retirement and you need this or you don't. We have no idea. So
exactly, like if you're paying to retire in 5 years, you might want to go, more aggressive, or actually if you're going to retire and you're just going to have to be more conservative, like as you go older, you got to be more conservative for sure. Or if you don't trade, you got to be always a little bit conservative because you want a capital preservation. So, which is not my problem right now, is not capital preservation. I wanted to grow,
Yeah. All right, let's go back to the chat. A couple more. Do you have chances for approval on KMPH? We've discussed this the last couple of days.
Yeah, think about it. This is I told you guys if you guys Google what a pro drug is, right? You take same exact molecule, you go in and you divide the isomers, and then you tweak the drug however you want it to tweak. So this is not a brand new molecule. So literally is the same molecule as a Focalin XR, but is a pro drug of a Focalin XR. So I really doubt, unless there's some politics involved with FDA, or unless there's a manufacturing issues in regards to they don't have their stuff together and their facility is not up to code. Unless that's the problem, I don't see why this drug wouldn't be approved. So less probability for abuse. You can sprinkle on food, less insomnia, less problems with appetite, loss of appetite, and less potential for abuse, and works within 30 minutes and lasts longer. So, and if you talk to any psychiatrists out there, because I used to sell, I sold antidepressants. You have 30 antidepressants. I sold for bipolar. You're going to have 30 antipsychotic medications. The same exactly thing is in regards to ADHD. There's always an unmet need. There's always a child that needs, a certain medication. And so even though the market is crowded, there's still a need for these medications to come out. So there's a lot of thought leaders out there that are preaching, and are really behind this company and this molecule. So yes, my answer is I definitely think it's going to get approved. And what else? You have any other questions? Why do you have that? I have the company.
I was on mute. Sorry, I was talking to myself. Any news on INND? You know that?
No, but I am up 14%. I just have a group that everyone is an OTC and everyone is betting that this is going to get to 10 cents. Yeah. So, I just buy my OTC as a little lotto tickets. I don't put a lot of money into it, but I just buy, one day it's going to be, one is going to be good. So yeah. I buy. So I had just a couple of friends that told me to just buy it. I'm like, okay, but I didn't put a lot of money and a lot of research into it.
Here's a good one. What is your average position size in terms of like weighting, right? Like how much of your portfolio, like 1%, 5%?
And it depends in regards to long-term positions or
I don't know, either short-term trade or both. We'll say both.
The most I have, it's usually 100 grand in one stock.
Okay.
So
that's the most. And when what's the least? What's like a
I don't buy anything on the 100s. I buy everything in the 1000s. So if I'm buying CLOV Clove, I'm gonna buy at least 1,000 shares. That's my MO. Okay. If I'm gonna buy anything, I'm gonna buy 1,000 shares. Unless Tesla, I had 30 shares at 300, and I sold them, at sold them at a 700. I don't even know why I sold them, but Square. I have 100 shares of Square that I bought at $30. I should have bought 1,000 shares of Square. I don't know why I didn't. I have a Disney. I have only 100 shares. That was the beginning of my trading career, So I bought 100 shares to put on my 401k, and it was like at a $60,
Nice.
But now with the mid-size cap, I wanted to, just like Jackie Hurley says, value investing. I wanted to grow, and I don't want to buy, Amazon, Tesla up here. I want to buy Clean Spark down here at $3. I want to buy ENG down here at $5. Even at $7 is still a good price. So yeah, I don't have anything mid cap that says is 100 shares, 200 shares. So it's either 1,000 or none.
Here's one. Do you have thoughts on Biogen?
Yeah, no, Biogen.
I would hope so.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Do you have an opinion?
No, I don't. I like I said, I like to find value investing companies. I do not. The only company that I have is up there is Gilead, because I used to work for them, and I still have some shares that they gave it to me. But no, I wanna buy BCRX at 9 and CBCRX at 80 one day. So I just don't go in and big biotech companies. I just don't.
Yeah. What else here from the chat? We'll do a couple more, then we gotta run. But
yeah.
What ATHE? Are you in that one? You know that one?
No, never heard. I'm sorry, you guys. I'll write it down though. What else? Anything else?
Yeah, ticker's flying left and right here. Zsan? Zosana Pharma?
Oh, I sold at a loss because they just had they got an CRL from the FDA, and that made me very, very mad.
CRL stands for?
Complete response letter. So it did not get FDA approval. So, but they do have some technology that is a patch instead of a needle. And I just got impatient. My thing is, if the FDA is not going to make a decision until a year later, I regret, because look, it went right back up. I sold it like at 80 cents. But for me, it's like, if the FDA is still 6 months, a year away, I sell it. I take a loss, and I say, let me put this money someplace else. I wanted to make my money, make it up. But it's a good company if you have a patience. I might come back. I might go back in. But yeah, I lost money on that one.
What about, I'm trying to see if there's tickers we didn't already cover.
Oh my God, guys, Sandai is doing so well. I bought it right there on that bottom. It's 170 right now. That's awesome. Look at that. Look at the minute chart. Ooh.
Go to that minute chart.
Yeah, look at that.
Huh.
It's a healthy chart. Look at that.
Interesting.
I think I'll hold Sandai at least to. Some people say, oh, weed. I know that's going to do well by summer, but I want to put my money someplace else. But I'll hold Sandai at least to 2 to 250. It's looking good.
All right, let's do one more. Do you know ITRM?
Everyone is talking a lot about that one. I don't, but it's on my list to research. So how is it doing today? Is it up a lot or no?
It's up big today.
Yeah, that's the problem. I don't want to chase.
That's always the problem.
Yeah, but hey, you never know. If there's, you guys should tell me what kind of catalyst. Maybe you guys can Twitter to me what kind of catalysts are coming up, because who knows, if there's no catalyst until like 6 months from now, there's going to be a chance for me to get on that dip. But you guys should Twitter me on that one.
Yeah, you can find Vivi on Twitter at biotech_SD.
Yeah.
I think we got like a minute left. Do you want to leave us with any final thoughts, any final words of wisdom?
No, maybe I always take profits. This market's not going to be
ATP. Always take profits. That's it.
This market's not going to be treating us this much that forever. So let's take advantage. But let's take your investment out if it's a risky OTC stock, and just don't be afraid of taking profits. Look at that Sundial, Spencer, $1.71. Okay.
All right, Vivi.
Finish trading that.
Thanks a lot. Go finish trading that.
Okay, bye, you guys.
We'll talk to you again. All right. Oh, I just cut her off. Sorry about that, Vivi. Okay, it's 3 o'clock. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play a replay, the first half of today's pre-market prep that aired from 8 to 9 Eastern time. I'm going to be back in a half hour with Joel to wrap up today's session. But between now and then, I want to replay the first half of today's pre-market prep. It's the first show we do every morning at 8 a.m. Eastern time. And dare I say, it's the best. But don't tell anyone else I said that. So, producer Rohan, are we ready? All right, here is a replay. Let me just put a banner up so you guys can see that this is a replay. And here is today's pre-market prep. Here we go.
Coming to you live from downtown Detroit, this is Benzinga's pre-market prep with your host, Joel Elconin.
This is a volatile puppy here, isn't it?
And Dennis Dick.
I'm bidding a penny. I will buy the stock for a penny.
With everything you need to start your trading day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this Tuesday edition of Benzinga's pre-market prep. Spencer Israel, Joel Elconin, Dennis Dick with you on this really, really, really cold morning in Michigan. Colder, I'm sure, wherever the hell Dennis lives in Canada. What's up? Dennis is gone. All right. I'm sure he'll be back. I hope he'll be back at some point here. But the show must go on regardless. On today's show, we got a big M&A deal in the mobile gaming space specifically. EA announced yesterday it is buying Glue Mobile. So that's a big deal for mobile gaming. Zynga is up on that news, so we'll talk about that. We'll talk about IPV. The CEO was on Kramer last night, so that's why that's up today. And really just market at all-time highs, more of the same. It's almost as if we're not in the pandemic anymore. Guest today is Nick Shaheen. He's the author of Create Income with Option Spreads. He will join the show at 8:35. In the meantime, smash that like button, hit subscribe, hit share, do all that good stuff. And Joel, I'll bring you on now. How are we doing in the overnight trading session?
After a strong close and strong after hours, we're trading in the red by 6 3/4 handles at 39.01. Let's call it down 7. Pre-market low 36.98 or 38.98. We'll be keeping an eye on that. Crude 6-day winning streak in jeopardy here, flat at 57.97. We did climb into the 58 handle. That was near a close. 58.5 was the close back in February of last year, back under 58. Gold, a little bit of a rally here off the bottom of that trading range. That's gold. It's up 970 at 1843.90. Silver, that's going the same way, but not as much as gold for a change. Silver up 12 cents at 27.70. And Bitcoin futures continuing to work its way through the 40,000 handle. That's Bitcoin. That's up $1,125, 2.5%. At 45,940. Let's bring in Triple D. Triple D, what are you seeing out there in the after hours and pre-market trading?
So we're seeing a lot of the Bitcoin stocks trading higher here. They actually are peeling back a little bit because Bitcoin has come off of those highs. But I mean, some of these moves in the Bitcoin stocks, Mara, M-A-R-A, up $3 again, was up a lot more than that last night. Riot trading up another $3, and then you got that MSTR that's just in blast off mode. It's trading up another 70 points here this morning at 11:15. I mean, these things have just taken off any type of crypto play, and these obviously the market's treating them just as leveraged crypto plays off Bitcoin. So Bitcoin up, Bitcoin goes up 10%. These things go up 25%. It seems like so. Unbelievable moves. Every time these things pull back, it just seems like it's another buying opportunity. I don't know where the party ends on these things, but holy mackerel. Like, think about Riot, how many times we had that written off, and it's back from the dead too. So many stocks, just brought back from the dead. That's really, maybe a lot of that to do is with Reddit, Wall Street Bets, other speculation happening, but so many stocks have been brought back from the dead. The pot stocks in Canada, which were all really in the gutter all of last year, really. I mean, you look at Afria, that's went from $4 to now $21. It's full blast off mode. Story just carrying everything. Fundamentals we know don't matter when story gets hot, and the story is hot. Anything crypto and anything pot.
We should crypto and pot. I look at this APHA.
Oh,
Dennis, you're
unreal.
right. January 2018. That
You're getting
almost
back to the
did,
all-time
yeah.
highs.
Yeah.
I never thought it was $2 in the summer, you know, and valuation has never made sense, but valuation was starting to make sense when it was $2. It's like, okay, well, they're starting to value this as a greenhouse full of pot plants, but it doesn't matter. I mean, story gets hot, throw valuation out the window. Really in this market, besides, you know, obviously mega caps, the S&Ps, they still try to trade on valuation, but some of the smaller storied stocks or new startups or newer companies, they aren't trading on valuation at all. It's all story. 2021 and 2020, really the back half of it, has all been about story. I mean, you look at the fundamentals of Disney, that's trading on story too. A stock's making new all-time highs, but half the parks are, you know, at a fraction of capacity. They got a lot of other issues, but they got Disney Plus. And Disney Plus is a story that continues to carry the stock. And then you think, okay, well, we get the reopening combined. You can see that. I've said for a while, I think Disney's going to 200. Does it fundamentally make sense? Not really, but does it matter? Because this market's just all about a hot story.
Mainstream media has been making a comeback here this year. And a lot of it, you know, they're showing their diversification going into the streaming. So, hey, the trend's your friend, and why fight? I did see Disney at a new all-time high, had that gap up. We traded over 191 here in the pre-market trading. What do we get to there? Boom. 191 and a quarter, it looks like, for Disney. So there's your pre-market high. What an I mean, it had that gap and go, tried to fill the gap down to 160, and boom, heading towards 200. We did have some earnings in the pot sector. CGC, Canopy Growth. How'd they do, Spencer?
All right, we can start there. They were just out about an hour and a half ago or so. They reported a loss of Canadian dollars, $2.43 Canadian dollars versus a year ago they had lost 26 Canadian cents in the same quarter. So year over year losses increasing. Sales increased year over year, 152.5 Canadian versus 123 Canadian a year ago. That's million. So losses increasing, revenue increasing, losses widening for CGC.
$45 for me.
Losses they don't care about. Revenue increasing they like. I mean, this has been, you know, what Kramer has said for a long time, best of breed, but it's not as volatile as the other ones. This one's got a lower beta. So look at, obviously all the other ones is blasting off. Why Afria? Why are the other ones all up way more than Canopy? So Canopy reports the earnings, but all the other ones are up a lot, and this is barely up. Is there another catalyst here this morning? I'm not, I don't follow this sector.
Well, Tilray had news
all right, that's
this morning.
news.
So they announced an agreement with Grow Pharma to import and distribute cannabis in the UK.
Okay, so there you go. So that's the catalyst here. I mean, more story just being carried. You think about Tilray, and you think about how beat up the stock was, coming from 300 and getting in the summer down to $2 as well. Again, this is the market that brings stocks back from the dead. Some people in the chat were talking about 3D systems. I mean, this was $4 or $5. I had this at $6, and then I got sick of waiting for it. I was in it for 6 months, going nowhere. Sold it. It's now $52. I mean, these are moves that you would not think possible if you're going back to the summer. But in this market right now, anything is possible. So it's the bag holder bailout market, and you're in stocks. It makes me, the more the worse you trade really in this market, because you're like, I'm disciplined and I cut losers. You know what is being rewarded is the lack of discipline. And this isn't going to continue forever, but, so I'm not saying change, from being a disciplined trader, but the lack of discipline is very much being rewarded, because you get down in a position, you get down in a stock, and everybody's learning that, I just hold on until it comes back, because they always come back. And here you have, people buying this at $40, 5 years ago, 3D systems. And they say, I told you so, it went down to $2. And now they can say, I told you so, because this thing's $52 here now. And I mean, who am I to say that they were wrong? They were right. It came back too. So I'm not saying, to start reevaluating, just hold on until your stocks come back. But this is the kind of market that is bailing out bag holders left, right, center. Does it make fundamental sense? Probably not. But does it make sense from the storied perspective? People combing the ditches. I mean, this is the penny stock market too, Joel. You know, where you've got different penny stocks that seem to go all the time. I mean, I was looking at a couple of different ones, and they just, you know, they continue to run. And whether it's, you know, Twitter accounts that are pumping them or Reddit or what it is, but this is the kind of market where it seems like eventually your losers turn back to winners.
And we don't talk about Apple. We don't talk about Microsoft. I mean, when they have earnings, we do. But Amazon, Google, like, when's the last time we talked about Facebook on
They
this show?
don't go anywhere
Yeah.
because nobody wants to sit and make 10% on their money a year or whatever. In this case, they're not making anything because they don't go anywhere. I mean, this is totally reversed the last 5 years, really, because you think about, we were in this mega cap, we were in this, it was the mega caps or it was the stocks in the gutter. You know, the small caps were completely forgotten. Well, that's completely turned around. I mean, IWM continues to just, lead the charge here. And that's obviously made up of small caps. But then when you get into the micro caps, you get into these small cap names, there's just a new one every day that's popping 200-300%. It makes you want to throw all your money in penny stocks. And it's working. I've learned the hard way, that eventually a lot of these penny stocks turn and burn. But I mean, you wanted to use some speculative capital and have some fun, as Dan Nathan always says, have at it, because this is just the kind of market that is rewarding excess speculation and just gambling. It's rewarding that.
Dennis, I mentioned that to Joel yesterday, right before the close. The IWM this year is up about 15%. And SPY is up like 4.5%.
Yeah, it's because people are scared. People they're spoiled. I mean, I jokingly said, and maybe we could segue over into the Glue Mobile deal. Yeah. But I jokingly tweeted last night, I've been in Glue Mobile for a long time. You know that. You've listened to the show. I've been in all the gaming stocks. Zynga, Glue Mobile. EA I sold at a bad price. I shouldn't have sold it. I might take two. ATVI sold. Obviously, whenever you sell, you regret it anyway. So every sale's a bad price. But you look at this and you think, okay, well, I've sat on this for a long time, and now all of a sudden, boom, I get the 33% reward. But I'm like, holy, what about the opportunity cost my capital? Because there's a lot of other stocks going. So, and that's a joke, because the 33% return is still pretty good return on your position. So Glue Mobile pays the bills here for me overnight, at least, because I've still got the position. I mean, what do you do with it now? I mean, this market is the craziest market. That last night, this is a $12.50 cash takeout price. And last night, bring up the chart, Joel. Last night, we trade up over 13.5. Like, they traded a buck above the cash takeout price because some people are speculating that, hey, maybe they'll get even more money from somebody else. So because there was rumors that there was other people who had actually approached Glue Mobile about a takeover, and this is the deal they finally accepted. So I think one of those suitors might come back. I mean, you want to take a flyer at $12.52, your downside's probably only to $12.50, saying this thing could get taken over for a higher price. I mean, but if you want to pay $13.5, you're paying a buck over it. That's kind of crazy. So I actually wish I would have sold my shares last night. I thought about selling into that pop, but it was fast.
It was very quick.
And now it's holding $12.50. So I don't know. I'll probably sell just to move on, because I don't think another suitor comes in. So, but you're only risking yourself if the deal goes through 3 cents right now to have that upside of a potential suitor. I'll probably just sell it though, just because it's getting thick now too. Just move on, take the win and move on.
Just real quick, we didn't do it. I just wanted to, for technical, real quick on Canopy Growth. This 45. Just keep an eye on that. I see 2 daily highs there, snuck over it in the pre-market. So if you're looking for a breakout, 45 is the level in that. And then if you just look at like what's going on, like macro, this is kind of going back to your theme. Legalized gambling. Right? The gambling stocks are taking off, and, marijuana, penny stocks. It's just like, it's a market euphoria right now. And, can't get in the way of the momentum. It's just the way it is, right?
This is euphoric. It is. I mean, it's indicative in a lot of stocks of 1999, but we don't know if we're in 1996, 1997, 1998. We got a Fed you know, we've talked all this stuff. We've got the Fed that's the most accommodating Fed in the history of Feds. So they don't even care about inflation. So, and they don't even measure it, you know, which we tweeted out last night. Guy Adami's making, you know, the point that we've made a million times on CNBC. He says there's inflation everywhere. They just choose not to measure it. And we know that. You know, let's ignore food. Let's ignore housing. Let's ignore, you know, energy. Let's ignore everything that's inflationary. And we'll just tell you about your TV prices going down and we'll say you don't have inflation. So, I mean, it's a joke. It's an absolute joke. But,
you see this TLT?
The market knows it. The market knows it.
You see this TLT?
Well, who in the hell? Yeah, I know it's been collapsing. Well, who in the hell wants to? You know, you're 1.5%. I mean, on the TLT here now, obviously yields, you know, coming up a bit, but I mean, I don't know. Like, what are your thoughts here, Joel? Like, you look at this market and you just think bonds. Like, I don't know. You want to own bonds?
No.
You want to own Coca-Cola?
No.
You want to own XLU? when there's stocks going 20, 30, 40%? I mean, this is the kind of market that those stocks, when the market rolls over, it's going to be that kind of stuff that holds your portfolio up. So do you want to have that stuff in your portfolio?
No.
I don't know. I've actually been moving away from a lot of it, but I kind of want some of it in there. We've talked about Procter & Gamble, consumer staples. I mean, it's the same reason, you know, Apple, Amazon go nowhere. So, and I'm heavily in Apple and Amazon, and Google's been okay because of the earnings report, but I mean, I'm underperforming on an investment standpoint for sure. My trading is awesome right now. I'm in my best month again in 10 years last month. So the day trading is fabulous. I mean, but you know what I'm in all this crap. I mean, you know, I've been trading all these, you know, small caps. I'm over here, you know, I'm trading momentum. I mean, the day trading is fabulous right now. But my long-term investment portfolio isn't going into Afria. You know, it's not going into it. Do I trade these things? Absolutely. Do I put them in my long-term investing portfolio? No, because I try to put some fundies in my long-term. So I separate it. So, you know, people often ask me about my long-term investment account. It's definitely underperforming right now. But I'm okay with that because I know if it goes to turn, I'm still in pretty good companies over there where, you know, I make it up on the trading side, though. Like a lot of people have one account, so they got to be trading them. If I only had one account, maybe I would be just in all this stuff, too, and I wouldn't be touching Apple. But, you know, I've got separate accounts. I got my long-term stuff that I stick over here. If I like, you know, the long-term story and I like the fundamentals and my ducks are in a row, I put in the long-term portfolio and try not to look at it. The trading, though, you can trade anything. And, man, I tell you, the trading is awesome right now.
S&P's kind of just slipping here, down 8 1/4. Very tight range yesterday. So, I mean, we were still up. We were up for the 6th day in a row. You know, coming in, I mean, I don't know, you had your Monday high. I don't know if that's going to be the high for the week or whatever, but tighter ranges. And that's I mean, that's good. I mean, volatility will eventually come back in the market, but yesterday was one of our tightest ranges in quite some time. So we'll see if that trend continues. Spencer, you want to do any other earnings reports of significance?
Before we go away from the EA glue thing, I want to check out Zynga if you can. Really, there aren't that many publicly traded mobile game companies. Glue and Zynga are the two largest. There are a handful of others that trade on the OTC markets and aren't super notable for our purposes. But GLUU and ZYNG or ZNGA, sorry, are the two largest ones. So Zynga is up today because if you take the Glue Mobile announcement at face value and say, okay, there are multiple suitors there. Well, where else could those suitors go with their money? And Zynga is the only other alternative, really. So
I'm long Zynga. I do think it's hard to read the chat. I'm almost done. Like I love 90% of you in the chat, but there's got to be 10% of people who just want to piss you off. And
don't let me get to you, Dennis.
Yeah, I know. Like maybe it's because we've grown and people just come and they can hide under the anonymous handle and they can say what they want to say to you. You know, like they just try to get you worked up. And, you know, here we're doing this show trying to help other traders. I tell you, I'm not paying my bills doing this show. I'm doing this show because I enjoy talking stocks. And I like, you know, a lot of you people in the chat. I've learned a lot from a lot of people in the chat. 90% of the people in the chat are really awesome. And, you know, you guys make this for me. As we've grown bigger, we've had so many people coming into the chat that just, you know, there's like that 10% that want to be their voice and they hide under anonymous handles and they say ignorant stuff to you. They reach out to you on Twitter and they say rude things to you. just trying to upset you. It makes it like so frustrating. Like I've never been so frustrated with the hate. You know, I don't mind one or two, but I get honestly on Twitter, I get 10 to 20 like tweets at me just telling me I'm an idiot. And you know what? Have at it. If that's what you want to think, if that's what makes you feel better about yourself, to put other people down, then I feel sorry for you. Because, you know, if you need to put other people down and feel better about yourself, you've got problems. So anyways, that's all that. So anyways, moving on, I'll go to Zynga here. I'm long Zynga. I guess I'm an idiot for being long this one too. Anyways, people want to see me lose money. But I think Zynga, the reason I'm long Zynga is because Michael Pachter is awesome. He's on our show. It's 975. He's 975. He says, I think Zynga, I love it with a capital L. I'm like, I love Michael Pachter. I like the story of mobile gaming. Glue Mobile catches a bid. I think there's a suitor out there for Zynga here eventually too. So I'm sticking with it.
It got to pop and it got over 1240 initially, just like right on that head. Excuse me, on that headline, just settling in. The chart looks good. Where's this thing as far as all-time high goes? I can't remember. I think the stock did. Oh yeah, we're not even close to all-time highs here. If the all-time high was in 2012, folks, that was just under $16 at $15.91. I also was looking at this chart during the March meltdown, and it really held up pretty well. I mean, this was the period of the March meltdown. I mean, it did come down and, get under $6. But if you, consider the price action in the S&Ps, there was just a lot of relative strength there. And
it held up.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, it's $6 stock, but, you just got to look at it on a relative strength basis there. Very strong and up another 53 cents today.
I mean, it's not as easy of a pill to swallow as Glue Mobile. You're talking about a $1.5 billion company versus an $11 billion company. But if you get like rumors last month were Tencent, you get a Tencent coming in here. It's nothing. It's a drop in the bucket for a Tencent. Is Activision, Blizzard, or Take-Two going to sniff around in Zynga now that Glue Mobile's off? Well, apparently there were multiple suitors for Glue. So I naturally think that Zynga's the next suitor. If Zynga had a $2 billion or $3 billion market cap, I would think very likely. The $11 billion market cap maybe turns a few people off because you probably got to pay 15 to get it. But, Tencent sniffing around out there. I still like the story, even as a standalone company. We got Michael Pachter. He wasn't saying it was Takeover Canada. He likes it as a standalone story. So I think I stick with Zynga. I'm actually surprised not up more on the Glue Mobile deal. So I'm sticking with it.
And how did they react to Take-Two on this deal? They also had earnings, right?
Earnings, yeah. Take-Two was earnings.
Okay.
I'm long Take-Two still, long-term portfolio. It's down $10 on the earnings report. We've been down this road before with Take-Two. Usually the dips are a buy eventually. So I'm sticking with it.
You did.
You want to give the earnings?
Sure. I mean, I feel like Take-Two always beats. Let me look in the pro. I bet you they always beat. Let me see. Yeah, they pretty much always beat. So no real surprises there. EPS $1.24 versus a 96-cent estimate. Sales of $814 million for $746 million. So beating the beat. I mean, like you said, Dennis, dips are generally to be bought. So no reason to fret, I think.
I just don't see the gaming story going away anytime soon. Like, even if we come out of lockdown, you can say, okay, well, it's been such a good environment for the video game stocks. People are sitting at home, they're playing video games. But you know what you did was you hooked a lot of people on video games too. I used to play video games a lot. And maybe that's why I'm a day trader and I got into, it's kind of like a video game, doing the day trading to a certain extent. So maybe that's why, I got into something like that. But I look back and I think, man, you can really get addicted to this kind of stuff. And I bet you we got a few people that got addicted to gaming through COVID. So I don't think we go back to where we were prior to COVID, even if we come out of the lockdown. I think it's going to be some, just like with Zoom and everything, there's going to be some people, Peloton, there's going to be some people that still stay playing games. There's going to be some people that stop, but so maybe it doesn't fire on as many cylinders as it was through a lockdown period. But I think there's still going to be a lot of people doing video games in the future. And that's why, the valuation on some of these stocks are stretched for sure. I mean, I about Take-Two at $100 back in the summer. It's 200 now. It's a pretty good return year over year, but I think Take Two is one of the best in breed, and I don't think video games are going away, and that's why I want to stick with it.
All right. You did get a little dip here, and where'd you get to? You got to just under $202 and getting a little pop off that. On the dailies, not much there at 200, but man, if you get down anywhere in the mid 190s over, maybe not today, over the next few days, a lot of lows in that area, maybe 192 to 195. But right now, it's really too close to the pre-market low where I'd be comfortable saying, yeah, they're done. But as always, the opening price is a good level to keep an eye on. Currently trading, just a patient buyer in there. Maybe someone that's came in with a short position. He did spike up to 222, so that might have scared some people. Now you're back at 200. So anybody that caught a short in that area has got a pretty nice return here at 203.65.
So we have some big earnings coming tonight. I don't know if you were done with the current earnings reports because we had Fox, we had a few. I don't know if people want to talk DuPont earnings. You can if you want, but we've had
DuPont. Who wants to talk about DuPont?
DuPont was interesting for a couple days though, with that buyer at the close. It was like 3 days in a row where there was a huge buyer at the close and stock gapped up on the close. I shorted it. Yes, I short stocks. Gapped up on the next close. I shorted the close. Bought it back literally like 5 minutes later in the after hours because it came right back down. It did 3 days in a row and then the buyer was gone. I don't know why they were doing that, but like that one day we highlighted it and we were saying gapped up $2, ran up $1 and gapped up another $1 on the close, which is just insane for a stock like DuPont. Those are classic fades when they're just based on order flow. But we do have some big earnings tonight. We got Twitter, we got Cisco, we got Lyft, we got Yelp. We actually have Glue Mobile too. That's supposed to report tonight. So I don't know if the Glue Mobile.
They're out.
Did they release it ahead of time with the deal?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay, because it was scheduled for tonight.
No, they're not going to wait a day.
Yeah. Okay, makes sense. So what about Twitter? I mean, the stock has run.
Don't ask Joel about Twitter.
It disappoints. It seems like every time it reports earnings, the bar is set high again. Because you have Pinterest that did well, you have Snapchat that did okay, and then they eventually did rally it. So you had pretty good numbers from Snapchat, you had pretty good numbers for Pinterest. So the bar is a little bit higher for Twitter. The stock has run up into it. Do they finally get over that high bar? Is this the time? Because it seems like Twitter sells off every time it reports earnings. So maybe this is the time it's going to be different because it's too obvious of a trade. Is it a crowded short going into it because it's an obviously
so
crowded?
high? I know.
I don't know. Like it's run so far, I'd be nervous to hold it through the report because they're a perennial disappointer. But at the same time, I still like the story. I'd still like to get the stock back. I had it a couple times here. I've had it a lot of times. I've traded a lot of times, but I don't know. What do you?
That's an awful state. Yeah.
Are you still in it?
Yeah, still got a little bit. I don't know. I mean, after that last, I was thinking about dumping it before last report did a little bit and then held on the remainder. That's an awful steep trend line there. It's maybe not drawn perfectly, but boy, oh boy, I mean, that is from 44 to 60. Boy, oh boy, they do disappoint quite a bit, but man, it sure got the momentum going. It hasn't been up the all-time high. I mean, at this point, where did they get to? I think it got to right off the IPO. We're getting back to this area here. Your next monthly high comes in at 5609, and then in February 2014, it hit 6724. I don't know. The way it went from 44 to 60, I wouldn't rule anything out. I think all the what's been going on with Reddits and Wall Street bets, I think that that just flows into Twitter too. So I think they've been a beneficiary of the increase and also the increase in retail trading, the participation in that. So it's a medium for information and widely used. So much for it not being a Trump stock after he's out of office. Maybe some people were looking for it to peel back, but it has been the exact opposite.
Twitter actually, if I go back to the past few quarters, it tends to either I'm looking at some data on Market Chameleon. The stock tends to either open way down or way up. There really is no in between. So in October, it opened the following day after earnings down 15%. The quarter after that, it opened up 1%. Then it was down 7%, up 9%, down 18%. So there really is no. It's like every other quarter, it either opens way up or way down. So last quarter, it opened way down. Maybe that means this time it's going to open a little bit up. I'm not really sure. I'm giving you the historical patterns here. There really isn't one. Is I guess what I'm saying.
Okay, so maybe I just remember the last couple and was like, "Hey, that report's pretty good," and they crushed it. So I know because I was in it on the last report, and I was like, "Man, I wish
the last report
before I report earnings."
the last report opened down 15%. Yeah,
not fun.
No,
I don't know. Maybe this is the market the stocks are just going to buy it. Snapchat opened down; they just bought it anyway. So I mean, again, like I said, the market's rewarding risk. So it's hard to just get bearish. I have struggled to get bearish anything here. I know eventually, there's going to be reasons to be bearish. And yes, there's individual, short-term shorting opportunities, but man, it's been a tough market to be short.
Yeah, we just bounced off the pre-market low. I was just looking at Twitter, and a lot of times the revenues, and it's really amazing that this company has only made over $1 billion once, and that was in Q4 of 2020. So I don't know about the EPS number, but if you come out with like a 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 or something like that, the estimates are 1.19 billion.
All right, so that was just the first half of today's pre-market prep. Joel's in the background; he's laughing right now. So I'm gonna get Joel on in a second here. It said replay on the screen. Everyone who was thinking in the chat, like, didn't you guys discuss this? Yes, it was a replay. It wasn't live. Yes, we discussed all that stuff this morning. All right, let's bring on the guy who was there with me when all that went down, Joel Elconin. Joel, how we doing?
Did you find something stupid that I said?
No.
To post?
No. Actually, no. It was probably something that I said. But
so who was on their toes today and listened to what I said in Canopy Growth and did act on it like me? I want to know. Oh my Lord! Did you see this thing? Broke 45, and that was it. I didn't even have it up on my front screen. I said, it's not going to go through 45 today. And look at that. Never think. Just react. That was probably a heatless trade there. And it did it right off. Well, yeah, it did it off the open. And then it even came back and let you in there again. Holy moly. Pot is hot here, huh, Spencer?
Yeah. I mean, you're looking at Canopy, but I was looking at Tilray. It's the same story.
Let me guess. I didn't look at Tilray. $40?
You're very close. You're extremely close.
Let me see. Let's see here. Tilray. I'm low. Man, oh man, what momentum in these markets. But let's just do a quick check under the hood here. S&Ps gave you a couple shake and bakes today. They went through the pre-market low, so I think some people got excited that we were going to test yesterday's low. Turned around, took a new all-time high. That high from yesterday was, let me get my right sheet here. The after-hours high was 11.25. We got the 13.25 in the overnight session, only 12.25 during the day session. It's going to be close to get a new all-time closing high here. We need to close above 39.08. So perhaps the imbalances will be the key on that one. Crude posts its highest close since February 24th, 2020, up 40 cents at 58.37. Remember what happened after that, folks. 10 days later, it was under 40. Gold gets back up to 1850 here, up 290, peeling back. I don't know if this is going to do what gold does and just rolls over once again. Silver gave it all back. That's in the red by 23 cents at 27.34. And Bitcoin knocking on the door of 50K, up $2,920 at 47,675.
Some interesting moves today. I mean, we hit on one of them already with cannabis, but did you see what Roku did today?
Would it go to like 600 or something like that? Let me see.
Not quite.
Not quite 600.
Not quite.
Was there news or was just a good old fashioned buying spree?
You know what? I didn't see anything. I know that some numbers came out with regards to the Super Bowl and the streaming, but I don't know. I don't know if they're thinking about that or what. But Roku just had its best day in in like a month, in like 5 weeks or more.
Spencer, question for you. So when they talk about the Super Bowl ratings, they include all that as well, right?
It is extremely complicated.
Really?
They do include, yes, they include the streaming, but the measurement for what counts as like a view, on TV versus on a streaming platform versus on like whatever, like the internet, like wherever it was streaming on the internet, like that, the measurements differ across platforms.
Okay.
So yes, they do include streaming, but that's one situation where if you pay attention to ratings, like TV ratings, you really need to dive in and spend some time to understand what the hell they're actually talking about, because the definitions that they work off of are a little bit esoteric and
yeah, because here's my question. I saw
arbitrary.
I saw the ratings were down 15%. The TV, so is that just the TV ratings?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah,
although
because
I'll be honest, I didn't look too deeply into it, so I don't know. But I'm assuming when most people say the ratings, they mean the TV ratings.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay, because I'm just thinking, that's where the money's coming from. Yeah, the stadiums, yeah, the concessions, yeah, the parking, yeah, the merchandise. It's the TV money that is keeping that afloat. And if those ratings are down like that, then I don't know when the next contract's up. But I just saw that, and then we're talking about Roku here. Just a breakout. You took out that seller at 450. The bots got going. Peeling back a little bit. What's this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 months in a row higher. So move your stop up and let this puppy go.
Yeah, exactly right. How do you do today? Always like keeping an eye on companies on the day they announce big acquisition. EA.
Yeah. Yeah, Spencer, you sound better than you did yesterday. You still sound a little bit tired, though.
All right. I can speak louder. I can speak louder.
Okay, you've been out a lot. What did we do here? I always like to look at things in comparison to like the after hours to see if they got a little excited in this one or they. So let's go to
wait. Wrong chart. EA.
Oh, EA. Yeah, man, this keyboard.
Not Agilent. I don't care about Agilent.
No, Agilent. Oh, is this EA? Holy mackerel! Wait, what was I looking at? Oh, not EA. I was thinking of Take Two. Okay. Because I was saying that would be a big turnaround there.
We'll go there next. Yeah.
Yeah, just a little sell off there. You still got that 150 bogey that you got to get out of there. That's the only thing that's preventing this from having like a Roku like day. Couple highs right at 150. You're still $4.50 away from there, but in this market, that can happen. And just on one headline, Take Two is what was on my mind when I was shocked to see this at 145. Oh, they hit this pretty good. You did take out that pre-market low. Patient buyer here at 200. Nice round number. Not liking the acquisition. Let's see what happens a little. We talked about this one, maybe in the lower 190 or 190 handle. What's this? 193 to 195. See if you get the 2-day sell-off, find support in this area, then just curl around and go right back up.
I love this comment from Alex Smith. I agree, Alex. We need to have a chat with whoever it is that is selling Ford every time it gets to $12. Who are you and why?
Because it's going to 14, right?
Why are you doing this to me?
We have to look at this. We missed the upgrade. today, or was it a price target raise or just an upgrade
On Ford?
Yeah, we missed it. We didn't cover it. We didn't talk about it.
We don't cover a lot of ratings, Joel.
We just cover what's to talk about
it was
Ford.
an upgrade from Argus to buy. Gave it a $14 price target.
Okay, well, it didn't get there today. A little disappointing.
Wait, show us the chart.
I looked at this. I looked at this over the weekend, and 1150. It got its footing there. That was a big area going back to 2018. 1215 was the high. So it's Ford. Unless there's some big deal or something, this is the way Ford's going to trade. 1204, 1215 cleared out some of the paper at 12. But doesn't look like we can settle above there. But good day, just working its way back up. GM going the opposite way. That's down 72 cents. But man, that just had one heck of a day yesterday, and GM has been on a tear.
Algo Lover was dropping in some S&P futures levels. Joel, speaking your language.
Where is Algo Lover? Where have you been?
Oh, let's see what we got here.
Algo Lover used to come to our show all the time.
Yeah.
And now, he's probably, I know where Algo Lover's been. He's been reprogramming his algos for penny stocks. Who wants to trade the S&Ps when you can make the pot stocks and everything? But good to see you, Algo. It gets tough up here when, I have a couple ways to come up with resistance, but there really isn't any. But we'll keep an eye. Let's see. Buyers maintained the bid above 38.94 and a quarter. Well, I wish I would have known that because 95 is the low. And boy, oh boy. I mean, we'll keep an eye on that level. That coincides with yesterday's low. So there could be some potential downside there. But 2 days of very muted action in the S&P is very, very unusual. Unless we get explosion here going into the close, we're going to have 2 days of like 20, 25 point ranges. And your 9-day average trading range is over 50. So sellers and buyers are meaning quieter ranges. I mean, that kind of means it's good because it's not a lot of volatility, favors the trend.
I guess so. Okay. We mentioned some earnings stocks this morning that are due to report after the close today. I would say probably today is maybe the biggest day. This afternoon is the biggest afternoon as far as companies of interest, just between Twitter, Cisco, and Lyft.
Twitter,
kind of the big three.
They're looking for a good report out of Twitter here, folks.
Joel, there's no way, right? I mean, there's no way.
Yeah, who knows?
There's no way. This chart looks like. I
gotta keep adjusting them. I mean, if you're a channel trader, stick with this. This is one heck of a channel. I don't know if you can really draw one on the upside. I looked at monthlies. Who knows? It's a coin flip. To me, I want to see them make some money. One time they made over $1 billion, their estimates. And if you think about that, you think about Facebook and you think about all these other, I don't know what Pin Interest made or whatever, but they never have blown it out on the revenue side. And the street's been waiting and waiting for that. Maybe this will be the quarter, right? With the election.
Let's see. Right? Let's see. Yeah, you've got a point. So
full disclosure, I'm long Twitter from I don't even know how long and how low, but sold a little piece. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll put my order out at 99.99 or something like that. When it goes into triple digits, I'll get out. But
here.
What do you got for me?
I'm looking at the Benzinga Pro earnings calendar for Twitter. So it looks like, oh wait, you're talking about revenue, not earnings per share. Okay.
Right.
So yeah, revenue, you're right. If you look at just that surprise percent column there on the right, they really don't blow it away that often. A 20% beat last time around is kind of the best they've ever done in terms of so it just goes to show either it shows that the analyst estimates are pretty damn accurate, right? Twitter's not going to blow it away. At least based on their history as a public company. Doesn't mean they can't.
Yeah, that's just my long sentiment of following that stock. We'll see what they can do with that number. But if you want to look for a number, 60.73, that's the high for the day. That's not the all-time high. I'm not going to go back and dig up that all-time high, but that could be a potential target if you feel like you have to sell in this. Really, the only way to catch it is half numbers and whole numbers. If you want to try and catch a falling knife on this one, well, good luck. At least based on that last quarter, it did have got it crushed, but it took 3, 4, 5 days to bottom before it turned. Well, no, that was that. No, that couldn't have been earnings last time, was it? What happened to this thing? I don't know. What was this day that it gapped down? What day was this? That couldn't have been earnings in January.
No,
Something.
that was
Did it get a downgrade or something?
It was January 8th.
Yeah,
Was that-
the
oh,
11th.
that was when they kicked Trump off, wasn't it?
Ho, look at that. Is that when they did that?
January what? January 8th?
Well,
Yeah, that was the day. That was a Friday. That was the day.
Well, maybe they'll kick someone else off today and get a chance to buy the dip opportunity.
Yeah, maybe so. I don't know. I'm not typically very convicted one way or the other. Ahead of earnings, but this one feels like a gimme short. But hey, I'll find out if I'm
Get
right or
out
wrong.
there, Spencer. Buy some puts.
Hey, maybe. Okay. What else are we looking at here in the chat? Please check CYCC.
Hey,
Oh,
real
man,
big D. The options are always pricey in Twitter. And then they got them into the right into the print, and they'll juice them up and then suck them out. Check the straddle for me on that big bill for the expected move. I do not have that platform up. What was the stock
for Twitter?
Yeah. What is the what symbol? CCIV or something like that?
CYCC. It's a biotech, not a ton of volume.
Oh, boy.
I'm in a lot of volume.
Watch what I say. Boom. Well, you don't like to see the pops and the drops, and that's what you had here. What I will say, you snuck over 11. I think what you can, from today's session, what you can lean your hat on, or lean whatever you want to lean on, is these two lows just under $9. And it looks like you're going to close away from that area. So not really a kind of a breakout from there. And then you came back down and 9. Keep an eye on 9. Those lows just under 9. That's what you need to do. I don't like seeing charts where I don't know if this was a reverse split or whatever. Check to see what they have in the pipeline, folks. That's what's going to move that.
Joel, to answer your Twitter expected move question, I think I'm seeing like $7.
Ooh.
12%, give or take.
Oh boy, that's not much. Wait, $7 for Twitter, 3.5 up, 3.5 down. That sounds like a lot. Straddle Riders have been doing pretty good on that. That doesn't mean that it will necessarily continue. Spoo's really trying to hold in here to post a new all-time closing high. Right up there. We need to close. My bogey's 39.08, folks, heading into the final 13 minutes of the day. 200 million to buy. I mean, what's that? That's nothing. That's not a big, not a big imbalance at all.
No, I'm getting a Slack call. Don't call me, people. All right.
You're busy.
Let's right. Don't they know I'm busy? Let's look at Norton Whitelock.
Don't you put up on your Slack like, oh, busy or vacationing or?
I don't, but I should.
I went to walk out the dog or something like that.
Maybe if I had a dog, it's on my list. It's
Thank
on my
God
list
for my dog.
It's on my list for next year. All right. NLOK, Norton LifeLock. Let's look at the chart.
NLOK?
Yeah, Norton. You know this one.
And
you know this one.
Give me a symbol again. I'm sorry.
NLOK.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Boom. Strong day. News me?
No.
Any news?
No.
Wow, they love that. They gave you a look at yesterday's low. Big up day, knocking on the door at 22. Boom, closing up near that area. So this one, I don't know if there's any news or earnings are coming on it, but 22. That's all. Yeah. And also there, if you're a gap fill player here, what was the bottom of this area here? The bottom of that gap, you filled that gap here. So let's see if we can work our way up to 2250. But you're getting your gap fill here. If you waited since November 5th of 2020 when you had the gap down, and you believe the gap's being filled, you're getting it today. Let's keep an eye on 22. Seems like it's bid up here. I'm not looking at the actual bid and offer, but when you see someone up, staying this close to a major level, you think it's bid. 2202 is the high. Good volume, but not great volume for Norton LifeLock Inc.
All right. What about FIZZ? This one pisses me off so much. So this was a high short interest play. And I remember looking at this. Like on January 20th. And by that point, GameStop was already ripping, right? And Fizz wasn't. And I was like, well, I guess it's not going to spread to Fizz. But if I had known it was going to go 2 days later.
Yeah, who knows? That's crazy, though, Spencer. You couldn't have known that. I mean, they were just that's some trading action.
I saw it. I saw it 3 days prior, and I thought, well, there must be a reason why Fizz isn't going, and only AMC and GameStop and BlackBerry are and Bed Bath are. I don't know why Fizz isn't going. I'm not going to step in here, but. If I just
where would you have sold this, man? We just go red here, folks. They're eating up that buying balance. They don't care about that. A little bit of a drop here. We are now red on the session. Couldn't take out that pre-market high, 13 and a quarter. So you got some stubborn sellers in here. We still got 10 minutes to go, so we can still get back up there. Just a little wave of selling here coming into the close. I'll only say one thing about this Fizz.
Sure.
It's returning to almost the scene of the crime, right?
Yeah. Is that a good or a bad thing? I don't even know.
I mean, if you are not worried about all this overhead supply in here, and you think they're going to sell a lot of Faygo and Red Pop, then then it's okay.
They don't know what Faygo is.
They know what Faygo.
No.
Yes,
yeah.
Put
a 1 in the chat if you know what Faygo is. If you're not from Michigan, you do not know what Faygo is, because I'm not from Michigan, and I didn't know what Faygo was until I moved here.
Faygo Red Pop. You drink it, then you end up with that red mustache on your face. Because
I'm telling you, people.
Look at that. Look at that.
All right, I stand.
Look at all the ones.
I stand corrected, Paul. Paul's like, yeah. Paul is right. Insane Clown Posse is from Detroit.
What about Verner's? You guys ever had Verner's?
Again, I didn't know what that was before I moved to Michigan.
Okay. Continuing to lose altitude here, folks. Now red by 250. That all-time closing high is in jeopardy here. It is like ginger ale. Return to the scene of the crime. That's all I can say. Okay. Really, the original scene of the crime was 100. So what's your appetite for risk? The only thing here is a lot of people got stuffed. And they're thinking, man, I don't want to end up like GameStop. Did you see GameStop today?
Actually, no. What did it do today? Let's see.
Under $50.
Oh, wow. Every day it breaks through another level.
Yeah, I don't know. Where will it stop? I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what the big boys did on that. Burry and
he sold some. He
sold.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah.
If he didn't, then he needs a talking to, because you're just incredible move. But anyways, I don't know what to tell you about this one technically. Breaking down smaller ranges, couldn't see that. The only thing, man, these are daily ranges. Wow. Thing is, you had the lower open through yesterday's low, and you couldn't recoup that. You couldn't even get near the close. So volume coming down a little bit, but I don't know what the driver is going to be in this one to get it to go back up. And if and when it does, there is some overhead supply. Let's look at AMC. This is filling the gap. Same kind of scenario here as the Fizz. If you want to reload down in this area, not going to tell you not to. Full disclosure, I'm not touching it, but it's your money. You can do what you want. Once you see these kind of runs, they're hard to repeat when you get people, all that overhead supply in there.
What about snow? I have not looked at snow for a while here. This one got stupid.
What's it like? Where's that, 600 or something like that?
No. It got less stupid, but it got real dumb a couple months ago. So this IPO'd at the IPO price was 120. It opened at 245.
300. Look at the ranges in this thing. 300, man. You got a firm buyer here at 300, so that's your support. I know you don't want to hear that if you're long at 313, and you're trying to get out of this 323 area. Like you got up there, but the problem is like you're $10 off it. You know, you want to see it get up there, close up there, catch a bid. So let's say today's high 23.23. What's this high here? I bet you it's quite a bit above it. 25.72. So still, I mean, if you're hoping for a 50% retracement on this one, that'd be a nice area. You refer over, see if I can draw these lines correctly. You know, if you think that was a major low and this thing is going back up to 400 or so, then what you want to do, boy, it's got a ways to go to get to 348. Not too far away. Couple good days and got some highs and a close in that area. So we'll see how that shakes out. S&Ps lose 39.05 or right at 39.05 here. Down just 3 points on the session, 5 minutes to go.
What about Fisker, FSR? I tend to keep one eye on all of these EV SPACs, or at least like the 6 or 7 that I've committed to memory. FSR is in that group. Just they're all kind of looking the same, just consolidation.
Oh boy, yeah. What do you want? What do you want from me on this one?
15.
There's support 2 months in a row. This month too. So you got an out if you don't like it.
Yeah. That's it. Can you guys tell Triple D we love him? Yes.
Yeah. He got all.
He got a little upset.
He got a little. I'm telling you, he'll turn on you on a dime, man. Don't PISS Triple D, man. Gives you guys a lot of good information.
It was so unexpected. So did not expect that to happen. But in any case, that's what you never know what happens on pre-market prep. All right,
he may be in. He may be getting some more ink today, and we had a little chat, and
it's his own fault.
Yeah, so he's. I think he's going to have a little different tenor this time if he talks about these things.
Okay.
But hey, he just speaks the truth, man. What he's looking for. That's all he is. That's all he's doing is speaking the truth. And his years in. I mean, no one has made more physical trades, more different strategies than Triple D. So we'll see. We'll see if he gave those guys a spanking this morning, and we'll see if they come back with their tail in between their legs. Like you said, it's so easy, on all these social media platforms. Now, you know what? I'm not going to say anything because I don't want them to turn on me. Go ahead, hate on Dennis all you want, man. Hate on Dennis all you want.
Moving on to Neo. What do you got?
I haven't looked at this in a while.
It's the one.
I'm going to say, don't tell me. I'm going to say 57.50.
Nah. You know what? We should make that into a game. Is guess the stock price.
Where is it? Oh, wow. Nice support there. Oh, I wish I would have been looking at that line a couple more times. Look how many times it gave you a chance under 55. Rocking and rolling today. Going the opposite way at Tesla. You got a pesky area here. I'm not going to give you the all-time high, because what you got to do is you got to get through 64.41 first. That was a high there. 64.52, 64.50. That's the gateway to new all-time high here for NIO. I was way low on that one. I just saw Tesla backed off a little bit, so I thought NIO might be down a little bit. But EV at China, I mean, go ahead. Be shorted if you want.
Yeah. Yeah, we should do this. Guess the open and the close each day. Loser pays the difference. Loser pays the difference. That's not bad.
Who knows in this market?
That's not bad. Actually, that's not bad. All right, we got a minute left or so, give or take, in today's session. Where are we at? I mean,
we're saying up on news they may sell cars in the U.S. So, yeah, that'd be great for them to sell like over 100,000 cars. That would be very bullish for them. But no, that's interesting news.
Dripping in sarcasm.
They don't know. Maybe these afternoon people don't know my sarcasm, do they? Maybe you should.
I don't know.
Maybe we should put a disclaimer up. besides the investing at your own risk. Joel could be extremely sarcastic and mean.
All right, we're heading into the final few seconds here. It is a very mixed day. There's certainly more green on the screen than red, but it is decidedly mixed. You've got half the sectors green, half the sectors red. The S&Ps are just under flat. The NASDAQ is flat. Of course, the Russell's up more than anyone, but
yeah, Russell strong. I mean, the only thing here is, quiet range, tighter ranges. And tighter ranges you can look at wild highs and wild lows. But to me, the more, you can press, then you're going to get a move. But 2 days of extremely tight ranges. We might get back up there and kiss that 39.08. It's still going to be still got a while to shake that out. We just ticked there. So they tried to break it. They couldn't. New all-time high. Boom. That's what you're looking at in today's markets.
That's the closing bell. It means we're done. Hit that like button if by some miracle you haven't done that already today. We appreciate all the likes. Thanks for all the comments, all the participation. As always, for Joel Elconin, I'm Spencer Israel.
Spencer, can I just add one thing here? We get about 600 likes in the first hour in the morning. And now we're at 1,100.
So you're saying most of the damage is done in the first hour of the
morning?
Yeah.
That
speaks.
Yeah.
That reflects poorly here on me and the rest of the
guys. All right, folks. Have a good evening. We'll be back with you bright and early 8 a.m. Who's our guest tomorrow? Oh, Fari's coming on tomorrow, right?
Well, so he says.
Oh, I had to talk with Fari. He's coming on. He'll be there. You'll be sorry if you don't listen to Fari.
That's it. We'll see you tomorrow.